How terrifying can a hero be when he's pushed to the brink and corrupted by darkness? Shinkan, with the power of a monster, he had never killed a single criminal. Because as a hero, Seo Kang-yu had promised his comrades that he would never kill. So instead of killing him, he sent the world's most powerful villain to prison to await his execution on death row. But on the day of the villain's execution, something went wrong. All the superpower control devices in the prison were simultaneously disabled, allowing all the prisoners to regain their powers. And by a cruel twist of fate on that very day, Seo Kang-yu, the protagonist's older brother, was the one in charge of executing Hwang Seung-hwan. Because he knew Seo Kang-yu wasn't as strong as his brother, he didn't hesitate to strike him down. When Seo Kang-yu heard the news, he couldn't contain his rage and stormed straight to the prison. He took on the mantle of a warden to begin a brutal execution, slaughtering every single prisoner. To hell with that promise. It was kill or be killed. Anyway, let's get to the main story. The story opens with giant plumes of smoke rising from beneath the ground. Following that are massive jagged craters, as if a fierce battle had just taken place. A tired man is seen sweating profusely, his face covered in wounds and blood. Beneath him, another man with white hair and dressed in white is being pinned down, choked. The two of them seem to be at the climax of their battle. But surprisingly, the man being choked, bleeding all over, shows no fear at all. Instead, he just smirks. Ha ha ha, just as I expected. It's over. He then glances to the side. You're different from that other trash. The scene shows other people lying on the ground, exhausted and defeated. The tragic scene unfolds as raindrops begin to fall, making it even more somber. The black-haired man on top can't stand the mocking tone any longer and snarls in fury, "Shut up, and just kill me." The white-haired man below just keeps smirking sinisterly. "Only you have the power to kill me." The black-haired man above just stares at him coldly with sharp eyes. "Is that so? But I won't be the one to take your life. I made a promise to my comrades." As he spoke, he grabbed the man's collar and pulled him up. He stared intently at him and screamed, "I'll make you face the death penalty and answer to the law." But the white-haired man just kept smirking back at him. "To this day, I still regret it." The black-haired man screamed, "You will face the judgment of justice, and then I would regret it. I should have killed him right then and there." At that moment, a news broadcast appears, with an anchorwoman reporting breaking news. An image of the white-haired man shows up with the text, "The worst villain, Hwang Seung-hwan. The villain who brought fear to the entire world." So, turns out this villain's name is Hwang Seung-hwan, folks. A judge's gavel strikes the bench and the sentence is declared. Hwang Seung-hwan is now bound and pinned tightly to a wooden board. Surrounding him are soldiers, in protective gear, holding their guns on high alert. The verdict is read again, death penalty. Hwang Seung-hwan is currently wearing a special device to control his powers. But despite being captured, this villain is still confidently flashing a cheerful smile. He's being held in Lucillus Prison, the place where the most vicious criminals are incarcerated. He is imprisoned in the deepest basement of the prison, the 5th floor. Furthermore, a memorial service titled Justice is scheduled for this evening. Someone watching the news grinds their teeth in fury, a bandage on their cheek. To commemorate them, images appear: a girl with shoulder-length purple hair, a monk, a girl with long blonde hair, a man with a beard, and a young man with blue hair. These are the heroes who sacrificed themselves fighting against Hwang Seung-hwan alongside Seo Kang-yu. The remaining hero, Seo Kang-yu, is now recovering. As he listens to the news, his expression turns terrifyingly cold. The TV broadcast continues. The government is truly grateful for the contributions of the fallen. Suddenly someone grabs the remote and turns it off. A voice calls out. Our dazed Seo Kang-yu turns his head coldly. The person who entered is a young man in a police uniform who speaks up. Your body is aching, you should be lying down. Why are you sitting up watching TV? This person is the warden of Lucillus Prison, Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu narrates. This is my older brother, a prison warden. Then Seo Kang-yu speaks up, Hyung. He looks down at his own hands, lost and unable to speak. That bastard Hwang Seung-hwan. His face darkens terrifyingly as he mutters, I should have killed him myself when I had the chance. His brother immediately tries to comfort him. Seo Kang-yu, you made a promise to your comrades. Back then, his blonde female comrade called Lao Sa had said very seriously, a hero's job is to save people, not kill them. No matter how evil the opponent is, you can't just take it upon yourself to kill someone. Because they are human too, their fate should be decided by the law. But Seo Kang-yu had retorted back then, what if they kill us? Lao Sa simply said, promise me. No matter what happens, you won't kill anyone. That's how she reminded her comrades. At the time, he could only silently obey Lao Sa. Back to the present. Seo Kang-yu, his brother, speaks up again. I agree too. The only thing that can judge a person is the law. As he said this, he lowered his head, not looking happy at all. His brother seemed a bit reluctant, and, of course, as a prison warden, he had to keep this a secret. This is classified information. Hwang Seung-hwan will be executed next week. I'll be the one carrying out the sentence. Hearing this, Seo Kang-yu looks over in shock. His brother continues, you kept your promise to your comrades. You did well. As for the end of his life, leave that to us wardens. So, let's go. Seo Kang-yu is even more stunned and looks up at his brother. Seo Kang-yu reaches down to him with a smile and says, "Let's go see your colleagues." The scene changes to a different setting. Letters and flowers for the fallen heroes are piled high. Citizens are gathered together, holding banners, their faces filled with grief and indignation. And there the portraits of the sacrificed heroes are lined up neatly and respectfully. Seo Kang-yu and his brother also appear there to commemorate their comrades. In his hand, he holds a radiant white chrysanthemum for his beloved teammates. A week passes quickly. The memorial hall is still crowded with people coming and going, and the day of Hwang Seung-hwan's execution has arrived. The wooden board that had pinned the villain appears, but Hwang Seung-hwan is gone. In his place is a funeral portrait of Seo Kang-yu, the main character's brother. Seeing this picture is a real shock, folks. It's heartbreaking. He's dead. At this moment, Seo Kang-yu's eyes are streaming with tears, unable to believe this reality. He's in too much pain to speak. Why didn't the man sentenced to death by law actually die? A sinister image of that bastard, Hwang Seung-hwan, appears. My brother, a prison guard, had to die instead. A memorial portrait of Seo Kang-yu shows him smiling, a prison guard who always did his job well. In front of it are memorial chrysanthemums and an incense burner, its smoke rising. Seo Kang-yu could only sit there dazed next to his brother's portrait. As he was sinking into despair, a voice called out, Seo Kang-yu." A woman appeared, flanked by two men in uniform. She spoke. "It's been a while, hasn't it? This woman is Officer Jose Seo from Lucillus Prison. Can we talk for a minute?" Seo Kang-yu, annoyed, glanced up at them with weary eyes. A tablet was held out, already playing a video. Seo Kang-yu asked irritably, "What is this?" Jose Seo replied, "This is the video of Hwang Seung-hwan's execution that took place today." The scene shifts to the events in the video. The sound of uniform footsteps. The inmate Hwang Seung-hwan is tightly bound to a board, being escorted by several prison guards. Seo Kang-yu was walking beside him, and the inmate glanced over with a mocking smirk. "Hey, you look familiar." He leaned in close to him and continued, "A lot like Seo Kang-yu. Are you his brother?" Hearing this, Seo Kang-yu just glared at him in silence. The man nonchalantly kept asking, "You're a guard, huh? You brothers are so different, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Between the two of you, who's the older one and who's the younger?" Seo Kang-yu remained silent as the inmate stared at him, waiting. Suddenly, he called out again. "Hey Hwang," Seung-hwan asked. "How does it feel after you've killed someone?" Seo Kang-yu finally spoke, annoyed. What Hwang Seung-hwan just kept that vile smirk on his face. "You're a prison guard. Isn't your job to kill people too, just like me? So how does it feel?" He was clearly trying to provoke Seo Kang-yu, but the guard just remained grimly silent. Then the inmate glanced at him and spoke with sinister words. I feel a little regretful." Seo Kang-yu asked, annoyed. "Regretful?" Hwang Seung-hwan flashed a disgusting grin and said something truly enraging. "Killing someone with just a light touch. It's no fun at all." At that, Seo Kang-yu was truly provoked and snapped. "You bastard." He pointed at him, grinding his teeth. "Shinkan, when I have to kill things that aren't even human like you, I feel an immense sense of guilt. Shinkan, though all I do is lightly press a button." But the truth was, he was plagued by nightmares. Shinkari night, he'd bolt upright in agony, clutching his head. The nightmares left him exhausted, unable to get a single night of good sleep. It was a living nightmare. Images of other inmates appeared, shouting, "You're just like me, Shinkan." As he faced death, that bastard kept smirking and cursing. Seo Kang-yu's job, saying they were both just killers, nothing more, nothing less. Seo Kang-yu, provoked, burst out, "The prisoners I've executed. They haunt me even in my dreams." Hwang Seung-hwan just kept that twisted smile on his face and asked, "Then what motivates you to keep being a guard?" His brother thought for a moment. "Well, everyone has a job to do. I'm just carrying out my duty as a prison guard." From this moment on, death row inmate Hwang Seung-hwan. Before carrying out the sentence, Seo Kang-yu sat before him and asked, "Do you have any last words?" Hwang Seung-hwan simply replied, nonchalantly, "Yeah, I just have a question." He laughed like a madman and asked, "It's unrelated, but between you two, who's the older brother?" His brother immediately gave the order over the radio. "Begin the execution." 3 guards prepared to press their buttons. 2 fingers were already close to the buttons, while Hwang Seung-hwan still wore that nonchalant smirk. 1 finger touched a button. Just as it was about to be pressed, a sudden flash of light cut through the darkness. At this point, the video on the tablet paused. Seo Kang-yu was speechless, unable to believe the footage he was seeing. Jose spoke again. At the time of the execution, the screen now showed static bars from a signal disruption. Back at Lucillus Prison, the ceiling is shown with its long, unlit fluorescent lights. The guards panicked. "What's going on? The power's out." The prisoner. Then they all glanced over at Hwang Seung-hwan. Was that a red button on Hwang Seung-hwan's collar? He laughed like a demon as he raised his finger and crushed that red button. A mysterious attack was unleashed. Hwang Seung-hwan screamed, "You think you can kill me?" Seo Kang-yu was horrified. A massive explosion erupted inside the prison chamber. Shin Kang-yu tried to dive for cover. The electrical conduits on the ceiling began to spark and crackle, creating flashes of light and plumes of smoke that obscured their vision. A guard struggled to his feet, yelling into his radio, "Shin Kang-yu, get him! Alert! We need backup! The inmate has unlocked the control device." He spoke as fast as he could. "I repeat, the death row inmate has unlocked the control device." But just then, Hwang Seung-hwan appeared behind the guard, his eyes filled with malice. Instantly, the guard's face began to blister and swell in terror. Agonized screams filled the air. Hwang Seung-hwan just threw his head back and laughed with sadistic glee. Then the guard's body bloated up until it exploded, vaporizing right before Seo Kang-yu's horrified eyes. His eyes went vacant as he stared at the fresh blood of his colleague. Seo Kang-yu collapsed to his knees. Hwang Seung-hwan stepped through the pool of blood and approached him. "The moment I saw you," he said, looking down at him with a disgusting expression, "I knew you were the older brother." "Right." Seo Kang-yu, filled with rage, gripped his knife tightly. Then he leaped up, swinging the blade down at the man with all his might. But Hwang Seung-hwan simply raised a hand, and instantly the guard's arm shattered. Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened in a mixture of pain and fury. Before he fell to the ground, clutching the wound with his other hand, Hwang Seung-hwan's eyes glared as he asked, "I was right, wasn't I?" Seo Kang-yu's entire body trembled, but he still tried to reach for the knife with his remaining hand. "You must be punished according to the law." Seo Kang-yu's blood-soaked fist was covered in bulging veins from the strain. Hwang Seung-hwan's expression remained arrogant as he stood there looking down with contempt. Seo Kang-yu once again swung the knife with all his strength, screaming, "The law's judgment must be carried out, you monster." But Hwang Seung-hwan simply and easily raised his hand again. Instantly, a spray of blood filled the air, leaving behind only a few scraps of cloth. A familiar cap fell to the ground. Above the ceiling, lights sparked and flashed. Below stood that demon of a man, and on the ground was a sight no one would ever want to see. Seo Kang-yu's head was lying in a pool of his own blood. The demon stared at the empty hat and exclaimed, "What's this?" He smirked maliciously and continued, "To get the right answer, you'll have to ask Seo Kang-yu." Back in the present, Seo Kang-yu was still in utter shock, his eyes wide and unblinking. Seo spoke up again. "So, due to the unexpected attack, initiated by Hwang Seung-hwan, the control devices installed on the death row inmates on all floors have been released. Fortunately, the escape of the death row inmates was prevented, but countless guards were locked in with the prisoners." Seo Kang-yu finally snapped out of it. He gritted his teeth and asked resentfully, "Who did this?" Seo. After a moment of silence, she replied, "We're still investigating." Then resting her chin on her hand, she got straight to the point with the hero Seo Kang-yu. "I'm truly sorry to ask this of you at your brother's funeral, but can you quell the riot at Lulu Prison?" Her expression was incredibly sharp and serious. Without a moment's hesitation, Seo Kang-yu blurted out, "Of course, absolutely." Seo kept watching him with those same sharp, expectant eyes. But now a murderous aura enveloped Seo Kang-yu. His crimson pupils glared like a demon as he continued, "But I have one condition. My comrade once said this." At this point, large and small explosions could be seen. A crowd of prisoners, all in yellow uniforms, were breaking down a door together. It seemed they were locked inside. Chaotic screams echoed, "Open the door, damn it, die, die." There were people who were like crazed beasts, slaughtering others with satisfied looks on their faces. Seo Kang-yu's narration continued, "A hero's job is to save people, not kill them." The heavy steel door slowly creaked open, revealing a sliver of light. Then the door opened wider. After the chaotic struggle, the prisoners began scrambling to get out. My brother, a prison guard, also told me that the only thing that can judge people is the law. The hideous, burly prisoners were ecstatic when they saw that sliver of light. Gleeful shouts rang out, "The door's open, Shin Kang-yu escape, and the one who executes the law's judgment." Not letting them celebrate for long, a wave of force suddenly erupted from the doorway, shoving the prisoners back. It was a prison guard. The prisoners shouted in panic. What is this?" And so a dark figure now stood in the doorway, its eyes glowing like a wild beast's, staring at the criminals inside. "I don't want to enter Lucas Prison as a hero." A hat with a familiar insignia appeared, along with a greeting that seemed to echo from the depths of hell. "Hello, you pieces of trash." But as a prison guard, a butcher, Seo Kang-yu appeared with a cold, emotionless expression and declared, "I am prison guard Seo Kang-yu." Seo Kang-yu. The hardened criminals were stunned to hear this. A boss-like figure among them boldly stepped forward. "You're a hero, so why are you wearing a guard's uniform?" Then they all laughed like monsters, staring intently at him. "But anyway, it's nice to meet you. Now die." With a shout, the horde of monsters charged forward to attack Seo Kang-yu. He remained calm, standing in the middle of the doorway, waiting for the moths to fly into the flame. Just before the sharp claws reached him, he grimaced and raised his fist. And then, his eyes glowing brightly, he lunged forward. The first thug to charge was met with a punch from Seo Kang-yu, straight to the gut. Instantly, the man's body was torn in two. Those too close were also caught in the blast, their arms ripped off. Whether dead or alive, they were all blown backward by that single punch as if hit by a Category 12 hurricane. Now a path was cleared from the outside, littered with dismembered corpses, and pools of blood splattered across the floor. The other prisoners were terrified by the sight. One gritted his teeth, sweating bullets, and stammered, "What the hell?" And Seo Kang-yu outside was calmly standing there, catching his breath. Then he stood tall and issued a stern warning to the crowd of animals. "Listen up. From now on, by order of the government, from the first floor." A giant man sat with his head bowed inside a solitary confinement cell on the first floor. The first basement level. A girl with purple hair was smiling. The second basement level is a group of unknown people, only their glowing eyes visible. The third basement level, a person with bluish hair and a glowing symbol under their eye. The fourth basement level, a girl with long green hair, only half her face visible. The fifth basement level, a familiar blood-stained hat appeared. Seo Kang-yu continued speaking, "All of my brother's work." At that moment, Hwang Seung-hwan was sitting on a pile of corpses, casually putting on the precious hat of that poor guard. "I will." As soon as he saw the newcomer, he let out a mocking smile and said, "So you've come." Seo Kang-yu finished his inner monologue. Continue his legacy. Then, his resentful face appeared as he passed judgment. The death sentence will now be carried out. Hearing this, the prisoners flew into a panic. "Execution," they screamed frantically, unable to accept it. "This is bullshit. You bastard, are you really going to kill us?" But Seo Kang-yu just glared at the noisy mob with ice-cold eyes, waiting for them to quiet down before speaking in a low voice. "You've killed countless people. You still think you don't deserve to die." The prisoners looked at each other in confusion, wondering, did we kill a lot of people? Then one of them started shouting, "I didn't kill that many. But this guy here, Helita, he killed 12 people. Another held up his hand to argue his case. "The number I killed can be counted on one hand. He's Brooke. He killed 7 people. Another fat inmate proudly held up a few fingers. "I haven't even killed 5 people yet. This one is K-Day. And what's even more disgusting, he kidnapped children, assaulted, and then murdered his victims." And then the unrepentant prisoners began to continuously question Seo Kang-yu. "Who are you to kill us? I need to speak to my lawyer. Murderers are people too." This was followed by a chorus of curses and objections from the scum. Meanwhile, one prisoner stood there, silently observing. He watched, feeling annoyed. So noisy. He was a guy with long, mossy green hair and a haggard expression as if he lacked sleep. His name was Choi Gwan, who had killed 8 people with sexual assault charges on top of that. Choi Gwan stood amidst the chaos, calculating in his mind, while he's distracted by the other inmates. He looked at Seo Kang-yu through the gaps in the crowd. "I can do it." His eyes lit up as if he had just hatched a wicked plan. Choi Gwan quietly backed away, and then a foot stomped hard on the floor. While the other inmates were furiously confronting Seo Kang-yu, Choi Gwan used his lightning-fast speed to dash outside, taking the opportunity to escape. But before that punk Choi Gwan could even gloat something, shot right for his ugly mug. Why would someone like Seo Kang-yu even bother with a small fry like him? With just a single kick, a huge spray of blood splattered through the air. The prisoners who had been causing a ruckus just moments before fell dead silent in horror at the sight. All that was left was a mangled body falling to the ground. Seo Kang-yu spoke softly. He stood majestically before the prisoners who were staring dumbfounded and delivered his verdict. "I'll give you one last chance. Obediently put on your monitoring devices and return to your cells to await your execution. Or be executed by my hand right now." The look on his face as he said it was like hearing the words of the Grim Reaper himself. At this, the inmates' faces twisted in absolute panic and confusion. But just then, one fearless bastard spoke up in mockery. "What does that son of a bitch think he's doing?" He sounded as arrogant as a puffed-up toad, spouting reckless words that shocked the other inmates. "There's one thing I want to say. If we're going to die anyway, isn't it better to die in a riot than to just lie down and wait for it? This negotiation is completely meaningless. That guy is painfully ugly. He's like a sewer rat with his stinking breath and smug expression. That wasn't a negotiation." Seo Kang-yu's voice cut in, overriding the despicable prisoner's contemptuous tone. He tried to suppress his boiling murderous rage and explained patiently, "This isn't a negotiation. The last thing I'm offering you is mercy." The prisoners were a mix of confused, worried, and calm as they began to talk amongst themselves. "We're done for. Is he going to kill us all? Let's just try to live a little longer. I thought he was just a new guard who knew he was a hero from equality. I'm putting on the monitoring device. Me too." But one inmate remained silent. A brilliant aura emanated from his mouth. While the other prisoners were still huddled together in a panic, he opened his wide mouth and unleashed a powerful blast of energy. His face now looked like that of a high-level monster. The panicking prisoners were startled and turned to look at the monster-like man. "Attention," a voice boomed as a dark-skinned finger pointed to the sky. That prisoner called out casually, "Listen up, everyone. Shinkan, if he's a hero from equality, you don't need to worry so much. He's just one guy. I've killed a B-rank hero before. We just need to work together. The guy started brainwashing the weaker prisoners to attack Seo Kang-yu together. Another inmate asked worriedly, "Is that true?" And just like that, their previous panic was replaced by sinister expressions as they began to laugh. If that's the case, the sewer rat from before chimed in to support him. "That's right, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let's kill him and take back our freedom." Seo Kang-yu calmly stared at the man with his blazing red eyes and spoke. "That piece of trash." Back to Jose, who was sitting in a chair speaking seriously. Lucillus Prison divides its detention areas by danger level. The first floor holds those who have killed many people. There are over 300 serial killers there. In the first basement level, there are over 100 regional-level criminals. In the second basement level, over 30 city-level criminals. In the third basement level, there are 10 national-level threats. In the fourth basement, level 5 continental-level threats. And in the fifth basement level, there are 3 world-level threats, including Hwang Seung-hwan. At that, Seo had remarked, "Wow, that's a lot, quite a handful. However, the number of prisoners you'll have to deal with is much smaller," she said with an extremely grave expression. The prisoners in the second basement level. An image of people in a daze appeared, their heads locked in a halo of golden light. 2 girls, one with blue eyes and one with red, were reminding those prisoners, "Confess your sins." And in the fifth basement level, a ceiling came into view. A girl was sitting in the corner of the room. Another man approached, observed the girl and exclaimed, "So, that's Hwang Seung-hwan." In his hand he held a round, red, flesh-like lump, smiling as he looked at the girl in the corner. He casually tossed the object in his hand and said nonchalantly, "So, you're here, huh?" The girl just shot Hwang Seung-hwan a sharp cold glare. Hwang Seung-hwan then curled one side of his mouth into a sinister smile, planning how he could kill time while waiting for Seo Kang-yu to arrive. Then the voice spoke again. "However, there's a rather special prisoner on the first floor." Jose Seo put down a file and warned Seo Kang-yu, "You have to be careful with this one." An image of the sewer rat from before appeared smugly, holding his prisoner ID board. His name was Heelon. Back in the present, he wore an utterly nonchalant expression without a single trace of panic or fear. He possesses a skill that makes others easily persuaded by his words. Seo Kang-yu then listed off his crimes. "You attacked a hospital injuring 30 people and killing 7, counting the B-rank hero that makes 8. Suddenly, Heelon's ugly sucker-like lips parted to say, 10. He raised both his hands, laughing maniacally, as if proud, and said the most disgusting thing. "I killed 10 people. That hero bitch was pregnant with twins." Upon hearing this, Seo Kang-yu's eyes grew even sharper. He stared intently at Heelon, let out a breath, and then began to speak. "Hey, Commander." He spoke into the glowing device pinned to his collar. "I think I'm going to use a little force." "How sturdy is this prison?" the commander on the other end affirmed. "It won't collapse no matter what you do. I guarantee it." At that, Seo Kang-yu's expression became colder than ice as he uttered, "Then, I don't need to hold back anymore." But Heelon, still fearless, spoke with contempt. "You're just bluffing." He continued to mock him from Seo Kang-yu to his teammates. "You're a hero from equality, and yet you can't do anything. To catch Hwang Seung-hwan, you were so desperate you had to use your own colleague as bait, didn't you?" He led the charge, a disgusting, sleazy smile spreading across his face, as he shouted, "We're going to send you to join that dead colleague of yours." With that, Heelon tilted his head back and unleashed his rabid power. The other prisoners infused with that power grew excited, their eyes filled with hope. One of them laughed sleazily and yelled, "My body is overflowing with power." Then Heelon opened his maw like a high-level monster and bellowed, "Shinkaryon attack." Immediately the other inmates charged towards Seo Kang-yu, filled with an intense conviction that they could defeat him. 2 streams of glowing energy shot towards Seo Kang-yu, but in an instant, the bodies of the prisoners leading the charge were torn apart just like the ones before. That dark power attacked all of the fearless inmates. Hot blood sprayed into the air as the first wave of prisoners began to disintegrate. Just then, that stream of dark power slithered through the prisoners, causing them to cry out in alarm. What is that?" A moment later, Seo Kang-yu's power obliterated the prisoners, leaving nothing behind. Fragments of their bodies littered the ground like chickens with bird flu, while a few lucky ones stood there, their legs trembling uncontrollably. What the hell was that? Heelon was among them. The scornful, vile expression he had moments ago was gone, replaced by utter shock and terror. Just then, a foot shot up with incredible force. It was none other than Seo Kang-yu. His mid-air kick unleashed a web-like network of intersecting dark energy. Then Seo Kang-yu brought his foot down with twice the force. The blood-red streaks of power spread out even more violently. Instantly, his power reached its peak as his foot hit the ground, and the remaining prisoners were decisively sent to hell by that same force. The scene shifts to a beautiful sunset sky, as if the bloody massacre was just a nightmare. Someone was sitting in a dark room. It was a man sitting there with his head down, silent and motionless. Suddenly the prisoner looked up. His mouth was gagged with a leather strap. Then a questioning voice was raised. Seo Kang-yu." From the side, a prisoner let out a scream. Arg. He was still being tenderized by Seo Kang-yu, about to be sent to meet his maker, but he couldn't help but curse through his gritted teeth. Damn it. Then, his eyes widened in terror. At that moment, Seo Kang-yu was still leaping up and crashing down, dealing with the remaining prisoners. They could only cower and try to dodge. Seo Kang-yu's eyes glowed as he rushed forward with his swirling death fist. That fist transformed into a massive wave of power crashing down. Screams erupted. "Don't stop." Streams of blood sprayed endlessly into the air. The two words death, fist rang out, and the result was his fist, piercing through all the prisoners there like a net. That fist was like the claw of a giant beast. The prisoners were horrified as that blood-red power wrapped around them. And Helan was no exception. He too was sliced in half by that sharp energy, his face looking as if it hadn't registered the pain yet. A moment later, his eyes rolled back in his head as he uttered in disbelief, "Impossible." The result of Seo Kang-yu's crusade was that the remaining prisoners had all been cut in two. After Seo Kang-yu retracted his power, all that was left behind him was a scene of apocalyptic carnage. Only then did Seo Kang-yu open his mouth to speak. First floor execution complete. Time for the solitary confinement ward. Behind him was a sight no one would ever want to see, but one those men thoroughly deserved. How many had been killed? The number was impossible to count, looking at that mountain of corpses. Tens, hundreds. Seo Kang-yu's fist of death was still burning with power. He was now standing before two prisoners, one large and one small, who were both completely terrified. Seo Kang-yu spoke, "Choose. Either put on the device or die." His voice was cold and his eyes were sharp. The small man gritted his teeth in fear, while the large one gritted his teeth in anger and spat. "You." The man contemptuously raised his hand and charged, intending to attack Seo Kang-yu while cursing, "You bastard." But Seo Kang-yu just lightly kicked his leg, and the man was blown to pieces, sharing the same fate as the prisoners. Before him, there were about 3 million people on the first floor. The remaining small prisoner was horrified seeing the big one die in the blink of an eye. He quickly came to his senses and raised his hands, hastily surrendering. I'll wear it. I'll wear the device." Seo Kang-yu then told him to come and get it. The man immediately stammered a reply. Yes, sir." He raised his hands in a panic, speaking cautiously. Please give it to me." Seo Kang-yu's sharp eyes watched him. Just when it seemed this man valued his life, he suddenly broke into a grotesque grin. A stream of power which he believed to be stronger than Seo Kang-yu's shot out from his hand as he cursed him again. "You bastard." He then confidently launched that power toward Seo Kang-yu, laughing like a madman. "Did you really think I'd just obey, you son of a bitch?" Suddenly his eyes flew wide open. Emerging from behind his attack, Seo Kang-yu stood completely unharmed. The man exclaimed in disbelief. One of the villains Tom had captured once said, "People who lack physical ability are so pitiful." Then a female prisoner completely bound in chains appeared. Shinkan, though she was completely restrained, she laughed maniacally and said, "You don't know how intoxicating it is to crush someone from a distance, do you?" A familiar fist slammed into the other guy's face. Just like that, his head was instantly crushed in midair. "Isn't it just like cracking an egg with your bare hands?" Later, Seo Kang-yu was in a different, cleaner space. He pressed a red button on the wall. After the door opened, Seo Kang-yu's silhouette stood against the light. A voice from inside rang out. "It's pretty noisy out there." But he just stared at the man with ice-cold eyes. The gagged prisoner spoke again. "It's been 3 years, hasn't it? I knew you'd come." Seo Kang-yu frowned in annoyance. The man continued to speak. "Long time no see, hero Seo Kang-yu." This man was a solitary confinement prisoner on the first floor, the cannibalistic and brutal torturer Findio. He asked again, "Remember me?" Just then, Findio stood up. "Looks like you've had a career change, huh? Doesn't seem to be going so well." Seo Kang-yu didn't answer his nonsense and just said coldly, "Choose between living and dying." Findio took off his gag, a vile expression on his face, and started rambling again. "If I knew we'd meet like this. You and your hero friends from your Equality Guild." The scene flashes back to the past where Findio had just been captured by the Equality Hero Squad and chained to a large rock. Back then, Seo Kang-yu was startled and glanced to the side. There he saw a pot with its lid slightly ajar, and inside was a bubbling red concoction. While Seo Kang-yu was still in a state of shock, the man spoke in a disgusting tone. "Doesn't it look delicious?" He then stuck out his dog-like tongue and made the most depraved face imaginable. "You look like you want to kill someone, don't you, Seo?" Kang-yu's eyes filled with hatred as he glared back. The man continued to provoke him. "But you won't dare kill me." Streams of furious energy began to overflow from Seo Kang-yu's hands. His comrades looked at him with great concern. Seo Kang-yu swung his fist toward the bastard Findio and roared, "I'll kill you." As he was overcome with rage and about to execute the prisoner, a shout rang out. Seo Kang-yu." When the other person appeared, his fist stopped. He looked over with a sorrowful expression and said, "Don't." Seo Kang-yu could only suppress his rage, but Findio continued to taunt him. "Look at your teammates. Look how disappointed they are." Back in the present, he raised his hand, which was glowing with power, and spoke. "If you don't answer, I'll take that as you choosing death." The lackey Findio continued to ramble. "You want to know why I kill people? I'm not interested." Seo Kang-yu had lost his patience long ago and wasn't about to listen to any more of his nonsense. In an instant, a flash of power shot out, and Findio's head flew from his body. But suddenly a voice still rang out, surprisingly. Findio's severed head was still grinning grotesquely. "I want them to remember me." He reappeared on the other side, raising his hands and speaking nonchalantly. "So I killed them and became the most memorable person in their lives." An image appeared of a person he had murdered looking up in despair. "When they die by my skill, they won't forget me." His image appeared in his victims' lives like a disgusting, venomous insect. The victim was trapped by a terrifying power, unable to escape. The man laughed proudly like a monster. "They will engrave my image into their very eyes. My Findio's ability is like proof. I can show you the memories of those I've killed." Seo Kang-yu just glanced at him, annoyed as he flaunted his cruelty. Strange, dark purple insects, just like his power, swarmed around the man. He began his arrogant rant again. "Should I show them to you one by one?" Just then, an image of a head appeared in his hand. The lackey Findio was about to say something about this child when in a flash his eyes lit up. Instantly, the arm that had just summoned the head was severed by a flash of power. This time the lackey Findio clutched the wound on his arm in pain. Only then did Seo Kang-yu speak up. "Is it because you're a prisoner in solitary confinement?" Seo Kang-yu formed his power into a sword, and grabbing it, he approached the struggling Findio. "I really want to shut that rambling mouth of yours for good." His image appeared like the Grim Reaper as he declared, "You don't have time to attack me with your little skills, do you?" At this, the man gasped. Then, sweating profusely, he asked, "Let me ask you one thing before I die. Do you remember the people you've killed?" Seo Kang-yu raised his sword and answered casually, "No, there's nothing worth remembering, especially trash like you." Suddenly, his gaze hardened. The lackey Findio grinned maliciously and created an image of his comrades in front of him to distract him. Lao Sa, with a sad look in his eyes, said, "Seo Kang-yu, don't." Seo Kang-yu froze, staring ahead. Two more teammates were also looking at him affectionately, calling out Seo Kang-yu. Findio, though drenched in sweat, still managed to put on a vile expression. "So, do you remember these people?" But Seo Kang-yu quickly regained his composure, swinging his sword despite their calls. "Seo Kang-yu, Seo Kang-yu." The illusion of Lao Sa was still calling his name when the powerful slash tore through it, instantly cutting the illusionary stream. That surge of power returned the space to reality. Seo Kang-yu's eyes were as sharp as a death god's as he hissed, "Are you done with your little tricks yet?" The lackey still wore a twisted grin and continued his nonsensical rambling. "I didn't expect you to cut down your own colleagues without even hesitating." Seo Kang-yu coldly retorted, "Weren't they?" At this, Findio frowned in confusion. Seo Kang-yu finished his sentence. "Just illusions." Immediately after the lackey, Findio's body was sliced in two by his powerful blade. As the prisoner's body fell to the ground, Seo Kang-yu stood over it, head bowed, and spoke. "And I'm not a hero anymore. I'm a jailer." Findio coughed up blood, but his mouth was still defiant. "What? You're not just a jailer." His eyes were slowly closing, but he struggled to finish his sentence. "You're a monster." But Seo Kang-yu just stood there in silence. Findio's last words ended his wicked life. A monster just like Hwang Seung-hwan. The words were a final attempt to strike at Seo Kang-yu, but he couldn't care less about such meaningless words now. He just turned and glared at the prisoner's corpse. The scene then shifts to Hwang Seung-hwan. He looked up with a bored expression. "Huh. What's this?" No resistance at all. The female prisoner in the corner had been beaten and knocked to the floor by him. Her face was blank, devoid of any emotion. Hwang Seung-hwan displayed a childish dissatisfaction that was utterly repulsive. "When are you coming down here?" "Seo Kang-yu. If not, maybe I should go up." He was scheming, having already taken out everyone inside. It was now nighttime, the bright moon peeking through the dark clouds. At that moment, 3 people were standing on a cliff observing. The man spoke up. "Lady Shinka, when are you going to start?" The woman called Shinka flashed a smile in response. "He's appeared, has he?" That he was Seo Kang-yu, who had just arrived on that floor. His expression was incredibly cold, hinting at the death that was about to unfold. Shinka covered her face, letting out an excited smile, and then exclaimed, "My dear husband." "Your husband?" one of the men asked in confusion as he watched Seo Kang-yu on the monitor. She smiled brightly and turned to reply, "Yes, my husband." The man whose name is Canis then said with a smirk, "Lady Shinka. Isn't your husband Hwang Seung-hwan?" Another one of the 3 named Ho also spoke up. "That's right. Isn't that why you attacked me to save him?" Canis continued. "And that guy over there is a hero. He's the least useful person for the development of humanity." Shinka replied nonchalantly, "He was a hero." Then her face twisted into a crazed expression as she exclaimed, "No, I don't see a hero at all." Everything fell silent after that statement. Meanwhile, Seo Kang-yu remained cold-faced but vigilant. Canis said, "Well, then you should choose just one." A woman named Gato added, "That's right, polygamy is illegal, you know." Shinka looked thoughtful as if choosing. "I wonder if he's younger or older. This is very important because they don't get along." 2 symbols in her pupils lit up. Whichever one survives is my destiny. As if she's some great prize to be one getting to choose. She wore a sinister look of anticipation. So who will it be? Just then, a ceiling full of lights appeared, and Jose Seo showed up behind Seo Kang-yu saying, "Good work, jailer Seo Kang-yu." Her sharp gaze fell on the prisoner's corpse as she continued, "You've already cleared out the first basement level." Then Jose Seo reminded him, "The prisoner's power will increase exponentially, so you should rest for a bit." Seo Kang-yu didn't let her finish, immediately refusing. No, he turned back, his face filled with resentment, and said, "I'm going down there right now. Open the door." Jose Seo was momentarily surprised, then replied, "Understood. Before you go down, I need to ask you a favor. Down here on basement level 2, there are still surviving guards sending a signal." An image appeared showing helpless guards surrounded by dangerous prisoners. "How many guards do you think are on each floor?" A female guard was gritting her teeth, raising her baton to defend herself. Seo Kang-yu immediately replied to Jose, "I don't know. But can we get them back to their families?" Jose Seo replied, "All the communication devices on basement level 1 are broken, so I don't know the exact number, but I'm certain there's only one person left." An image of bloodstains streaking across the floor appeared. They belonged to a guard who had been attacked and lost both his legs. He was trying to drag himself across the floor as all the communication devices on basement level 5 were still active. The camera feed showed the guard had managed to crawl into view, where he surely screamed desperately at the camera, "Help! Help me, somebody please." But just then, behind that poor guard, the inmate named Hwang Seung-hwan appeared with another prisoner. With a cruel look in his eyes, he reached out his hand. Instantly, the guard's face began to blister and swell, followed by a horrific explosion that sent a spray of blood splattering across the camera lens. Hwang Seung-hwan looked into the security camera with a triumphant, arrogant grin. "Let's give the guy watching upstairs a little show." In his hand, Hwang Seung-hwan was holding that disgusting round red mass. Seo Kang-yu adjusted his cap and said, "I'm going down." This startled everyone. Jose Seo responded, "I'll open the door between the 2 basement levels." Then she spoke into her radio to authorize it. A sliver of light appeared as the door began to move. While Seo Kang-yu waited for it to open, Jose Seo warned him one more time to be extremely careful, because the power difference between the prisoners on these 2 floors was like night and day. Just as she finished speaking, the door opened completely before his sharp gaze. Seo Kang-yu's eyes hardened the moment the door was open. A horde of savage prisoners rushed out, attacking Seo Kang-yu all at once. They were ecstatic, treating him like a new toy. "Ah ha ha, you son of a bitch. First one to land a hit wins." Then colorful flashes of light exploded everywhere. The prisoners, each holding a gun, took aim and fired mockingly, as if they knew someone would show up to receive this warm welcome. Seeing this, Jose Seo cried out in panic, "Seo Kang-yu." But her gaze quickly fell when she heard a voice. "You should worry about yourself before worrying about someone else." A massive hand reached out in front of Jose Seo as an inmate appeared with a delighted grin. "Mph." And his disgusting hand shot forward, successfully grabbing Jose Seo by the neck and lifting her up. He laughed with amusement, asking, "You're a guard, huh? What a rare opportunity. I've always wanted to smash that arrogant look right off your face." Jose Seo gritted her teeth, struggling to break free from his grasp. The prisoner grinned victoriously. "Should I do it right now?" Then he turned and arrogantly shouted, "Hey you idiots, it's a guard. The first one to catch him is the one who gets to." But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. While he was preoccupied with his despicable prize, all the other inmates from his cell were already sprawled on the ground, as if they'd caught the flu. The prisoner couldn't believe his eyes and muttered, "What the?" He immediately glanced up in fear and saw the image of Seo Kang-yu punching downward with a fist of death. It didn't take long for that immense wave of power to crash down. Seo Kang-yu punched relentlessly until the man's hand let go of Jose Seo. She fell to the ground, bewildered. Then a voice rang out, "Don't come down." Seo Kang-yu stood up, looked at her and said, "Basement level 2. His gaze was incredibly sharp, a silent reminder that it was too dangerous. Jose Seo could only nod in obedience. "Yes, I understand." But before he walked away, Jose Seo reached out and called to him. "Guard, Seo Kang-yu Tomoki. She's been captured on basement level 1. An image appeared of the woman completely bound in chains. At this, Seo Kang-yu just walked on in silence before finally replying, "I know." The scene changes to a special detention cell on the first floor where several thuggish-looking inmates were talking amongst themselves. "Did you hear that? Sounded like a scream." "You think he pulled it off?" Just then, a well-endowed female inmate with a mysterious expression spoke up. "Hey you morons, you really think he succeeded? Who among us do you think could really cause a commotion in here? I bet you have no idea." This woman was Tomoki, and she had killed 28 heroes. Tomoki then pointed to her own forehead, speaking with unbridled arrogance. "Do you know why villains stay villains? Because you're not smart enough, you, former hero." A curse rang out. "You bitch." A thuggish inmate walked closer, gritting his teeth as he glared down at her. "You want me to kill you?" Hearing this, Tomoki burst out laughing. "Pfft, Kill me. You've only ever killed nobodies. Have you ever actually killed someone with superpowers? The thug remained silent. She continued, pointing a finger proudly. No. Have you ever even fought one of them? Well, in case you don't know why I'm in here, it's because I'm the one who's been killing them. The thug began to radiate a murderous aura and snarled, I'm about to kill someone with superpowers right now. But in a flash, she shot out her claws, slashing a straight line right down from the top of the thug's head. Kill instantly. A spray of fresh blood erupted, and Tomoki's monstrous arm was covered in it. A chilling, murderous aura emanated from her as she said, So who's the one getting killed now? You moron. Everyone else in the room stood frozen in terror. She continued proudly, When I was a hero, I captured countless villains, so I know exactly how to capture people with superpowers. Using that knowledge, I've killed countless heroes. Tomoki stood before the body she had just split in two, smiling brightly as she spoke. And now I will teach those who join my side. She then disgustingly stuck out her tongue and licked a streak of blood from her hand. Then she declared, I will show you how to hunt someone with superpowers. At that moment, the scene shows Seo Kang-yu appearing in the dark prison. His sharp gaze was fixed forward as she continued, and more importantly, her face twisted into a smile, like that of a venomous snake as she spoke. I know what Seo Kang-yu's power is. An astonished voice rang out. How could you possibly know his power? Tomoki then sat down on a prisoner, who was bent over using him as a throne. She placed a hand on her chest and answered confidently, I was a hero once too, you know. I have very reliable sources. Another prisoner asked, So what if you know? What can you possibly do to him? He's a hero from Equality, an organization filled with first-rate heroes. That's a whole different league from a third-rate hero like you. At that, Tomoki put on a sinister expression. Then she began to explain that ever since Lao Sa became the chairman of Colty, there have been changes in the hero profession. First, they changed the way heroes operate. They're no longer allowed to execute prisoners at will. Second, they often hold group training sessions for all the heroes. Finally, the hero ranking system from 1 to 5 was abolished. Tomoki said confidently. I'm bringing this up because the time Seo Kang-yu joined Equality was when the ranking system was under maintenance. Seo Kang-yu was given special admission despite having no notable achievements or, in other words, he got in through connections. There are even rumors he's Lao Sa's lover. The other prisoner was still a bit hesitant. To be honest, I've never seen him fight, but the way he cleared the first floor in the blink of an eye means he must be at least rank 3 in power, a whole level above us. But Tomoki just laughed scornfully. The first floor is full of insects that even you guys could handle. The one with the spiky crest, Choi Mok-gang, killed 1,738 people, and the one with the vertical scar, Hihon Hyun-woo, killed 1,983. Her voice rang out again. Could do that easily. The one with the big round eyes, Kurian, killed 2,270 people. And the one with the pensive narrow eyes, Mizu Jonak, killed 3,521. Right, a big strong guy who looks pretty young. Spick killed 6,435 people. The other prisoners were still confused. Tomoki continued, I'm not saying Seo Kang-yu is weak. He's strong for sure. But she said with utter confidence, I know his weakness so we can team up to take him down. Just then, Spick asked, You know his weakness? She replied casually. Hey, why do you guys have to think so hard? How long are you going to stand there thinking? Make a decision. Hurry up. Those guys were still hesitating while Seo Kang-yu was walking in. He's almost here. Hearing this, the other prisoners frantically raised their hands. I'll join me too. Only Spick remained silent, so she turned and asked, What about you? He then made his decision. I'm in too. What's the plan? Since the last century, when humans first began to awaken superpowers, scientists, through their research, divided superpowers into 3 main types. The type that can transform or strengthen the body is the physical ability group. The type with the ability to create objects from nothing is the creation ability. Those with powers that don't fall into the other 2 groups are called special abilities. Those prisoners were now standing there staring straight ahead waiting. Just then, a familiar hat appeared. Seo Kang-yu walked through the door, met by the prisoners' anticipation. He's here. Immediately, 2 of them locked eyes, creating sparks of lightning. Those powerful lightning sparks shot directly into the eyes of another prisoner. Target acquired. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy flowed into Spick's head. He spoke up asking, Do you see him? Tomoki, still sitting casually on someone's back, answered, I do. Physical ability, brainwave communication. Her 2 eyes were now also filled with that bright lightning. She confidently analyzed Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu's power is a physical type, just like mine. Tomoki thought she knew Seo Kang-yu's weakness because she watched him train every day. Training robot HL-12 enter combat practice mode. Back then, she'd watched him scornfully thinking, Look at him. At that time, he was training with a giant robot in light combat practice mode. Back in the present, Seo Kang-yu had walked in and stood before the group of prisoners delivering his trademark line. Are the monitoring devices on good? If you want to die right away, just let me know. Suddenly, a bright flash of power shot down from the ceiling aimed right at him. Not long after, a brilliant explosion went off right next to Seo Kang-yu. She was still thinking confidently. He didn't dodge, did he? Just then, an excited prisoner stretched out his hand, unleashing his power. Tomoki used several cell doors to form a defensive line, letting the prisoners with creation and special abilities attack relentlessly. The prisoners continuously launched their powers towards Seo Kang-yu. Spick, still wearing that power-infused device, spoke up. You were right, he's just standing there and taking it. Tomoki just smiled, satisfied. But Tomoki also knew the reason Seo Kang-yu didn't dodge these attacks was because a huge explosion erupted, but it couldn't even damage him. After the explosion cleared, Seo Kang-yu was still standing there, completely unfazed. From behind him, a seemingly much stronger power rushed forward, but Tomoki had another card up her sleeve, which was this very attack from behind. Seo Kang-yu coldly turned his head and glanced up at a ranged attack. His calm eyes suddenly filled with shock. Seo Kang-yu's body was struck and distorted by that power surge. His hand also changed slightly as it endured the attack. After the attack faded, Seo Kang-yu stood there, motionless. The one who had just launched that long-range attack grinned triumphantly. Done. At that moment, a small node on Seo Kang-yu's collar flashed. A power-restricting device. Just like you said, I collected these from the warden's corpses, a hand said, holding out the collar. It was Spick. He still asked with some doubt, but will it work? This stuff is from the first basement level. Tomoki immediately confirmed, it'll be fine. We just need to put more on him. It's from the first basement, so for a rank 2 hero 10 should be enough. Shinkan, a rank 1 hero, would lose all their power with 15 of them on. Million can attach them to him with his skill. The one called Million, holding a pile of those devices, smiled and replied, sure thing. He had killed 2,421 people, and his special ability was telekinesis. Tomoki spoke again. Just to be safe, put 30 on him. Seo Kang-yu's body was now covered with countless power-restricting devices. He remained motionless. Seeing this, the others cheered excitedly. You're finished, you bastard. We've stuck power-restricting devices all over you. However, there were 3 flaws in Tomoki's plan. Very quickly, those guys stopped their celebration, their joy replaced by stunned horror. The power-restricting device on Seo Kang-yu's neck slowly started to crack. His eyes flashed burning bright like a wild beast's. First, the power radiating from him was as strong as ever, not restricted in the slightest. Seo Kang-yu's power. The horrified prisoners looked up as the power-restricting devices broke apart and flew through the air, followed by a godlike fist descending upon them. Seo Kang-yu's punch cracked them open just like the prisoners on the first floor. It was many times stronger than a rank 1 hero's. The prisoner coughed up blood from the backlash. The lightning-powered helmet shattered to pieces. Spick cried out in terror. The restricting devices are all broken. Tomoki, having lost all her previous arrogance, stared at the scene without blinking and uttered, "What the hell?" Immediately, a blood-curdling scream echoed. Arg. The prisoners turned to run from Seo Kang-yu's gaze. Damn it, Tomoki quickly yelled. Plan B. Tell them to initiate Plan B. Spick sent a telepathic message. Shinkaryon, initiate Plan B. Just then a voice rang out warning Seo Kang-yu to stand still. An innocent person was being choked by a grotesque hand. The prisoner had grabbed a poor prison guard and was using him to threaten Seo Kang-yu. If you move, I'll kill this guy. Then the whole group of inmates arrogantly brought out the other guards to use as leverage against him, if you want to save them. But at that moment, he just casually raised his hand. Instantly, the inmates who had been holding the guards were grabbed by his power. Their second mistake. Fresh blood splattered into the air. A guard looked to his side in absolute horror. The hands of those inmates let go of the guards in pain. On the other side, Seo Kang-yu had still only pointed a single finger, but the force he unleashed was the complete opposite of that small gesture. Seo Kang-yu's ability was a physical type, but the guard, his eyes wide with terror, exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Deadly streams of red blood appeared inside the prison cell. Before he died, the man was still in shock, unable to finish his sentence about this kind of power. The scene inside the prison was absolutely brutal. With just one finger, Seo Kang-yu had dealt with the inmates, swiftly leaving them in a large pool of blood. The other guards had been rescued. It worked just like a superpower. Their third and final mistake. A few inmates were hiding in a corner, panicking amongst themselves. Damn it, what do we do now? Should we put on the monitoring devices? Just then, one of the prisoners reached out. He was breaking out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, "I'll put on the monitoring device, please spare me." But before he could even finish his sentence, his pupils contracted instantly and a huge spray of blood shot into the air. For those who regretted their actions too late, Seo Kang-yu had no patience. He continued to sweep through the prison, relentlessly. His power spread through the air. The inmates on the upper floors could only await their death at the hands of the Grim Reaper in terror. At that moment, Seo Kang-yu's lips parted. "You're too late. People like you will never be forgiven." As he spoke, the blue, lightning-like energy exploded. An inmate was drenched in a cold sweat. It was Spick. he exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it. Then he turned to Tomoki and demanded, what the hell is he? Shinkari thing's ruined. Don't you have any other plans? She was still sitting in a corner biting her nails. No way. How can this be? Spick lost all patience and turned to yell at her. Hey, say something. Damn it, I never should have trusted you. At that, Tomoki finally replied. You said the restraint devices couldn't stop him, even when he was wearing 30 of them. Spick shot back. I'll wear the monitoring device. That way I still have a chance to live. Hearing that, she gritted her teeth in fury. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Tomoki's eyes glowed like a demon's as she turned around and plunged her grotesque hand through Spick's stomach. Huh, she screamed madly. Who do you think you're talking to, huh? You think we're on the same level just because we're locked on the same floor? Tomoki looked down at the man she had just killed and said confidently, I'm almost strong enough to be a rank 1 hero. But then she couldn't hide her own panic, gritting her teeth and muttering, but are those devices really all broken? If he's that strong, why isn't he fighting on the front lines? Tomoki looked up and screamed, none of this makes any sense. I don't get it. Suddenly, her eyes darted to the side, noticing something. It was a prison guard trying to sneak away. After seeing the evil look in Tomoki's eyes, the terrified guard screamed for help. Please save me. Somebody please help me. Help. But in her rage, she swung her arm aiming to stab him. Unexpectedly, a bolt of energy shot past, severing Tomoki's wrist. She looked down in horror at her bleeding, severed arm. Seo Kang-yu had appeared just in time, his own hand looking even more monstrous. He called out, Hero Tomoki. The guard, having just survived a terrifying ordeal, got up and screamed. Meanwhile, Seo Kang-yu was still radiating, killing intent as he asked death row inmate Tomoki, do you have any last words? Tomoki just let out a mocking laugh. Ha ha ha, damn it. I'm finished. Faced with her shamelessness, Seo Kang-yu asked, are those your last words? She continued her rambling nonsense. Is it true that all the other heroes are dead except for you? Seo Kang-yu answered calmly. That's right. At that, Tomoki flashed a grotesque smile. Heh heh heh. So Tom is dead too. An image of Tom bound by countless chains appeared. Seo Kang-yu just watched her in silence. She asked again, heh, so she's dead. I told her not to become a hero. What a stupid little sister. Then her tone became provocative. You're a member of equality, yet you kill people. Do the other heroes know? You know how hard Lao Sa tried to change this whole hero industry. But because of you, everything's back to the way it was. I wonder if Lao Sa will be sad in the afterlife. His eyes turned sharp and cold as he stared at her. Such long last words. This hero business wasn't a normal line of work. That's what Tomoki realized after she became one. But destroying villains didn't mean that all heroes were righteous. Just then a cry for help rang out. Please save me. A girl was being held at knife point by a thug. Please, I'm begging you, the thug yelled. Stay back if you move. The poor girl was terrified. At that moment, a flash of light shot past. A hero slashed through the air, cutting the thug in half. But the slash also hit the girl, who couldn't escape it. When on a mission, even if civilians died, a hero's status was absolute. This hero, after killing a civilian, still wore a self-satisfied smile, having completed his mission. The reason Tomoki became a hero was simple. Back then, she was still a young girl. I'll always help you, sis. The two held hands tightly. Her younger sister Tom said happily, You're amazing, just like a hero. Tom, who had no powers, depended heavily on her older sister, who possessed a powerful ability. But Tomoki, seeing her sister's amazement, asserted, That's right, isn't it? Your big sister is amazing, right? Her personality warped into that of a hero under a clear blue sky, saving people. A girl she had just saved was huddled on the ground and said gratefully, Thank you for saving me. Tomoki smugly replied, Oh, it was nothing. But instead of feeling proud, she covered her face, reveling in her own self-satisfaction. I'm just doing the right thing. She felt a sense of superiority. Tomoki continued her work as a hero. Finally, on one mission, she killed a villain. It was the first time she had killed someone. At that moment, Tomoki's expression twisted and contorted. For the first time in her life, she touched her own face, then threw her head back and laughed maniacally at the sky. She felt so superior. Tears streamed from her eyes. Killing people is so thrilling. After that, Tomoki went on a killing spree. Villains, civilians, heroes, she killed them all, without exception. Of all things, Tomoki loved killing heroes who were weaker than her the most. The feeling of betrayal, the shock, and in the end, they lost all hope of happiness. Please, the hero weaker than her begged, please spare me. That expression drove Tomoki wild. But you can't hide a secret forever. Tom had already grown suspicious of Tomoki. She was always coming home late, reeking of blood. So, that day, Tom decided to follow her. What she saw made her eyes glaze over in horror. Right before the little girl's eyes was the image of her sister committing mass murder, witnessing her own sister killing someone. Tom was so stunned she could only cry out. Startled, Tomoki turned to look at her little sister, her face splattered with blood. Tom, didn't I tell you not to stay out so late? So much for that. Her hand was still gripping the head of some poor soul. She didn't show a hint of guilt. Instead, a thrilled smile spread across her face as she tried to lure her own sister into her crimes. "Wanna join in?" Tom's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" But Tomoki just got more frantic, swinging her hand down. "If you won't, then I'll do it myself." Just then, a loud swoosh echoed, making her look up, startled. No. It was a chain glowing with a purple light shooting down and binding her hand. And on that very day, Tom awakened her powers. Her first act as a new hero. With tears streaming down her face, Tom pointed a finger and cried out, "Sister." From that moment on, Tom became a hero and began her relentless pursuit of her sister, who had become a villain. An image of Tomoki appears bound, yet still wearing that wicked grin. After finally capturing her sister, Tomoki just sneered. "So you finally caught me, huh?" Tomoki then provoked her further. "So you're not calling me Big Sis anymore. How sad. Your powers are getting stronger, but it's a shame they're just for summoning and not a physical type. People without physical abilities are just so pathetic." Tom just stared silently at her sister. Tomoki became even more unhinged. They can only kill from a distance. They'll never know the ultimate thrill of tearing someone apart with your own hands. "You've never understood me, have you?" Hearing those words, Tom cried out, "I never had a sister like you." Back in the present, Tomoki asked, "Did Tom die in agony?" Seo Kang-yu replied coldly, "Tom." He recalled the image of her falling during her fight with Hwang Seung-hwan. When Seo Kang-yu found her, Tom was crying out in pain. "It hurts. So much." Tears streamed down the girl's face. "Save me, big sis." Back in the prison cell, Seo Kang-yu continued. "She was calling your name when she died." Tomoki fell silent for a moment, then muttered, "I shouldn't have asked." Just then, a surging power began to emanate from her. "It just makes me feel worse." A sharp blade sprouted from her arm, and her whole body transformed, becoming more grotesque. Then she leaped forward. Seo Kang-yu remained perfectly calm, standing his ground. Tomoki charged, thrusting her blade straight at him, but suddenly her eyes widened in panic when the tip of her blade passed through empty air. Seo Kang-yu had already appeared behind Tomoki. She gritted her teeth, struggling to withstand his power. Then, the two of them charged at each other. A glint appeared in Tomoki's eyes. Instantly, a kick from Seo Kang-yu sent her flying backward, creating a huge explosion. A massive cloud of dust and smoke billowed out. Seo Kang-yu stood waiting in front of it. Just then, she lunged down from the ceiling. Tomoki gritted her teeth and charged at him again, but Seo Kang-yu simply delivered a light punch to her stomach. Tomoki coughed up a spray of fresh blood, then collapsed to the ground, unable to take any more. She glared up at Seo Kang-yu, gritting her teeth in fury. Seo Kang-yu looked down at her with his blood-red eyes and said, "Shinkan, if you're a criminal, I take no pleasure in killing a colleague." To his surprise, she spoke up. "In that case, can you?" A crazed smile spread across her face as she cried out, "Spare me." She collapsed to the floor. "You're a hero. You made a promise, right?" He just replied coldly, "I'm not a hero anymore." Tomoki continued to beg desperately, but still, "Please, please spare me." She grabbed onto Seo Kang-yu's leg in terror. I don't want to die. He said, "The state you're in right now. This is a sight you've seen often, isn't it?" Visions of her victims appeared begging in pain and desperation. "Spare me, please spare me, Tomoki." Seo Kang-yu's eyes were sharp as knives. "What did you do to those who begged you for mercy?" A twisted smile spread across Tomoki's face once more. "Haha, you son of a bitch." Seo Kang-yu didn't let her say another word, raising his powerful fist again. Outside, dark clouds gathered, as the sounds of Seo Kang-yu's battle echoed throughout the prison. Hearing it, the Canis group who were watching from nearby let out an excited cry. "Did you guys hear that explosion? That has to be Seo Kang-yu, right? Oh, what now?" That Shinka girl looked incredibly excited, charming someone in the process. The other prison guards, however, were terrified. "What the hell is going on?" They panicked. But for someone else, a familiar hat made its appearance. That guy, Hwang Seung-hwan, cheered happily. Seo Kang-yu was making their expectations run even higher. At that moment, Hwang Seung-hwan felt a rush of excitement and cried out, much to the confusion of the girl next to him, "This is no good. I have to get up there now." As he spoke, his face twisted into a terrifying demonic expression, and he reached out his hand. But suddenly, a wave of power sent Hwang Seung-hwan flying sideways. His entire body slammed into the wall, creating a huge explosion. The hat on his head flew off and clattered to the ground. "Whoa!" Hwang Seung-hwan's eyes widened as he looked at the person in front of him and exclaimed, "Well, this is a surprise." A voice rang out, "How boring, you little punk." Someone stepped forward to the astonishment of both Hwang Seung-hwan and the female prisoner. It was an old inmate with a wrinkled face who spoke. "Want to play with Grandpa?" The man's name was Kingston. Hwang Seung-hwan picked up his hat, placed it back on his head, and gave a mocking laugh. "Ah, you're so scary, old man." Kingston flashed a grotesque smile in return and asked, "You scared Basement 5, prisoner number 001. I'm just a kind old man who wants to play with the kids." Just then, a panicked voice cried out, "Sir, Director Seo." He stood up and asked, "What is it?" A prison guard was observing through the cameras quickly reported that Kingston and Hwang Seung-hwan had just come face to face on the 5th basement level. Hearing this, Jose So looked pleased and said, "That's fantastic. The warden looked confused. Mm-hmm. She continued. One of them is going to have to die. Personally, I want Kingston to win. He's not as dangerous as Hwang Seung-hwan. Hwang Seung's eyes narrowed dangerously, a red glint flashing within them. Why is that woman with him? An image of the female prisoner with Hwang Seung-hwan appeared on the screen. Back in the cell, Hwang Seung-hwan spoke up. Hey old man. You want to play with me, Kingston replied, with a wide smile. Of course. He then put on the innocent face of a pouting child and said, but I don't wanna. Is that okay? But then Kingston's eyes blazed with a dangerous light as he said, but this old man insists on playing with you. Kingston was the first inmate of Lucillus Prison, the oldest prisoner on death row. Unlike the other prisoners on the 4th and 5th basement levels who had killed millions, he had only killed 3 people. The first to die was the strongest and most evil villain of that era, Caracas. The other 2 who died were the most talented heroes of that time, Clark and Hilo. He appeared out of nowhere and killed the 3 strongest people alive. His face covered in blood, he cried out, I've killed all who were called unbeatable. Am I unbeatable now? At that time, Kingston stood before everyone and asked, it's useless. He let himself be captured by the government. In terms of risk, he was the lowest, but he surrendered after killing only a few people. And that was also a time when the relationship between the government and the Hero Association wasn't very good. He managed to avoid execution for 30 years. Returning to the present, Kingston held out his hand, speaking with a gentle expression, I'm not going to kill you. We just need to play a little gently. I'd feel guilty if I stomped on a budding sprout. Hwang Seung-hwan finally got serious and prepared to respond. All right then. And just like that, a hand was raised, followed by the dead bodies of the poor wardens. The corpses floated in mid-air, controlled by Hwang Seung-hwan. A second later, the bodies turned into lumps of flesh, suspended in the air. He said with a cold expression, let's have a little fun. Hwang Seung-hwan then launched the round balls of flesh to attack Kingston. Kingston just stood there calmly waiting. After a moment, he finally raised his hand, and continuously deflected them at a speed invisible to the naked eye, meeting the incoming flesh balls. One hand would catch them, while the other would poke out and destroy them. Streams of power swirled through the air. Kingston's hands moved like a blur in front of him. After a moment, the stream of power formed a vortex. Kingston then combined both hands to generate that power. His eyes had now become sharp. His sharp hands thrust forward, the threads of his clothes fluttering wildly. The balls of flesh shot straight back. Instantly, the flesh balls exploded into large splatters of blood in the air. The drops of blood rained down. Hwang Seung-hwan stared up pensively at the bloody rain. At this, Kingston glanced up with his sharp eyes and gave a sinister smile. When it was over, he spoke up. I thought you used psychokinesis. But your current attacks and defenses are like this. So you're not a psychokinesis user. Do you have any other way to attack? The man replied. I thought about that too. I know. Playing with an old man is boring. What's the fun in killing someone who's about to die anyway? Kingston was briefly stunned, then narrowed his eyes and remarked. You really are an arrogant brat. I've met many people like you. It's like a frog in a well. They all think they're the strongest. His feet glided gently across the ground. When he stomped one foot down hard, it created massive cracks in the floor. Shards of stone flew into the air, and full of pride, Kingston appeared from behind the shower of debris he had created. At that moment, a terrified scream rang out. Ah, the warden cried out in a panic. At this rate, the basement level is going to collapse. Hwang Seung quickly reminded him, stop making a fuss. Shinkan, the power of a class 1 or 2 hero can't destroy this prison. How can it be destroyed when there are 20 layers of special walls? Shinkarion calmed down. Inside, Kingston's face darkened as he exclaimed, I'm going to fix that attitude of yours. With that, he rushed forward. As the floor continued to crumble, he vanished. Hwang Seung-hwan stood there, observing the scene before him. When he looked up, his eyes widening in shock. An image appeared of Kingston stomping down on Hwang Seung-hwan. His foot was about to stomp on the man's face. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, obscuring everything. Outside, the sky was still thick with dark clouds. Inside, the warden was still screaming. Shinkan Hwang Seung had to raise her arm to shield herself from the tremor. Meanwhile, Seo Kang-yu was still standing silently outside. Hwang Seung quickly asked, is everything all right? The warden was still too terrified to speak. See, Commander, who won? She grew impatient. That's not it, the warden replied, facing Hwang Seung's sharp gaze. At that moment inside the dungeon, the man was still standing in terror, watching the cracks shatter before him. The warden turned and reported, Commander, all the walls have been breached. Hwang Seung broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed in shock, we're doomed. Inside, Hwang Seung-hwan looked at the ruined walls and cheered. Whoa, it's like a human drill. How far did he get? A voice rang out asking, is this enough to get you interested? He looked down and wondered aloud. Should we follow him? Suddenly, another group of people appeared and said, why would you follow that old man? Those words came from a familiar, arrogant mouth. Shinka appeared with her 2 henchmen. She sat on the ground, laughed, and said, wouldn't it be much more fun to talk to me? In the observation room, Jose Seo and the warden were both baffled when they saw this, exclaiming, "Huh, huh." Meanwhile, Jose Seo turned around, glared and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Shinka replied, "Let's have a chat and you'll find out who I am." As Jose Seo got a clearer look, she cried out in alarm. That woman, how is she on the 5th basement level?" The warden was still stunned. "What is this?" Over on the other side, Shinka looked up, but before that she pointed directly at the screen and said, "You people watching get lost." The screen immediately went black. Jose Seo slammed her hand on the table in anger, gritting her teeth. Damn it. Meanwhile, our main character was still standing silently outside the door. Seo Kang-yu spoke into the communicator on his collar. "Commander, the 1st basement floor is clear. Please open the door to the 2nd basement." But the voice on the other end was breaking up. "Seo Kang-yu, wait." Seo Kang-yu stood there waiting. After a while, he grew a little anxious and called again, "Commander." There was no response and the line went dead. The space fell silent once more. Perhaps the signal was weak because Seo Kang-yu didn't wait any longer and pried the heavy door open with his bare hands. The door gradually opened, revealing a sinister light. His expression was sharp as he continued. "She went down to the lower basement floors. As I went down the stairs to the 2nd basement, it was different from the 1st floor and the 1st basement, where I could smell blood even before entering. Here, there was no smell at all." Seo Kang-yu pressed his lips together warily. It was too clean, everything was too calm. There wasn't a single body in sight. The lights were still flickering, but there wasn't a single person. As Seo Kang-yu stepped inside, a sudden scream caught his attention. "Ugh!" A female guard came running out in a panic, yelling, "Don't come near me." Meanwhile, a horde of monsters with sharp teeth was chasing after her. The excited monsters bared their jagged teeth. The female guard screamed as she ran, "Don't come any closer." But when she ran out and saw Seo Kang-yu standing there, the girl couldn't help but be surprised. She ran towards him, calling out loudly, Seo Kang-yu." The girl called him by the wrong name, which startled Seo Kang-yu. Just a reminder, Seo Kang-yu is the name of the main character's brother. The female guard was desperate as the monsters closed in to kill her. Instantly, a wave of power grazed past the girl and obliterated the monsters. The girl collapsed to the ground next to the monsters' corpses. What beside her, Seo Kang-yu's fist was radiating a murderous aura. Only then did he speak up and ask if she was okay. The girl probably hadn't heard the news of the main character's brother's sacrifice, so she rushed over in a panic and hugged Seo Kang-yu, calling out the name Kang-ho. She then looked up at him and said cheerfully, "Weren't you supposed to be on the 5th basement floor? Hey, what was that just now? Do you have superpowers? That's amazing. But have you been hiding your powers all this time?" Seo Kang-yu immediately pushed the girl away and said, his eyes were sharp as he stated, "I'm Seo Kang-yu's younger brother." Hearing this, the girl exclaimed in shock, The hero, Seo Kang-yu." Then she wondered, "Why are you wearing a guard's uniform?" "Ah, no, why are you here?" he replied. "So you're my brother's colleague." Seo Kang-yu warned her, "It's dangerous here." Suddenly she said, I'm very sorry to hear you say that, young master." This shocked him. He then asked, "Who are you?" The girl placed a hand on her chest and replied cheerfully, "This is the first time we've met, isn't it? I should have been the one to greet you first." Then she held out her hand and said with a smile, "I'm your sister-in-law. You look a lot like your brother, you know." Hearing this, Seo Kang-yu was utterly stunned and speechless. At that moment in the special detention room on the 2nd basement floor, a voice called out, "Male." Someone with a darkened face spoke up, "It seems an intruder has arrived here." The girl called Male replied with a dangerous expression, "That's right, brother." A group of both humans and monsters was locked inside. This intruder has committed so many sins. The girl named Male held something and replied, "He killed my dogs." A prisoner named Me said nonchalantly, "Is that so? Well then hell awaits him." The scene shifts back to Seo Kang-yu. The girl spoke up, "I've only seen you in photos or videos." She then smiled brightly and introduced herself, "But seeing you in person is so much better. I am guard Hong Jia from Lucillus Prison." Seo Kang-yu replied, "I heard he had a girlfriend, but other than that I don't know anything else." Hong Jia chuckled and scratched her head. Actually." She gestured with 2 fingers towards her stomach. "Here." Hong Jia cradled her stomach with a happy expression. "Inside here is the child who will call you uncle." Seo Kang-yu's eyes showed clear shock as he exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" She replied just as cheerfully, "It's not very noticeable yet, is it? It's been less than a month. I only found out recently myself. And because of what happened with Kang-ho, I didn't want to reveal it too soon." After a moment of shock, he uttered, "Is what you're saying true?" Seeing his serious expression, Hong Jia became confused and asked, "Yes, is there a problem?" Seo Kang-yu looked away, avoiding her gaze as he replied, "No." She asked again, "Seo Kang-yu, what are you doing here? Did you come to quell the riot, but you're also wearing a guard's uniform?" Seo Kang-yu replied, "I've been assigned as a special guard to execute the prisoners in Lucillus Prison." Hong Jia was completely shocked to hear this. She was in disbelief. "You're an executioner, why would you?" she asked, bewildered. Was it an order from the warden? Seo Kang-yu then explained. It seems they didn't inform everyone, so I'll give you a brief explanation. After he recounted the situation, Hong Jia exclaimed in shock. An electromagnetic pulse attack. Who would do that? Seo Kang-yu replied. They're still investigating the matter. Tears welled up in Hong Jia's eyes as she grew anxious, and quickly asked, what about Kang Ho? He must have been on the 5th basement floor for the execution. Seo Kang-yu didn't know how to answer. My brother. He just watched Hong Jia stand there holding her belly as tears streamed down her face. Seo Kang-yu couldn't bring himself to say it, he could only close his eyes helplessly. Then he changed the subject. There was a distress signal from the 5th basement floor. Hearing this, Hong Jia placed a hand on her chest and sighed in relief. Ah, thank God. Seeing her like this, Seo Kang-yu could only bow his head in silence. Then he said, it's dangerous here, so you should go upstairs. I'll take you. No way. Hong Jia said, if you want to go down to the lower floors, you're going to need me. He asked in surprise. Why? Hong Jia explained, when I look at a target, I have the ability to read their memories. Her special ability was psychometry. Then she waved her hands and said, I haven't read your memories, Seo Kang-yu, so don't worry. I don't use my power so carelessly. Seo Kang-yu could only stare at her speechless. Hong Jia continued, I use this ability for the prisoner's psychological therapy, and I use it to determine if what they did was truly a crime. Seo Kang-yu then asked, but how is your ability useful to me? She explained. Right now, the special detention room on the 2nd basement floor is being controlled by Miel and Mael. They are two brothers with a special summoning ability. Their power grants them strength. The monsters that appear turn others into puppets by piercing their hearts. Right now, all the prisoners on the 2nd basement floor are their puppets. Seo Kang-yu then spoke up to her surprise. I already know a little about their abilities. They're Mago's disciples. An image of Mago appeared. I already know this, so please head upstairs. Seo Kang-yu said, pointing upwards. Seo Kang-yu quickly added, some of the fighting puppets under those two siblings' control are wardens. Hearing this, he just pressed his lips together in silence. Hong Jia's expression was more serious than ever. Among those fighting puppets, you won't be able to tell the prisoners from the wardens. But with my memory-reading ability, I can tell them apart, Seo Kang-yu replied. If they've become puppets, doesn't that mean they're all dead? What's the point of telling them apart, Hong Jia explained. No, they're still alive. When those two siblings stop using their powers, they'll return to normal. He was certain of one thing, those two would never do that. But Hong Jia was stubborn, wasn't she? She placed a hand on her chest and said confidently, I can persuade them. He said worriedly, in your condition, it's too dangerous. Suddenly, Hong Jia said, before I was a mother, I was and still am a warden, so I must carry out my duty. At that moment, an image of Seo Kang-yu's older brother seemed to appear within her. Seo Kang-yu pressed his lips together, silently looking at Hong Jia, then he reached out his hand and spoke. All right. Just then, streams of Seo Kang-yu's power enveloped Hong Jia, startling her. The streams of power lifted her into the air, leaving her completely astonished. Whoa, then she asked, hey, what is this? Seo Kang-yu looked up and replied, my ability. It will protect you from danger. Hong Jia frantically called down, wait, but won't this put you at a disadvantage? This is strange. The two of them were still heading toward their target. Just then, Hong Jia let out a sound. Before them were puppets, indistinguishable as wardens or prisoners. Their entire bodies, like blocks of stone, controlled by a golden ring attached to their heads. Hong Jia immediately said that this was the older brother Miel's ability, and please remember that he has captured many wardens. Seo Kang-yu stared straight ahead and asked, which one of them are wardens? Wait a moment. Hong Jia replied, then closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her pupils were glowing, her eyes continuously scanning the puppets. Then she gave her results. The two in the back are wardens. First, we need to defeat them and group them together. Suddenly, Hong Jia looked down at her hands in alarm. She was now hidden behind Seo Kang-yu's protective circle. She called out anxiously. I can't see anything, mister. Seo Kang-yu, what is this? Hong Jia kept crying out from inside, but her voice was no longer clear. Seo Kang-yu then spoke grimly. The difference between them. Streams of his power shot across the floor. The ones who are still alive. The rays of his power attacked the identical puppets. Are the wardens. At that moment, his power wrapped tightly around two puppets. Another puppet, unaffected by the power, leaped up and charged, intending to attack Seo Kang-yu. The puppet's eye sockets were empty. Seo Kang-yu threw a single punch straight into the puppet's face, shattering its head. With sharp eyes, he declared, and the ones who are dead are the prisoners. Now it's clear. The horde of puppets now all rushed to attack him, but Seo Kang-yu easily took care of them with a single punch. The puppets kept rushing in like moths to a flame, only to be incinerated by Seo Kang-yu's power. His eyes grew more ferocious with each passing moment. With one punch, he instantly slashed through the puppets that were prisoners. Meanwhile, Hong Jia was still protected inside that circle, unable to see anything outside. Just then, an orb appeared, showing an image of Seo Kang-yu wiping out the prisoner puppets. The siblings, Mael and Miel, were both watching through it. The younger sister Mael spoke up, brother, this outsider. Do you think he's stronger than Master? Miel hesitated slightly. Ah well. The younger sister Mael then remembered Lao Sa and asked again, what about that woman? Miel was silent. When his little sister didn't get an answer, she called out brother. She moved closer and hugged her brother's arm, saying weakly, I'm scared. Looking through the orb, Miel replied, don't worry. Countless more puppets appeared around the two of them. He hugged his little sister tightly to comfort her. If that's all he's got, he can't kill us. A sharp image of Seo Kang-yu appeared. Back on the other side, Hong Jia was trying to shout. Unable to stand, not seeing anything, she finally asked, why did you lock me in here? Seo Kang-yu stood there and replied grimly, did I surprise you? I apologize. I should have told you beforehand. Hong Jia immediately asked, how did this happen? He explained, to clear up any misunderstanding. I've pushed the wardens to one side. As for the prisoners, they've all been executed. She exclaimed in astonishment. Executed. Hearing this, she asked in shock, but isn't the execution device on the 5th basement level? Seo Kang-yu replied grimly, I executed them with my own hands. Hong Jia cried out, what you mean you executed them yourself, Mr. Seo Kang-yu? He looked up and asked, is there a problem? She hesitated slightly. Who decided this? His gaze was sharp as he answered bluntly, I did. Hong Jia asked in alarm, did the warden agree? He simply replied, I did. Suddenly she was speechless. What are you trying to do? Hong Jia asked, gritting her teeth. Seo Kang-yu looked up, confused. Mr. Seo Kang-yu, is everything all right? Seo Kang-yu replied coldly. As a warden, I'm just doing what needs to be done. There's no problem at all. But Hong Jia retorted, as a warden, you shouldn't have. We're not supposed to kill them. Our job is to rehabilitate the prisoners and make them better people. So what if I'm a warden? Seo Kang-yu couldn't stand it anymore and cut her off. Enough. I'm sick of hearing such idealistic nonsense. A hero's job is to save people, not kill them. Only the law has the right to judge others. His face was filled with anger as he said, I know that all too well. The result of pursuing those ideals is someone getting brutally murdered by an unreasonable beast. Frankly, it doesn't matter whether I'm a warden or a hero. I'm just doing the work I should have done a long time ago, executing the beasts who have given up on being human. Hong Jia stammered Mr. Seo Kang-yu, in the end, they're still human. He was so angry, he was speechless. What did you say? Hong Jia looked down in shock. He then roared indignantly, how can you think that? You call them human. From the 2nd basement level down are criminals who have murdered hundreds of thousands of innocent people. All of them deserve to die. In the past, there were people who were wrong, but after the appearance of psychics, there have been no more cases of wrongful convictions or injustice. Hong Jia, you know this, don't you? But Hong Jia still tried to rationalize her opinion, saying they all have their own stories. He was at a loss for words. TSK, a story, she said again. Especially Miel and Mael. Seo Kang-yu cut her off. So what, Shinkaryon in this world has their own story? Don't the victims they murdered have stories too? Finally, a bewildered Hong Jia looked down. Seo Kang-yu then made his decision. They'll either die by my hand or by the death penalty. What's the difference? Isn't that right, Hong Jia? She continued. A death penalty isn't the same as a massacre. It's honestly infuriating to meet a saint like this. Hong Jia would have to hear that her lover was killed by a prisoner to know what real suffering is. At this point, Seo Kang-yu lost his patience and yelled, enough, don't say another word. He raised his hand. Then he gave her a stern warning. This ends here. If you keep acting like this, I'll send you to the upper floor. I'll handle this my way. Hong Jia could only break out in a cold sweat and remain silent. Inside the prison, everything was hazy and indistinct. Seo Kang-yu was still walking forward with Hong Jia, following behind, carried by his protective circle. Just then, red control circles appeared, followed by puppets that looked stronger than before. Seo Kang-yu spoke up, asking, which one of them is the warden? Hong Jia immediately replied, the 3 in the back. Got it, he said, then began to reach his hand toward the group of puppets. Hong Jia was still looking down, completely bewildered, when she suddenly blurted out, Kang-ho would be so sad. I just want to tell this saint that she'd be 10 times sadder if she found out her own lover was dead. Seo Kang-yu was advancing, preparing to attack the puppets, but when he heard those words, his eyes went wild. He froze in place, letting the puppets swing their weapons down to attack him. At that moment, a powerful force slashed down at his neck. Seo Kang-yu's expression had darkened with fury, and the tip of the weapon cracked and shattered. The haunting words echoed in his mind again. Kang-ho would be so sad if he knew. His eyes widened, as if they were about to burst. His eyes glowed brightly. Despite the puppets stabbing at him, he remained completely unharmed. Seo Kang-yu could feel his own frustration and anger building up, and at that moment, he threw a deathly punch. The words about others' ideals echoed in his head, making Seo Kang-yu grow even more frantic, as if trying to unleash his resentment. The words of his comrade appeared in his mind, followed by a powerful punch. Then an image of his older brother appeared along with his words. Seo Kang-yu no longer wanted to hold back his fury. Hong Jia was terrified when she witnessed the scene. Instantly, a puppet was cut down by blasts of energy. Then came the other puppets rushing to attack him. Words. What good are words? Is this a misfortune or a blessing? Blazing red orbs of energy were launched in a spiral. The frustration of Seo Kang-yu. The orbs hovered in midair under his control. Those orbs shot straight towards the prisoner puppets. Afterwards, the puppets transformed into a swirling red torrent that subsided slightly. Then explosions rocked the air. Pained screams rang out. Whoosh! A rain of blood fell on Seo Kang-yu's head after he killed the prisoners. He now stood silently in a bloody space. Shinka, watching through a monitor, smiled with satisfaction. Her eyes lit up. Shinka watched, cupping her face and squealing with delight. Oh, he's even cooler now. At that moment, Seo Kang-yu was continuing to walk forward with Hong Ji-e, followed by images of him continuously taking care of the prisoner puppets. And then the image of the protective orb around Hong Ji-e. The images kept overlapping. Hong Ji-e was trying to observe. This time the three over there are all wardens. 3 puppets appeared before them. Seo Kang-yu replied, then, just wait a moment. But just then, something made him turn his head with a start. A golden ring appeared, accompanied by a voice, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Then a red ring. Siblings, Mael and Miel, walked in arm, speaking nonchalantly. The one from the outside. A voice replied, startling the two of them. "You came out on your own." Seo Kang-yu looked at the brats with ice-cold eyes and uttered, "You've made things less troublesome for me. I'm quite pleased too." At that moment, a stone door slowly opened, and behind the 2 siblings, a massive monster appeared. A panicked Hong Ji-e called out, Miel. Miel spoke nonchalantly. "Warden Hong Ji-e, why didn't you come to us? You should have gone to heaven, shouldn't you? Dispel your powers." Seo Kang-yu raised his glowing hand and said, "And I will grant you a painless death." Miel, hugging his sister, asked, "Is there an option where you don't kill us?" He immediately replied, "On the first floor as well as the first basement level, I gave them the choice to use the monitoring device or not. But for the beasts on the second basement level, who have killed countless people, there is no other choice but death." At this, Miel brought up his master, Outsider. "I heard you were a colleague of our master, is that right?" Miel added. "The woman who captured us was a hero, just like you. You and she give off 2 completely different feelings." Seo Kang-yu just looked at them in silence. The younger Mael stubbornly retorted, "Are you sure you're not the one going to hell?" Her older brother warned her. "Mael, that's enough." Seo Kang-yu then got into a fighting stance and said coldly, "We'll see who goes to hell first." Miel tried to negotiate. "If you promise to let us go, we will dispel our powers." Seo Kang-yu answered decisively, "I refuse." Hong Ji-e spoke up, Miel, this will only make the situation worse." Miel, who was holding the monitoring device, cut her off. Warden Hong Ji-e. He hugged his sister and started playing the victim. "We didn't commit any fatal crimes. You understand that, don't you?" Hong Ji-e was silent at a loss for words. He continued, "So we also refuse." Hong Ji-e was trying to persuade them when a grim Seo Kang-yu cut her off. "Your way is absolutely not going to work." He gritted his teeth, glared at the siblings and hissed, "I will not negotiate with beasts." Hong Ji-e still kept trying. "Mr. Seo Kang-yu, it's okay. There's no other way." Seo Kang-yu created a weapon from his energy stream, saying Shinkan beasts should feel pain. Facing the hammer of death, Miel still wanted to negotiate. "Outsider, we don't want to fight you. If you would just listen to our story, we could negotiate." Seo Kang-yu gripped the hammer tightly and cut him off. "I refuse." From the side, Hong Ji-e again tried to change his mind. "Seo Kang-yu, if you just talk to them, we can resolve this peacefully." Seo Kang-yu then raised his hand toward the protective sphere and hissed angrily, "Please stay right there." At that moment, a stream of the outsider's power shot towards the 2 sibling prisoners. His energy bound them tightly and lifted them into the air. The energy tendrils tightened around their bodies, making them cry out in pain. As for how to torture villains, a sinister image flashed in his mind. Seo Kang-yu's eyes, now bloodshot, looked up as he continued, "I already knew. I just never thought the day would come when those words would be so useful." The 2 siblings were terrified by Seo Kang-yu's power. Miel spoke up, "Talking is useless. You're not even human." Mael's body also began to emit a glow as she frowned and explained, "We're not beasts or monsters, are we?" Seo Kang-yu just glared at the villains. Just then, 2 different people were bound up above. The 2 prisoners had been swapped out for the 2 siblings. The voices continued, "We are humans with special powers." Instantly, his energy crushed the 2 men in midair, and 2 sprays of fresh blood erupted. The voice still echoed, "But why don't these people call us human? What's the difference between us and them?" At that moment, countless other puppets were advancing on Seo Kang-yu. The yellow circles summoned white puppets, while the red circles summoned black ones. In a flash, Seo Kang-yu swept through and decapitated all the puppets. He gritted his teeth in anger, realizing he'd been tricked by this cheap ploy. Watching through the crystal ball, Mael broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. A worried Miel turned and asked Mael, "Do you need my help?" The girl replied, "No, his defense is too strong." At that moment, Miel was standing behind the crowd of puppets up front. Mael raised her hand, creating a magic circle, and shouted, "Let me help you." With that, she pressed the magic circle down onto the crystal ball. Instantly, the sigil grew massive and fell right in front of Seo Kang-yu. Then several red circles appeared in the air, and from within, the magic circle emerged disgusting giant monsters. So this was the power of a summoner. A monster with two huge round drooling eyes appeared, but compared to a human they were nothing. Seo Kang-yu, not intimidated in the slightest, charged in to attack the monsters. He leaped onto one of the beasts, each stomp of his feet, releasing a powerful surge of energy. He rushed forward, attacking the monsters in the back. The horde of beasts chaotically swarmed together. Seo Kang-yu weaved through the middle of them, then unleashed a powerful slash downwards. His wave of energy cut through the monster on the right, then slashed through the monsters on the left. He swept through the monsters in a circle, then stopped pursing his lips as he waited. Male, watching through the crystal ball, broke out into a cold sweat in horror at the sight. Then she turned to her brother. "Brother, how much longer can you hold out?" Miel replied. "Probably about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. She lowered one hand, then bit her finger hard enough to draw blood. It's not that long, she thought. She held her bleeding finger over the sphere and yelled. Then this time. After that, the girl pressed her bloodied hand onto the sphere. Instantly, an immense pressure bore down, causing Miel to whip his head around in alarm to look at the power descending upon the space below. Everything was engulfed in dust and smoke. Miel raised a hand to her mouth, coughing. Miel looked up in confusion and asked, What happened?" Just then, a cape appeared. Seo Kang-yu was now standing right in front of the two sibling prisoners. Faced with this terrifying sight, tears streamed down Miel's face, and her brother was no less afraid. Then Seo Kang-yu spoke. "But now that I think about it, if I catch you one by one, a massive crater, dozens of layers deep, was revealed." That was what Seo Kang-yu had created. Light shone down from above. He looked down at the two siblings and glared. "Then your lives end here, so dispel your abilities and I'll grant you a painless end." As he spoke, his energy flared out, attacking the two of them. The wall, that massive crater. It was still a considerable shock. The two siblings cried out in horror. Just how many abilities does he have? Seo Kang-yu brought his fist closer to them and said, "Dispel your ability. Now." His gaze was like that of a god of death. The sibling prisoners looked up with terrified eyes. Miel gritted his teeth and raised both hands. Instantly, streams of light appeared following his hands. Magic circles materialized in the air, and even Seo Kang-yu looked up in surprise. Then countless puppets. Giant puppets emerged from the magic circles to confront Seo Kang-yu. The tallest puppet was named Michael. The second one with a pitch-black face was Gabriel. The third, whose head was covered in wings, was Raphael. The fourth, with 3 eyes and a mouth that stretched from ear to ear, was Uriel. Suddenly, 2 intersecting slashes cut through the air. Seo Kang-yu's speed was like lightning as he sliced through the giant puppets in a single motion. The two siblings hurriedly turned to look at their final shield. After seeing that, their faces froze in shock. Agmiel then raised his hand again, creating another magic circle. Instantly, the prison guards were released. They cried out, somewhat dazed. Miel had summoned the puppet-like guards and shouted, "Stay away from us, if you don't let us go." Then all of these guards, he intended to use them as a threat. Seo Kang-yu coldly cut him off. "If you don't dispel your ability and free the guards." Instantly a scream rang out, leaving him stunned. "Ah." His eyes widened in shock when he saw his sister bound by Seo Kang-yu's energy. She cried out in panic. Brother Seo Kang-yu planted his foot on the ground and said coldly, "I will make your sister die a very painful death." Miel cried out in agony. "Ugh! Ah!" The sound of his sister's screams made Miel frantic. "Brother, it hurts so much." Seo Kang-yu just stood there staring forward coldly as Miel continued to scream. Finally, Miel broke. He collapsed to his knees, begging, "I'll dispel it. I'll dispel the ability. In return, just let me talk to Warden Hong Jia." Seo Kang-yu replied, "Dispel your ability first. Dispel it." His eyes were sharp and resolute. Miel's pained screams rang out again, making him flinch in panic. Seo Kang-yu then said, "And then I'll stop." A moment later, a stream of light descended. The two siblings were now kneeling, holding hands and facing each other. A moment later, the guards freed from the control, woke up and cried out. The prisoners had also regained consciousness, looking bewildered. That other group looked at the current scene and spoke up in confusion. What is this?" As they were asking each other why they were all there, a surge of Seo Kang-yu's power instantly shot through them. That power surge sliced those wretched prisoners in half. The splatter of blood startled the two siblings, making them recoil in horror. The guards who witnessed the scene also shuddered in fear. One of them stammered, "Hero Seo Kang-yu, what's happening?" He turned back and said, "All of you should head back upstairs." The others went upstairs, still confused. I understand," Miel finally spoke up. "I've stopped using my power, so you have to keep your promise." Seo Kang-yu replied, "All right, I'll let you two see her." While the two siblings were still in shock, he continued, "But first, let's move somewhere else." At that moment, a horrifying pile of bisected prisoner corpses lay between them. This is not a sight for pregnant women. Meanwhile, in a place that was still somewhat safe, Hong Jia was still sitting inside her protective circle trying to call out. Once she could see outside, she looked down and asked, What happened?" Seo Kang-yu replied, I've finished the job. The ability has been dispelled and all the guards have been saved. Hong Jia quickly asked, what about Miel and Mile, over there right in front of me? At that moment the two siblings were clinging to each other in fear. They wanted to talk to Miss Hong Jia before they died. Hong Jia was still trying to persuade him, Mr. Seo Kang-yu, you could just put monitoring devices on these two kids. Seo Kang-yu cut her off firmly, don't make me repeat myself. The beasts from the second basement floor who have killed countless people will be executed by my own hand. Hong Jia. Miel then asked innocently, Guard Hong Jia, did we do something that deserves death? We really haven't done anything that warrants a death sentence. Please say something. His expression was one of pure panic. For a moment, Hong Jia didn't know what to say. Seo Kang-yu then urged her, hurry up. Hong Jia, distraught, finally blurted out Miel. You two must be executed. She struggled to get the final words out. Hearing this, the two siblings could only cling to each other in terror. After speaking, Hong Jia gritted her teeth, and then everything fell silent. Hong Jia couldn't say another word. Seo Kang-yu asked again, do you have anything else to say? Miel also spoke up, guard. And so the two kids held each other tightly, awaiting their deaths. I will fulfill my promise. Seo Kang-yu uttered those words and raised his hand. It's time for the execution to begin. At that moment Miel, with tears streaming down his face, wailed, please spare us, please brother, oh brother. By now they had no strength left to fight back. Seo Kang-yu then swung his fist of death down. The released power kicked up a massive cloud of dust, but after the power dissipated, something was revealed that stunned Seo Kang-yu. A familiar beard appeared. It was Mago. He was creating a protective sphere around the two siblings. Mago appeared with a cold expression on his face. The two siblings looked at him with some surprise and uttered, Master. Seo Kang-yu also glared, wondering to himself, Mago. He appeared before them as a giant figure. Ah, what is going on here? An image of Mago materialized there, enveloping his two disciples. Seo Kang-yu exclaimed in shock. What he wondered, is this the twins' ability, summoning an illusion? No prisoners from the second basement floor couldn't possibly have defensive magic of this level. Mago was using this power himself, but why Seo Kang-yu wondered why he would use defensive magic on these two. Whatever, he muttered, then summoned his immense power. No matter what, I think nothing changes. The two siblings were still clinging to each other in utter terror. His fist shattered the shield, sending fragments falling. But then, the image of Mago continuously launched magic circles that pressed down on Seo Kang-yu. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn old man, what the hell have you done? Why is he doing this? Mago seemed to be using all his strength to protect the two prisoners, but the hero's blood-red power still surged forward. Seo Kang-yu's fist smashed through those magic circles, leaving only the initial blue protective barrier. The fragments fell, but Mago's expression remained as gentle as ever. Seo Kang-yu's gaze was sharp, but he had stopped. Seo Kang-yu had broken through countless layers of Mago's defense. Miel frantically held his sister, who looked like she was about to faint. His eyes clearly showed his annoyance, but he couldn't shake the feeling of gloom in his heart. The scene changes to a clear blue sky with white clouds. Back then, Seo Kang-yu's team of heroes was gathered there, smiling happily in a field of flowers. They were watching Mago, who was laughing cheerfully while playing with a group of children. The curly-haired hero saw this and said helplessly, doesn't that old man ever get tired? The bald hero laughed and said, well, it's a good thing. The curly-haired guy then turned to Tom with a bright smile. Hey Tom, after we get married, we'll have kids too, right? Tom replied irritably, when did I ever say I'd marry you? The curly-haired guy continued to tease. Oh, come on. I hate people like you who lead others on. I've never led anyone on, the curly-haired guy retorted. Lao Sa, seeing them, spoke up. Seriously, you two stop bickering. Suddenly, a loud call made everyone look over in surprise. Shinkaryon Mago, with his arms around the children, smiled brightly and said, don't just sit there watching, come down and play with the kids. The sky was still a clear blue. Seo Kang-yu's comrades had joined in the fun, teasing and playing with the children. Only he remained sitting under a tree, observing in silence. Suddenly, a voice called out Seo Kang-yu. Mago approached him and asked, you don't like children, he replied. It's not that. I just don't know how to interact with them. The old man chuckled, sat down beside him and said, just copy what your parents did when you were little. Seo Kang-yu replied nonchalantly, my parents passed away shortly after I was born, so my only family was my older brother. Hearing this, Mago broke into a cold sweat, feeling guilty. He then raised a hand and coughed, then said, about that. I apologize. He glanced cautiously at Kang-yu, who quickly averted his gaze. Unexpectedly, Mago smiled brightly again and called out, hey Seo Kang-yu. He pointed to his own face and said to Seo Kang-yu, well then, you can practice with me. Try acting like a child. With a completely confused look on his face, he looked over and let out a, huh. Mago chuckled and said, ho ho ho, I was just kidding. Just a little joke to liven things up. I didn't know you could make an expression like that, but I wasn't entirely joking. If you're going through a tough time, you can act like a child in front of me. Seo Kang-yu silently watched his teammates playing with the children, then said, I refuse. Just then, the sky filled with dark clouds as rain began to pour. That's when Hwang Seung-hwan appeared, reaching out a hand, his entire body drenched in blood. Seo Kang-yu stood there, stunned in the cold rain. He glanced down and saw the image of his two teammates Curly and Tom, clinging to each other as they waited for death. Seo Kang-yu looked away, only to see Lao Sa and the monk had already stopped breathing. Blood dripped steadily to the ground. Two streams of bloody tears filled with bitter rage flowed from Seo Kang-yu's eyes. As he was drowning in despair, a voice called out, "Seo Kang-yu." Shinkan, as he was dying, Mago didn't forget to call out and comfort him. "It's okay. It's okay." Shinkan, though, at this point his eyes could no longer open, he said, "Everything will be alright." At that moment, fragments of memory appeared, and time snapped back to the present. Seo Kang-yu threw a punch, shattering the magic circles. With only one of Mago's defensive layers remaining, Miel had completely passed out inside, leaving only a panicked Miel looking up in terror. Mago's protective shield circle began to slowly fade away. He closed his eyes, then smiled gently. Seo Kang-yu could only watch helplessly as he extended his power. He released Hongjia, leaving her bewildered and startled. "Humph. Huh." After safely setting her on the ground, he called out, "Can you read the memories of an ability?" Hongjia replied, "I can do that." Seo Kang-yu pointed upwards and said, "Then read the memories of that ability for me. I need to know what that old man was thinking when he did this." Hongjia looked toward Mago and the protective magic circle, asking in confusion, What is that? Is that the hero Mago?" A moment later, she produced the ability's memories. In her hands was an image of Mago happily spending time with the two death row siblings. This was the memory contained within the hero Mago's ability. Seo Kang-yu slumped to the ground, saying with disgust, "What an unpleasant sight." Hongjia immediately protested, "I think it's cute." He asked again, "Why are the memories of those murderers in here too?" She explained, "It's because he used his ability on them." Seo Kang-yu glanced at Hongjia, making her quickly say, "I didn't intentionally put them in there." Seo Kang-yu said, "I'm telling you this so there are no misunderstandings. No matter what the situation was with those murderers, I am still going to execute them." In Hongjia's hands, the master and his two disciples cowered together in fear. She then replied, "I understand. All right then." With that said, Hongjie released the three of them. A chandelier hanging from the ceiling lit up, and then iron cages were brought out. A man slammed a gavel and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the auction for these individuals with special abilities." At that moment, someone in a tattered shirt gripped the iron bars, staring out. Their haggard face looked utterly miserable. This was a hell that promised no happy ending. Miel and Mael, the two siblings, were locked in a cage together. They stared out with vacant eyes. At 6 years old, they were at an auction for ability users, a pastime for VIP collectors. Deep beneath the desolate city lay a secret auction house. Miel and Mael had been sold here by their own father. The most valuable people had special grade abilities, and some had transformation abilities. The summoning ability was the most common, so it had the lowest price. For that reason, Miel and Mael hid their true powers. And for a long time, no one bought the two children as they waited to be discarded. Just then, a man opened the door to their cage and said, "Get out. Someone wants to buy you two." It was a man and a woman. As soon as the woman saw the kids, she spoke with delight. "Oh, are these the children? Do they really summon both an angel and a demon?" the man asked. "Is that why you want to buy them?" "I ask because there are no returns or exchanges here." The woman replied with a laugh. "Oh, I'm just curious." Hearing this, he asked, annoyed, "What?" She put on a crazed expression and said, "I wonder what would happen if you were to breed an angel with a demon." The two siblings were utterly horrified and confused. The woman continued, "You're probably too young to understand, but you'll learn soon enough." As she spoke, she stared at them with a sinister glint in her eye. Her eyes were bulging as if she were on drugs. Suddenly, a surge of power shot down from the ceiling, making the two adults look up in alarm. A ball of magma blazing hot came crashing down as the two looked on in shock. In the next moment, the energy blast threw the entire building into chaos, shattering it to pieces. The scene changes to a sky filled with smoke and dust with a giant devastating crater in the middle of the city. The adult couple from before, now protected inside a shield circle, cried out in terror. What was that? The two siblings were also protected inside a shield. Miel shook his sister's shoulder, calling out, "Mael, are you okay?" Mael was so scared she couldn't even speak. "Miel, what's happening?" At that moment, everyone was being protected inside shields. A loud laugh echoed, making the two siblings look up. "Oh ho 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 ho." Then a familiar beard came into view. Mago twirled his beard and smiled brightly. Beside him, a girl wearing a bunny-ear bow was floating in the air. He said playfully, "It's magic." Just then, the bunny-eared girl cried out, "Come on, Mago." Her name was Lipus, Mago's assistant, who also had a summoning ability. Lipus scolded him angrily. "What the hell kind of level is this? How am I supposed to keep up?" Mago kept smiling playfully. "Ho ho ho ho. If you work hard you can do it too, Lipus. I've told you before, with summoning abilities, imagination is incredibly important." Lipus grumbled back. "But you teach too fast." Mago changed the subject. "Did you finish the task I gave you?" Lipus replied, "Yes." I've teleported all the auction participants and freed everyone who was captured. Mago then said, all right, let's move on to the next level. Lepus felt a wave of despair. What is it this time? How am I supposed to summon a meteor shower that huge? Suddenly a sound made them both look down. It was Miel, holding his little sister, and looking up at them. He asked, can you take us with you? You're a summoner, right? We have summoning abilities too. Lepus shook her head. No way, he already promised to only take me as his student. Mago countered with a bright smile. I never promised that. Hearing this, she let out a surprised, huh. Mago turned to the two kids and said, let's see what you two are capable of. Lepus gritted her teeth in anger. You liar. Just then Miel summoned an angel while Mael summoned a demon. A demon. Seeing this, Lepus was stunned and thought, their summons are so strange. Normally kids just summon toys and dogs. Mago was also a bit intrigued. Alright. He observed the two siblings making an assessment in his mind. How interesting. As someone who had always liked children, upon seeing this fascinating sight, Mago didn't hesitate. He smiled, held out his hand and said, alright, come with me. I'll teach you both magic. Lepus could only puff her cheeks and sulk in the background. For 3 years, Mago taught Miel and Mael how to summon. Imagination is the most crucial element for the summoning ability. The image in our minds appears when we use the power. Miel summoned an angel because she remembered her mother, the one who protected everyone when she was little. As for Miel summoning a demon, it was likely due to the influence of their abusive father. Mago happily taught them, saying, if we see the world from more dimensions, we can summon many things, but it's also fine to focus on just one. Lepus smiled from behind and said, shooting stars are the best. Mago pointed behind him and said, just like that rabbit girl over there, I don't know which path you two will follow. The siblings were a little confused. We really like heaven and hell. Mago was shocked to hear that. Heaven and hell. Lepus also commented, they're different from normal kids, huh? The children quickly explained, our mother told us before she passed away. Good people go to heaven, and bad people must go to hell. Those words have always been our guiding principle. We want a world where there is only justice. Good people will go to heaven, and bad people must go to hell. The two siblings said these words with radiant faces. Mago smiled brightly, patting their heads and said, I'm sure you two can do it, because you are the kindest children. One day, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a frantic voice called out, Mago, Mago. Lepus ran over panicked and said, the Hero Association needs your help. He exclaimed in surprise. What for? Mago showed a rare flash of anger. They ignored my proposal, and now they're asking for my help. Lepus was still in a daze. Wet has appeared in Finland. An image of a man with glowing patterns on his face and neck appeared. Hearing this news, Mago exclaimed in alarm. What did you say? I need to summon the Hero Association immediately. What are they doing? Lepus replied. I don't know either. Mago clutched his head wearily and exclaimed, good heavens. He stood there in silence for a long while before finally speaking. Bring Miel and Mael here. After meeting and talking, the two siblings were distraught. You have to go, Mael hugged Mago tightly, crying, no, please don't go. Miel, being stronger, asked, when will you be back? Mago closed his eyes helpless and replied, the opponent is quite tough. It will probably be at least a few years before I can return. Miel asked with teary eyes, can't we go with you? He explained, you and Mael, the opponent is too dangerous. I can't let you two come with me. We don't want you to go. Mago could only look down sadly at his newly adopted grandchildren. Mael, with tears streaming down his face, cried out, I don't want to be abandoned again. Lepus gently scolded, abandoned? You two aren't objects. Mago then gently called out, Miel, this is my farewell gift. My ability's symbol is on your clothes, so when you get to the shelter, someone will take care of you. As he spoke, he transferred his power to the two siblings. Mago closed his eyes and said kindly, we'll meet again someday. But he never expected this would be their last time together. The two kids could only huddle together and cry. He didn't forget to remind them, you two must grow up to be good people, okay? But after Miel and Mael parted ways with Mago, they didn't go to the shelter afraid of meeting strangers. Instead, the two children went to a remote place and trained their powers on their own. What kind of power do we need to train to become good people? By the time we see Mago again, Miel emitted a golden aura. What is good? What is evil? An image of an angel and a demon appeared, while Miel emitted a red aura, symbolizing a demon. What should I do with my ability? 2 years later, Miel and Mael decided to define good and evil for themselves, and return to their hometown. Good people will go to heaven, and bad people must go to hell. There they began to create the heaven and hell of their own imagination, utopia. The excitement was clear on the siblings' faces. In just 1 month, Miel and Mael transformed the entire city into their own paradise. They observed the town's residents summon their angels and demons, and then monitored the citizens, choosing who would go to heaven and who would go to hell. Those standards were decided by the twins themselves, based on things they heard from their mother when they were little, things that humans were not allowed to do: stealing, littering, causing a public disturbance, lying, betraying friends. And so deep in their childish memories, those things became unforgettable obsessions. Shinkan, for those who met the standards, she would still summon a demon, then smile and say to the person, I'm always watching you. You have lived a truly righteous life. The woman hugged her child tightly, saying fearfully, please, please help us. The child replied, don't be afraid, this isn't the end. After saying that she controlled the demon to impale the poor mother and child, she said proudly, you will have a beautiful dream in heaven. The mother could only scream in pain and despair, while the child stood there, clasping her hands in satisfaction and saying, forever. Little did they know that the commotion from the twins' land, where a large tall building had appeared, had attracted the attention of the Hero Association. A man with a stern expression exclaimed, let's begin the meeting now. This man was Authority, the chairman of the Hero Association. Authority then continued, I've already sent out the announcement. Why is attendance so low? In front of him, only 3 young people were lounging on their chairs. A blonde girl replied, well, I guess they're on vacation or something. She was Xiao Benju, a rank 3 hero. One of the young men spoke up while chewing candy. Please pull up that information. Let's see what it is. This guy's name was Kusta, also a rank 3 hero. A few lights then dimly illuminated the room. After reviewing the information, both Kusta and Xiao Benju exclaimed in shock. What is this? Kusta marveled. A first-level incident of this magnitude. That's really one of a kind. Xiao Benju followed up frustrated. Oh damn it, I want a promotion. I want to reach that level. Chairman Authority then asked, a 3-star, do you want to give it a try? Xiao Benju replied dejectedly. It won't be effective, will it, Mr. Chairman? Then she looked at the file containing the image of the 2 siblings. But why did you choose this small village? Level 1, Baon. That won't do much for a hero's performance. Authority explained. Ahem, I chose that place because these kids are rated as level 1 villains. Kusta asked, how old are they? The chairman replied, around 10 years old. Hearing this, the young man exclaimed, they're that young, and they've already conquered an entire village. Xiao Benju added. After their second advancement, they could reach villain level 2 or 3. Should we prepare something before we deal with them? Kusta asked. Xiao Benju smiled brightly. It'll take them at least 5 more years to develop further, so we don't need much preparation. Hearing this, Kusta exclaimed, it takes that long. Authority then spoke up. There are a few more things to add. These 2 are Mago's disciples. Hearing this, Kusta exclaimed in shock. Mago Xiao Benju just said helplessly, I knew it. Then an argument broke out between the 2 young men. Then we should tell Mago about this. He went to Finland to hunt down East-West. Just tell him to come back after he's done. Authority just sat there silently during their discussion. Just then, a beautifully manicured hand was raised. The last person who had been silent until now suddenly raised her hand to volunteer. This girl wore a mask. Her hair was full of clips and her pupils glowed in the shape of hearts as she asked, can I go? This girl is K2, also a 3-star hero. The scene changes to a sunset with a brilliant golden sky as a single wheel rolls across the ground. K2 arrived and stopped her bike to observe. She was riding a stylish pink motorcycle. She then placed both hands on her helmet. Then she took off her helmet and observed, exclaiming in awe. Whoa, countless gold and red rings were floating in the air, shimmering and sparkling under the sun. K2 couldn't help but marvel at the magnificent sight. She didn't know that she was being watched through a crystal ball. On the other side, the 2 siblings were closely monitoring K2's every move. Male spoke up anxiously. Brother, there's a stranger. Me just replied with a grunt. At that moment, K2's heart-shaped pupils were still focused on observing. The afternoon sunset sky was as brilliant as ever. C2 even raised her phone to take pictures with the puppets. As she snapped photos, she marveled, oh, this is a special ability. Is it brainwashing? Or are they just in a deep sleep? I don't think they're dead. What's that? Suddenly something caught her. Cautiously turned back to look as the demon and angel from before had transformed into those twin siblings. To K2's surprise, Mi spoke up. Stranger, why are you here? Both kids stared at her with suspicious expressions. When K2 saw the 2 siblings, she rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling as she gushed nonstop. Ooh, whoa, those are some amazing abilities, aren't they? What can you guys do? Is there anything else cool? Mi replied, displeased. You should answer our question. K2 continued, but she gestured towards the sparkling gold and red rings floating in the air and added, Master knows, doesn't he, about these things. After all, Master has a lot of summoner disciples, right? The 2 siblings heard this and looked at her in confusion. K2 then posed a question. Did you learn this summoning art from Master Miel? Asked back in a panic. Who are you? Both kids were now sweating bullets as they waited. I'm your senior. K2 then made a rather perverted expression, sticking her tongue out. Remember that Okami stood protectively in front of his sister and said, we don't have any seniors other than Lipus. K2 laughed and replied, Master already removed my name from the list of disciples. Seeing his frown, she continued, I think I was a little too interested in sharp things. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing countless scars, big and small. K2 ran her clawed nails over the wounds and Master said I needed to learn more defensive magic as a way to protect myself. Too bad I didn't like that, so I didn't listen to him. He doesn't pay attention to me anymore. Hearing this, the 2 kids became even more confused. Suddenly, K2 exclaimed, how embarrassing. She slumped over tiredly and said, Master is so mean. So mean. Then K2's crazed sounds echoed as she clutched her face, tears streaming down. It's not right, it's wrong, that's not it, it's wrong, it's wrong. The kids were terrified by the scene. Mail huddled against her brother, saying fearfully, "Brother, she's really scary." K2 was still in a state of agony, crying out, "Master, you said I had a talent for magic. I just wanted to be praised. Even just a single smile from you would have been enough." As she spoke, she unleashed a furious torrent of power. "But you just struck my name from the list." At that moment, Miel quickly raised his hand, creating a magic circle. He shouted urgently, "If you don't leave this place right now," but then a different color flashed in his pupils. Sharp objects like knives and scissors appeared in the air, following K2's out-of-control state. The objects in the air began to tremble violently. The two siblings on the other side screamed in ever-growing terror. Ah! At that moment, K2's weapons attacked the siblings' puppets, and blood splattered everywhere in the air. Fresh blood sprayed out endlessly, as the poor people gasped and vomited mouthfuls of blood. After the horrific scene unfolded, all that remained in the air were K2's blood-stained weapons. "If I do this..." Tears were still streaming down her face, but she still wore a demonic smile as she spoke. "Will you notice me again, Master?" Fresh blood continued to spray through the air, as one unfortunate person was impaled by countless weapons, a truly gruesome sight. And below, K2 was still raising her hands, controlling the weapons while laughing maniacally. "Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha." Meanwhile, the victims were in agonizing pain as if they had descended into hell. K2's expression was now twisted and warped in a truly perverted way as she exclaimed, "This is so much fun." Seeing this, Mi collapsed to the ground. He turned to check on his sister. "Mael, are you okay?" Mael also fell to her knees in panic, crying out, "Brother." The two then looked back at the scene of K2 slaughtering their puppets, horrified. Both of them clenched their teeth in fear of this person. "What is that woman?" "Ah, that's right." After her killing spree, K2 spoke up. "So, this is what it feels like." The bodies of the poor people were now riddled with knives and scissors, a truly horrifying sight. K2 stood in the middle of the pile of corpses she had created, dancing around excitedly. "This is even more fun than I imagined, isn't it?" Just then, she noticed a person in the air with a golden ring above their head. K2 saw it, and her face clearly showed her excitement. More. Another weapon materialized in her hand. She furiously launched the weapon at the other person, screaming, "I want more." But just then, the two of them appeared and created a shield against the attack. Seeing this, K2's expression twisted even more. "Wow, you kids can use defensive magic." The twins narrowed their eyes, staring outside. K2 was still in a frenzy. "You've learned a lot from your master, haven't you?" Just then, an angel puppet silently attacked from behind. A purple magic circle appeared, and the puppet that was about to launch a sneak attack froze. K2's voice rang out, but then a giant pair of scissors appeared in her hand and sliced the puppet in two. Then K2 glanced over with a demonic smile and said, "This still isn't enough." Miel, seeing this, shouted angrily, "This is our sister. You're going to hell." K2, holding the giant scissors, just winked and pouted. "You kids are so rude to your senior." "Ha, your big sister here has always wanted to use my powers in a crowded place like this. But I'm a hero after all. I knew I'd get arrested if I did, so I held myself back. But thanks to you kids for preparing this place, I can finally make my dream a reality. So now," as she spoke, K2 raised her hand again. "I think I can summon it." K2's expression changed. She gritted her teeth, breaking into a cold sweat, and unable to bear it any longer, she let out a scream. "Ah!" The twin siblings were horrified. K2's mouth was wide open as she shrieked. "Ah!" A box cutter blade began to appear. The blade emerged from a horrifying tear in the sky. Blood poured from K2's eyes, nose, and mouth, but she still wore a satisfied smile. "Haha, there it is. Imagination is the most important thing for a summoner." The experience of slaughtering countless lives had amplified her imagination, making her powers even stronger. The giant box cutter blade now appeared above K2 at her summons. "Ah, this is the first time I've summoned something so huge," K2 yelled excitedly. "It's so big. So cool." K2 broke into a crazed smile. Then she dropped the perverse look, her expression turning cold as she held out her hand and said, "It's all thanks to you kids. Now goodbye." But suddenly a giant monster lunged and devoured K2 whole, leaving only her outstretched hand. Miel was completely stunned, but it was Mael who had summoned a demonic monster that swallowed K2. A red magic circle was on the little girl's hand. The same was true for Mael. 2 streams of bloody tears flowed from her eyes. Her face contorted as she gritted her teeth and spat out the word demon. She curses others without looking at herself. When she looked at K2, Mael only saw a terrible demon. That sight amplified the little girl's powers. Mael then turned to call his little sister. Mael. Mael froze and called back, "Brother." Her horrified face stared at the monster she had just summoned. It was a nauseating sight. She then asked, "Did I just kill someone?" Beneath a sky slowly turning red, a voice answered, "No." The giant monster with bulging eyes was still there. Miel hugged his little sister, comforting her. That wasn't a person. It was a demon. A year passed quickly. Miel and Mael had created an even larger paradise for themselves. The sky was filled with countless sparkling red and gold rings, and at the Hero Association, they were once again registered as villains belonging to the second basement level of Lucillus Prison. The second basement level. A finger trembled while viewing the information on those two demons. Mago exclaimed in disbelief. Miel and Mael. The chairman then spoke up. They're your disciples, aren't they? Mago was still in a panic looking at the records of his two disciples. Why did things turn out this way? The chairman added, we're very curious as well. A moment later, Mago stood up, turned away and said, let me go there. The chairman suddenly stopped him. You can't go, Mago asked, confused. What the chairman replied tensely, I can't let you handle this case. What do you mean? The chairman explained, I clearly told you to kill East-West and come back, but you didn't follow my request, did you? Instead, you captured her and handed her over to the government. If that's the case, then I can't listen to your request either. Mago, now truly losing his composure, raised his voice. We won't solve anything by just talking like this. I'm going. Chairman Authority slammed his hand on the table and yelled, I said it clearly. You are not to go. The table cracked from the force of the blow. Mago, not backing down, began to raise his hands, creating magic circles. Stop it. You sound like some power-hungry lunatic. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Let me go. Someone appeared, breaking the confrontation between Mago and Authority. It was Lao Sa. With a blank expression, she spoke up. I'll be the one to go. Lao Sa, a rank 3 hero. Authority heard this and agreed. Actually using this as a promotion mission for a rank 3 hero is a good idea. You should be the one to go. Mago, still angry, cut in. I said I would, but a loud voice called out, making him stop. Mago's eyes widened in shock. Lao Sa approached him, her expression confident and resolute. He could only stand there silently. Lao Sa then placed a hand on her chest and said with a trustworthy look, please trust me. The scene changes back to the city, with the red and gold rings in the sky. A voice called out Mael. At that moment, the two of them were still hugging each other, observing the situation through a red orb. Miel said, worriedly, an intruder. Mael was calmer. That's right, brother. As evil as they were, they still wore innocent expressions. The one who had come, they looked through the orb and saw it was Lao Sa. The two put on fearful expressions. I wonder how many crimes she's committed. Outside, Lao Sa just smiled and glanced up as the sunlight shone down on the buildings. Lao Sa stood proudly in the sun, her gaze fixed on the distance. She was observing something. In the sky were 3 people, something on their heads, their arms and legs hanging limp. So she figured they were the heroes who'd taken this mission before. At least they were all still alive. Lao Sa kept watching as Mi and Mael looked back at her, and one of them spoke up. You there, who are you? Why have you come here? The woman calmly introduced herself. I'm the hero Lao Sa. I'm here to take you two back. The 2 girls were skeptical. A hero, another one. One of them deployed a magic circle, and the monsters they summoned lunged menacingly toward Lao Sa. They warned her, get out of here, now. If you don't, I'll send you to hell. All right, then I'll head back. Lao Sa replied with a smile as bright as the sun. But I want both of you to come back with me. Let's go home. The monsters were instantly engulfed in flames. Mi and Mael were stunned, unable to believe their powers had been so easily defeated. Lao Sa stood tall, unfazed even amidst the sea of fire. She walked over to them, looked them in the eyes and said, you two are kind-hearted children. I didn't sense any real killing intent from your attacks at all. Her expression shifted as she spoke. It's a real shame. If the heroes who came before me had been decent people, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. She slowly walked toward them. The 2 girls defenseless clung to each other. Strange, isn't it? You think you're doing the right thing, yet countless people have come to stop you. Stay away. Faced with their panicked eyes, Lao Sa's voice remained gentle. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. Lao Sa continued, but what you're doing is wrong. Your master is very sad, you know. The 2 girls' eyes widened at the mention of their master. They whispered to each other, Master Mago, he's back, Mael. Don't believe her lies. Lao Sa stated plainly, I'm not lying. She reached her hand out to them, speaking with a smile. Release your powers and come back with me. It's time to go home to Master Mago. The 2 girls' eyes widened as they stared at her. Mi and Mael reached out and touched her hand. An indescribable warmth spread from her as Lao Sa took both girls by the hand and led them away. As they walked, the sun began to set. The 2 girls' jaws dropped in astonishment at what they saw. Lao Sa, however, seemed completely unsurprised. I knew it, she said. Mago was standing in front of them. You followed me. The 2 girls rushed into Mago's arms, and he wrapped them in a tight embrace. Master Mael, the girls burst into tears, their faces a mess as they sobbed, completely overwhelmed with emotion. Master, the truth is our abilities are a special type. Our mother told us to keep it a secret from others. He was surprised as he listened to Mi and Mael. Master, you only accept summoners as students, right? We're so sorry we lied to you. He asked them back. I only accept summoners. Who told you that? A hero named K2. She said she was your apprentice. Mago remembered her finding it hard to believe what he was hearing. My apprentice, he said. I've never taken on any students besides you two and Lippus. His explanation shocked the two girls. I only met her once at the association, and gave her a bit of advice, that's all. What, after 3 years apart, they were finally reunited. They shared everything that had happened during that time. The two kids told him how hard they'd tried to be good, and how they were constantly misunderstood by everyone else. Shinkan, now me and Mael, still couldn't make sense of it all. Mago stood watching the two children sleeping peacefully on the grass. Lao Sa spoke up from behind him. Are you finished talking with them? Mago looked at her with a serious expression, pleading. Can you entrust them to my care? Lao Sa didn't answer directly, instead bringing up another related issue. Shinkan, though they haven't killed any of the villagers, they still took thousands of people hostage and killed a hero. It will be very difficult for them to escape the death penalty. Mago pleaded desperately. They were just led astray, they're still so young, and they've already released their powers. If you entrust them to me, I'll help them understand the error of their ways. I can't do that. He continued to beg. Lao Sa, you yourself said they're just children. Lao Sa's eyes narrowed. Mago, I don't disagree. But the government has changed the law to allow the execution of minors, and the law is the law. Besides, a hero's job isn't to rehabilitate criminals. However, she continued, I sympathize with you. This world has too many problems right now. So, Mago, I'm asking you to work with me from now on. He was confused. But what does that have to do with the children? She continued, her eyes filled with determination. I'm going to change this world. Mago's eyes widened at Lao Sa's declaration. He spoke up, I have one condition. He then pointed to the two girls. Until they come of age, you must not let them die. Please let me use my ability on them. Lao Sa agreed. All right. With her approval, Mago quickly unleashed his power. Until they've grown up, neither of them will have to die. We will change this world before that happens. A man in a military uniform and cap stood silently. He didn't respond as another woman approached him, Seo Kang-yu. At the sound of his name, he turned his gaze toward the voice. The woman with golden brown hair continued, I've heard a lot about you from Seo Kang-yu. Lao Sa smiled, holding out her hand. Do you want to change the world with me? He slowly got to his feet, pulling himself from the memory. Mago was showing him a projection of me and Mael. We, one of them was saying, simply judge people based on our own rules. But isn't the law just another set of rules made up by the people of this world? Seo Kang-yu remained silent. The projection continued. What's the difference between us? The woman standing next to him finally spoke. Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu and I were assigned to these children's intensive rehabilitation. She explained, flustered as red energy began to envelop her. I'm not saying they didn't do anything wrong. They just need to understand that what they did was wrong. That's the first step. Seo Kang-yu encased her in a sphere of red energy, cutting her off before she could finish. He then stepped forward. Tendrils of red energy crept down from the ceiling and up from the floor. Mi clung to Mael in terror. He looked at his own hands as the two girls panicked. Please spare us. Seo Kang-yu. As he stepped closer, Mi and Mael's pleas grew more desperate. Please, we're begging you. We know what we did was wrong. He raised his fist. The two screamed, Mom, Mommy sob. Master Seo Kang-yu slammed his fist down. A shockwave ripped through the room. The red energy didn't recede. Seo Kang-yu's fist smashed into the ground, just short of where Mi and Mael were huddled. Their eyes were wide with terror, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Seo Kang-yu cursed, damn it. He gritted his teeth so hard they bled. His eyes were bloodshot and veins bulged on his hands and face. This is so damn frustrating. Seo Kang-yu's mind was racing, his thoughts a chaotic jumble of fragmented pieces. Seo Kang-yu's eyes shot wide open, glaring as if those very thoughts were mocking him from inside his own head. 3 people appeared before him. Piercing laughter echoed all around. Seo Kang-yu knelt on one knee, observing the scene. Why did he have to think so much? The black-haired girl laughed. That look doesn't suit you. You're even more handsome in person than in your pictures. Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened as the black-haired girl smiled brightly. Hello, my husband. Your bride has arrived. The girl excitedly introduced herself. I'm so happy to finally meet you. My name is... Before she could finish, Seo Kang-yu lunged forward. A crash echoed through the room. He was a bit surprised. You should at least listen when someone is talking. A man had blocked the blow. Don't you have any manners at all? The girl pouted. Soon enough, he'll become our master. You are so rude. I apologize, Miss Shinka. The woman cleared her throat. Ahem, please allow me to reintroduce myself. But as she tried to speak again, Seo Kang-yu charged once more. My name is... He didn't listen to her, just swinging his fist. The woman gently raised her hand. A shield materialized between them, easily blocking Seo Kang-yu's attack. You're so impatient, my love, she continued. We're going to be seeing each other for a long time, so let's just talk for a bit. She smiled. My name is Shinka. She's an ability user, someone with the power to control space. I am the one who will become the matriarch of the new human race. The space where they stood shimmered with a purple light from Shinka's barrier. Kang-yu was puzzled. Matriarch, she laughed. That's right, the matriarch. Ugh, it's so tiring. He was indifferent. What a headache. A crazy bitch just showed up. Crazy Shinka didn't seem offended at all. On the contrary, she just smiled. Perhaps I'm the sanest one in this whole place. Isn't that right, everyone? That's right. Yeah, probably. She continued. Kang-yu, my love, do you have any idea that humanity is in danger right now? The human race, Shinka said with a grave expression, is on the verge of extinction. If this continues, we will all be wiped out. Kang-yu was skeptical. What are you talking about? Shinka asked again. So Kang-yu, my love, what do you think the greatest threat to humanity is? You, as a former member of Aegis, probably think it's the villains or the heroes of the past who held absolute power. She frowned, refuting the idea, and the people behind her chimed in. However, that is completely wrong. Seo Kang-yu covered his face. The thing that's causing the human race to degenerate right now is… He sighed. The nameless ones who call themselves ordinary people. According to my plan, we must filter out the genes. Only those who possess superior genetic codes should be allowed to create future generations. But because of the sacrifices of those who carry superior genes, the inferior genes that should have been weeded out have proliferated at an incredible rate. Shinka even had the data to back it up. For example, the second-generation heroes of equality, led by Lao Sa, they all possessed superhuman genes. And yet why did they still die when the very logic of nature said they shouldn't have? Creatures that cannot evolve to survive are meant to die. It's only natural. But they are desperately trying to prevent that from happening. Seo Kang-yu didn't move an inch, while Shinka continued her rambling. Oh Seo Kang-yu, my love, you're fine now. You're not a hero anymore. In fact, right now you enjoy killing those with weaker genes, don't you? She smiled and pointed at him. I fell in love with you the moment I saw you do that. Seo Kang-yu remained silent. Shinka pressed on. Lucillus Prison is a gathering place for the superior humans who will form the new human race, but they are all unjustly imprisoned here, just for killing a few weaklings. After we kill all the heroes who are holding back humanity's evolution and all the weak humans. She grew ecstatic, painting a picture of the future. We will build a world where only those who possess powerful abilities exist. The Alpha world. She pointed at him, continuing to smile warmly as she reassured him. Oh, and don't you worry. If any of those strong heroes change their minds and decide to join us, we'll welcome them into the new human race as well. We're not that strict, you see. It was then that Seo Kang-yu finally spoke. I try not to beat people who aren't criminals to a pulp, but it seems I'll have to make an exception for you all. Shinka grew excited at his words, while the person beside her became wary. Oh, you want to do people, right here? Oh my, that's so embarrassing. The person next to her had to explain. Miss Shinka, I don't think he means it in the way you're thinking. Shinka replied, all right then, but let's not do it now. We'll do it next time, when it's just you and me alone. Miss Shinka, I told you that's not what she thinks it is. Shut up. What do you know? Shinka cleared her throat. Ahem. Anyway, she pointed at him. You will be Adam. Then, she pointed to herself. And I will be Shinka. She imagined. The two of us will give birth to children who will lead the evolution of the human race. She coyly covered her mouth with a wedding bouquet. To be honest, at first I planned on making Hwang Seung-hwan the Atom, and I was going to use an EMP weapon to break him out. Seo Kang-yu was stunned. Shinka continued. Ah, but this prison's security is much tighter than I thought. No attack from the outside could possibly get through. So after we obtained the internal layout of the prison, we used an EMP weapon that we built ourselves and detonated it from inside, using my ability. Seo Kang-yu repeated, an EMP weapon, Shinka answered. After that, I spoke with Hwang Seung-hwan. However, he's still underage and hasn't even hit puberty yet. You know how it is. You only gain your full potential after puberty, right? But time is precious. That couldn't stop me. My name Shinka means imaginative. So I immediately came up with a brilliant solution. Before Hwang Seung-hwan becomes an adult, I'll do it with you, Seo Kang-yu, for humanity's sake. And when he becomes an adult, then we'll do it with him also, for the benefit of humanity. I've found the solution, Shinka said proudly. This way we can pass on the genes of both of you to the next generation. Then she smiled. What do you think? You two could become sworn brothers. You two can get along just fine. Wouldn't that be wonderful? She asked again. Do you understand what I'm saying? Seo Kang-yu finally responded. So, you're saying that you all are the culprits behind the EMP attack. Is that right? Shinka was startled by the furious look on Seo Kang-yu's face. No, that's not it. I was talking about other things. Then, as if remembering, she admitted, oh, that's right. Your brother was an investigator, wasn't he? He died in that EMP attack. It's okay. You can build a new family with me. Let's build the biggest family we possibly can together. Seo Kang-yu could no longer contain his rage. Shinka asked him, so, have you decided? I decided a long time ago. Oh, really? He reached his hand toward the barrier. I take back what I said about beating you people to a pulp. Shinka looked at him with an expectant gaze. I'm going to make you. He activated his ability, gritting his teeth. Suffer the most excruciating pain possible by crushing and shattering your bones. Shinka looked wary, but the girl beside her joked, well, isn't that just another way of doing people? The other man was also concerned. This doesn't look good. Wow, why does he look like he wants to tear me to shreds? Kang-yu was like a bloodthirsty beast. Shinka just winked cutely. A lover's quarrel isn't so bad. They say the more you love, the more you fight, and the better you understand each other. Enraged, Seo Kang-yu began to tear through Sa's barrier bit by bit. She was amused. My, he's full of energy. The man beside her grew wary. This is very dangerous. His ability was about to reach her. Just then, a space portal opened up. Seo Kang-yu froze for a moment as he fell into it. For a second her words caught his attention. She waved and smiled at him from the exit. Let's finish this outside, okay? She didn't forget to add a reminder. Calm down first before you come. Then the portal vanished, leaving Seo Kang-yu behind in this space. He continued to unleash his ability. Seo Kang-yu went berserk. A pillar of power shot up from the center straight into the sky. The force of his power erupting made the S-class group wary. Seo Kang-yu had escaped. Shinka stared at him wide-eyed. Whoa, his power hasn't stopped. It sliced through space. Seo Kang-yu followed it, closing in on Shinka. She laughed as the three of them jumped into another space portal. Seo Kang-yu kept charging forward, and that crazy woman exclaimed, "It's like we're playing hide-and-seek." His foot stomped down hard, hitting nothing. He was alone. Shinka opened a portal and taunted him. She beckoned, "It's about to close. Come and get me." Form. As the word was spoken, red streaks of energy began to surround him. Shinka was excited. "Oh, that's what you used on Bone. You're still not as fast as me." Shinka appeared behind him again, blushing with excitement. She laughed, but Seo Kang-yu's hand was already in front of her. Wait, hold on. He was right on her tail every time she opened a portal. The S-class member with tears in his eyes grabbed the girl next to him. Seo Kang-yu's claws were about to reach her. Suddenly, the space around him shifted. Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened in surprise. The girl was now on top of him, holding him in a chokehold. From another portal, Shinka reached out her hand. Everything's going smoothly. Why are you getting in the way, Lady Shinka? As Gato lunged towards Shinka, Seo Kang-yu grabbed her by the head. She hadn't finished her sentence. If he catches you, you'll die. He slammed Gato's head into the portal, creating another explosion. Shinka and the other man fell silent. Seo Kang-yu stood quietly amidst the utter chaos. Someone spoke, and his gaze immediately snapped in that direction. Gato appeared behind Shinka, completely unharmed. I told you. If he catches you, you're dead. Shinka asked. About that life just now, how do you plan to resolve this? Lady Shinka, please make a decision. Seo Kang-yu unleashed his power again. What a waste. And what about the life I lost? Tears streamed down her face. That jealousy of yours is magnificent. How did things turn out like this? Seo Kang-yu continued. Form 5. Shinka said coldly, multi-space. Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened as several of his red orbs had to counter the multi-space. In each portal, the figure of a person appeared. Seo Kang-yu was stunned. Shinka wasn't smiling anymore. Say hello. They are the new humanity, and they will replace the old one. From now on, B3 will be engulfed in a sea of flames. Wet stepped out of a space portal. I can't believe Mago is dead. I should have been the one to finish him. Ho, the body enhancer laughed. Who will be the one to tame me, Fratu? Another body enhancer also spoke up. Does an old man like me need to participate? Natura, a body enhancer, replied to the old man. Everything in this world is necessary. Meanwhile, an ability user thought worriedly to himself, I'm so scared, 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 I'm so scared. Vi, an ability user, was puffing on a pipe. A hero in a warden's uniform. Now this is getting interesting. Moores crossed his arms sternly. Sun Quan said rudely, smoke in the designated area. The two pretty sisters Tiburon, both body enhancers, appeared together. DH, sing ding ding, what the hell are you talking about? Hyun Du-young, another ability user, started laughing. There are people here who are even worse than demons. Prisoner B4 Tatsujin, an ability user who was also a body enhancer, stared intently at the empty sword sheath in his hand. Stepness, a body enhancer, pointed at something. They're just useless fools who have to rely on weapons, aren't they? Therapy wondered, number B. Is still alive. Maledicti, an ability user and summoner, placed a hand on his hip. I knew those outfits were more comfortable. Hero, the ability user, remained silent. Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened, his hat stained with a bit of blood. Two more figures stepped out of the portal. Prisoner B5 Aura, an ability user, gave him a cold look. Beside her was Hwang Seung-hwan. In contrast, he was thrilled to see him. Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu unleashed his power, causing the others to stop laughing. Mode 0. The white-haired young man was eager. Come on, Seo Kang-yu, let's play some more. Seo Kang-yu charged forward forcefully. Seung-hwan was excited, his hand already holding an orb of energy to fight him. The two quickly closed the distance between them. Seo Kang-yu's red stream of power collided with Jose Seogwan's blue stream. A roar that seemed to swallow everything echoed throughout the prison. The others watched the fight from above, truly terrified. A few, however, were thrilled. Hope no one gets careless and ends up hurt. Warden. Someone else spoke up. The other guards came to report to the warden. Do we have to leave this place? The female warden couldn't believe it. How did it come to this? Nothing is going according to plan. One of Seo Kang-yu's hands pushed against something and his entire body rose up. Seo Kang-yu was furious. Mode 0. All the criminals from B3 and B4 were captured by the heroes of justice. I see. However, none of them had ever seen Seo Kang-yu in combat mode. Now I understand why that witch Lao Sa tried to stop Seo Kang-yu from fighting. Someone else said succinctly, death. They all looked at Seo Kang-yu. So this is what death looks like. Those who had seen his appearance. Others were thrilled. This is amazing. Truly inspiring. They were astounded. That man. Is that a unique ability? Then it can't be stolen. Jealousy. Shinka was crying her eyes out. Gato placed a hand on her head to comfort her. Why did he have to make such a decision? Sadness. Jose Seogwan lightly touched his hat. Happiness. Seo Kang-yu. Why didn't you show me this skill when you fought me before? You've got more, don't you? He laughed. You're seriously amazing. Seo Kang-yu didn't say much and attacked directly. His eyes turned wild with power. Jose Seogwan scoffed. But you're still holding back, aren't you? Seo Kang-yu exploded with even more power. Blue attacks rained down on him continuously, more and more, pushing Kang-yu back. But he quickly regained his balance and pushed off the ground again with his feet. Like a red bolt of lightning, he shot towards Hwang Seung-hwan. His face didn't even look human anymore. He threw a punch, but it was blocked by a barrier from Hwang Seung-hwan. He laughed. Nice try. I've already frozen the space in front of me just in case. Together, they created an explosion. The onlookers exclaimed, "Whoa, he's a terrifying bastard. He's this strong without even using any combat abilities. And he's not even an adult yet. How much of a monster will he become when he grows up?" Ignoring them, Seo Kang-yu stared into the smoke and shouted, "Where did you go? I know that wasn't enough to take you down." He continued to yell, but before he could finish, Hwang Seung-hwan was hit square in the face by Seo Kang-yu's fist. He coughed up a spray of blood. Seo Kang-yu glared, then punched him again right in the torso. Hwang Seung-hwan's eyes widened as he was sent flying, crashing violently into a wall. The spectators were thrilled by this development. This was a battle between monsters. A red flash cut through the air, and the heads of X and Tiburon were sliced off simultaneously. Seo Kang-yu blitzed past them, heading for the summoner. He struck again only to be surprised, because Wet had cast a defensive spell. Mago's defensive magic really is top-notch. Too bad he died so soon. Don't you feel a surge of nostalgia seeing your comrade's magic? Seo Kang-yu put more force into his attack, and the barrier began to crack. Wet clicked his tongue. Honestly, I'm so jealous of that power. The barrier shattered, and someone else intervened, kicking Seo Kang-yu hard. He went flying into a wall, and smoke billowed up from the point of impact. Hero stood watching Seo Kang-yu's reflection, gleaming on his face. Like a demon rising from hell, he slowly stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent. He stopped and both of them looked down. Hwang Seung-hwan grinned. Kang-yu, you have to play with me. But, come to think of it, he continued, I can still tell you're hiding something. Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened at the kid's next words. He laughed. Are you holding back because of the warden? So weak. That won't do. He laughed and raised his hand. I'll create a playground just for the two of us. He closed his fingers and clouds instantly covered the moon. The night sky over the prison was quickly filled the ground, and rocks shifted, and Lao Sa and the others couldn't believe their eyes. They were quickly affected, unable to control. What was this? The others watched with shocked expressions. The space was being distorted by Hwang Seung-hwan. Am I seeing things? From now on, everyone else can go play outside, Shinkaryon shouted, as the entire prison was teleported to another location. Just then, a massive explosion erupted from the building, threatening to tear it apart. Screams echoed. Jose So and the other guards were terrified. Red streams of power were spreading towards everyone. As Jose So was about to be completely engulfed by that power, she only had time to scream. What is it this time? Just then, red orbs of energy began to form, created by Seo Kang-yu's power. Those orbs grew denser and denser. Right before that massive explosion went off again, he threw the orbs away from the area to protect everyone. At that moment, a hand reached out. Hwang Seung-hwan, still holding a chunk of flesh in one hand, laughed excitedly. This place is pretty sturdy. Suddenly, one of his eyes flew wide open. Seo Kang-yu, glowing a fiery red, with both eyes blazing, charged forward with his fist raised. But at that moment, someone created a circular shield to protect Hwang Seung-hwan. It was Shinka. She stood on an upper floor, her hand extended. Shinka spoke with a lewd tone. You shouldn't touch people when they're using a skill. That woman arrogantly tossed her hair and said to her followers, shall we get going? It's too dusty here. Tatsujin, however, remained deep in thought, looking up. Suddenly, she bent down and touched a rock. Power flowed into the rock, causing it to glow. Seeing this, Shinka's eyes and mouth went wide. The The rock, Tatsujin was channeling power into shone even brighter. Shinka's eyes grew even more excited. Just then, a sharp blade materialized. Tatsujin now held the newly created sword with a cold expression. Seeing this, Shinka asked, "What are you doing?" But she didn't say a word. She swung the sword, creating several slashes in midair to the astonishment of the people behind her. Seeing this, Shinka's face was a clear picture of excitement. Wow. But she then turned towards the spatial gate and said with contempt, "Why waste your energy like that? We can just use this way to get out. Alright, let's get out of here. Gather up." The scene changes to outside the city. Civilians had all gathered in one place, staring up in panic at the disturbance. What they saw was the image of Seo Kang-yu, a person glowing red-hot like a coal with two blazing eyes. They all exclaimed in terror, "What? What is that?" Then a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Seo Kang-yu. He quickly vanished, leaving everyone confused. They all stood frozen for a few seconds. What just happened? A villain. Just then, Seo Kang-yu reappeared in another location, surrounded by massive plumes of smoke. The smoke grew thicker and thicker, obscuring part of his body. And a moment later, only Seo Kang-yu's two eyes glowing like a demonic god's were visible. At that moment, there was a pile of something heaped up like a mountain. As it became clearer, it was revealed to be a giant sphere, with Seo Kang-yu standing beneath it. Then a hand appeared again. That grotesque sphere was created by the man to confront Seo Kang-yu. Just then, streams of light shot out from within the other sphere. Hwang Seung-hwan flashed a twisted grin. Boom! The sphere instantly exploded. A moment later, the smoke spread out again. The explosion created by Hwang Seung-hwan left a giant crater in the ground. He then landed with a twisted, triumphant smile. On the other side, Seo Kang-yu was still kneeling, one hand on the ground. One side of his face had already started to return to normal. The streams of power were gradually fading from his body. Over by the giant crater, the woman's group stood watching. Shinka cheered excitedly again. "Don't anyone get in their way. For now, we just watch." The reason inmates B3 and B4 listened to Shinka, even though they weren't the type to follow others' orders. "Hello, I'm Shinka. I will help you achieve your desires." Desire. Shinkari time. She spoke to men. She put on her most seductive act. Shinka used the inmates' desires. A feeling all humans possess. An image of the earth appeared. Whether it was an old man or a minor, she succeeded in luring all the inmates into her world. But there were always exceptions. At that time, Wet had asked coldly, "And what if I refuse?" Shinka replied, "If you refuse, well, that would be a terrible shame. You're going to die, and for plenty of other reasons too." At that moment, Hwang Seung-hwan's laughter echoed. Bwahahaha. The guy Hwang Seung-hwan was cracking up as if he'd just heard the funniest joke. "A new breed of human, huh?" he said, wiping tears from the corners of his eyes from laughing so hard. "You want to marry Seo Kang-yu for a reason like that, and then marry me afterward. You're quite interesting." Shinka, being naturally thick-skinned, just clapped and laughed along. "I'm glad you think so." But then Hwang Seung-hwan said, "But there's still one problem. I think fighting Seo Kang-yu is way more interesting than anything you could offer." He put on a sinister expression. Hwang Seung-hwan Shinka put on her kind face again to remind him, "If you only chase short-term thrills, you'll just become a dopamine addict. You need to look at the bigger picture. If you kill Kang-yu, what other joy could you possibly find?" But Hwang Seung-hwan just smiled confidently and said, "It's fine. I'm going to die anyway. I'm okay with it because I'll die while I'm still having fun." Shinka put on a sad face and said some absolutely nauseating things. "If I could have a child with Seo Kang-yu and then have another child with you, they could keep you entertained as they grow up. And once you become an adult, you'll be even stronger than you are now. That way you'll have even more fun fighting Kang-yu then. Look at the long-term benefits. If you join me, you can have fun until the day you die." She relentlessly tried to brainwash the young Hwang Seung-hwan. He fell silent for a moment, as if in thought. Before him, the shameless woman was looking at him with an excited face, as if she'd found another psychopath just as twisted as she was. The guy couldn't help but let out an excited smile. Then he spoke up. "Alright, let's give it a shot. Sounds like fun." Seeing this, the woman cheered with joy. "Oh, wonderful, you've made a wise decision." But then, Hwang Seung-hwan suddenly turned cold. "But I don't love you. How are we supposed to get married in the future?" Shinka moved closer to him and said, "It'll be fine." She pressed her soft chest near Hwang Seung-hwan's face and confidently declared, "You'll love me by then. I'm sure of it." The scene changes to a moment later where he's showing a rare, startled expression after taking a hit. Seo Kang-yu had just plunged his hand into his abdomen, then pulled it out, sending him flying backward. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but even so, he was still holding that lump of flesh tightly in his hand, laughing triumphantly. "Heh, I guess one hand isn't enough." While Seo Kang-yu stared at him with eyes full of rage, Hwang Seung-hwan began to taunt him. "Say something, Seo Kang-yu. Are you just going to stay silent? Or can you not speak in that state? Do you know what this is?" At that moment, Seo Kang-yu was still glaring at him with pure hatred. Seeing he wasn't getting an answer, he casually held up the round object in his hand and said, "This is your brother." Hearing this, Seo Kang-yu's eyes burned with even greater fury. Shinkan, dying 100,000 times, wouldn't be enough to atone for Hwang Seung-hwan's sins. At that moment, his reason was completely consumed by rage and agony as he let out a roar. Seo Kang-yu transformed into a crazed beast lunging to attack his enemy. But Hwang Seung-hwan just casually provoked him further. "Oh, so you can talk after all." Seo Kang-yu charged towards Hwang Seung-hwan, who stood there nonchalantly holding the round object. The stones beneath Hwang Seung-hwan's feet began to lift off the ground. With a look of savage excitement, Hwang Seung-hwan manipulated the stones, lifting them high into the air. The stones suddenly transformed into incredibly sharp objects. They grew larger and larger under Hwang Seung-hwan's control, pointing their sharp tips toward the charging Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu raised his hand into a fist against the tens of thousands of sharp earthen spikes hurtling toward him at extreme speed. Seo Kang-yu threw his fist with incredible power toward the thousands of spikes. With Seo Kang-yu's fierce expression, the spikes quickly shot past him. Suddenly, Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened in shock. Numerous spots on the ground exploded, sending earth and rock flying everywhere. Seo Kang-yu stood in the middle of the crater, pressing down on the ground with his now enormous transformed hands. Seo Kang-yu looked ahead in astonishment as an enormous object hurtled toward him. Amidst the dusty, rocky landscape, that object was still rushing toward Seo Kang-yu at incredible speed. Seo Kang-yu looked at the object and threw a punch forward. Seo Kang-yu's fist got closer and closer. As the fist and the object were about to collide, Seo Kang-yu gritted his teeth. A massive explosion sent Seo Kang-yu flying far away. The object slammed into Seo Kang-yu's body. Seo Kang-yu was thrown back, crashing into the mountain behind him, creating a colossal impact. Hwang Seung-hwan's hands continued to move, controlling that object. After the dust cleared around the rocky mountain, the object remained undamaged, continuing to float in midair. Hwang Seung-hwan caught the object and, laughing loudly, stepped forward. Hwang Seung-hwan held up the object and said menacingly, "You can't attack this, can you?" Seo Kang-yu struggled to his feet after that impact. Hwang Seung-hwan continued, "I just had a great idea." Hwang Seung-hwan looked at the object with an innocent expression and said, "If I eat it, you won't be able to attack me, right?" Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened in shock at his words. Hwang Seung-hwan continued, "But it's too big so I can't swallow it whole." As he spoke, he applied his power to the object, continuing, "I'll just compress it a little." Suddenly, something powerful burst up from the ground. Seo Kang-yu used one foot to stomp Hwang Seung-hwan into the ground so hard he couldn't react. Hwang Seung-hwan's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A loud explosion echoed, obscuring the scene in dust. Seo Kang-yu had one foot planted on Hwang Seung-hwan, who was lying on the ground. Seo Kang-yu balled his hand into a fist. Seo Kang-yu took direct aim and slammed his fist with immense force into Hwang Seung-hwan's face. The fist continued to rain down. This time, Seo Kang-yu slammed his fist down on Hwang Seung-hwan with such force that the surrounding ground shattered and flew into the air. Stepness Hero and Tatsujin stood by, calmly watching the scene before them. Seo Kang-yu, his face a mask of pure rage, suddenly felt two hands grab his arm. Hwang Seung-hwan, lying pathetically on the ground, reached up and grabbed Kang-yu's arm. Suddenly, a stream of blue light erupted from between the two of them. Seo Kang-yu's eyes went wide with surprise as he stared at the person before him. Hwang Seung-hwan, with a smiling face completely devoid of pain, looked at Seo Kang-yu. A pillar of power shot into the sky, forcing everyone watching to look up. Gato raised a hand to shield his face as he watched the column of power. Meanwhile, S was making strange noises. Shinka clasped her hands in front of her chest. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Shinka continued, "It's such a shame. It would have been great if those two could have reconciled." Gato replied to Shinka, "That's never going to happen." Canis beside him agreed, "I think so too." Canis looked down and said, "Besides, it looks like this fight is about to end." Hwang Seung-hwan struggled to his feet and looked toward Seo Kang-yu, who was lying motionless on the ground. Hwang Seung-hwan, covered in bloody injuries, looked up. Seo Kang-yu pushed himself up with his hands, his eyes completely filled with rage. Seo Kang-yu shot to his feet, while Hwang Seung-hwan was still on the ground. Hwang Seung-hwan's eyes flew open as streams of power began to appear. More and more streams emerged one after another. They converged on and surrounded Seo Kang-yu. More and more of them appeared on the ground, continuing to advance on Kang-ho from a distance. Shinka and everyone else stared in shock at the scene before them. Shinka cried out, "What in the world is that?" She and the others watched as countless strands wove themselves together, forming a colossal object. A laugh rang out in front of the massive web. Hwang Seung-hwan looked on wretchedly and said, "Just how many skills do you even have? I guess there's really no beating you." Hwang Seung-hwan looked at the man before him and continued, "So, what do you think?" Hwang Seung-hwan's voice rang out, addressing Seo Kang-yu. "How does it feel to be a murderer?" Seo Kang-yu, kneeling on one knee, stared at Hwang Seung-hwan. Hwang Seung-hwan smiled and continued, "You must be just as disappointed as I was, aren't you? The moment you touch them, they just disappear. It's not even enough for you to vent all those pent-up emotions of yours." Seo Kang-yu listened to Hwang Seung-hwan's taunts. Seo Kang-yu said, "Shut up. The streams of power still swirled around him. Hwang Seung-hwan replied, and so what, he asked, with a smug look on his face. After having your fill playing with me, don't you feel great now that you've let out all those negative emotions? You must be feeling pretty damn irritated. Seo Kang-yu furrowed his brow, watching Hwang Seung-hwan speak. Hwang Seung-hwan went on about having to suppress his power for so long. He continued, it's because you have to travel with that pack of garbage. Isn't that right? At Hwang Seung-hwan's words, images of Lao Sa and his teammates flashed through his mind. Kang Ho hesitated. You. Hwang Seung-hwan observed Seo Kang-yu's reaction. He stared blankly at the man before him and uttered, you. Seo Kang-yu's face darkened as he shot back. Don't know a single thing. A look of contempt flashed in Hwang Seung-hwan's eyes. He looked up at the giant web and said, well, this skill looks pretty dangerous. This must be your final attack, right? I'm almost out of energy myself. This is going to be a problem. Hwang Seung-hwan continued, man, that massive web in the sky is just so terrifying. Hwang Seung-hwan looked up with glee and continued, if I had just listened to Sa and become an adult, would I have been able to defeat you? He asked, still staring up at the web. Seo Kang-yu declared with absolute certainty that would never happen, because you're going to die right here. Hearing this, Shinka was too stunned to speak. The web gradually rose into the air, obscuring the entire sky. Shinka said in a panic, what's going on in there? She held out her hand as power enveloped it. A purple circle pierced through the web. Shinka panicked, controlled the circle, and screamed Hwang Seung-hwan. An image appeared within the circle. Through the circle, Shinka watched in horror as Hwang Seung-hwan was stabbed, his eyes wide with pain. Countless spikes had pierced through his body, killing him on the spot. Seo Kang-yu's eyes flew open, his face darkening. Shinka's eyes were met with the sight of Hwang Seung-hwan being impaled by hundreds of blood-red threads originating from Seo Kang-yu. His eyes were wide, his mouth agape, but he didn't even let out a groan. Shinka screamed in terror, Hwang Seung-hwan. She raised her hand, activating her power. Shinka immediately teleported to Hwang Seung-hwan's side and gently pulled him through a portal. Hwang Seung-hwan's limp body was carried away by Shinka, completely motionless. It seemed he had died in the battle. Shinka was frantic. Heal him. Therapy rolled up his sleeves, stepped forward and said calmly, move aside. He knelt down and plunged his arm into Hwang Seung-hwan's chest. Immediately, the blood threads clinging to Hwang Seung-hwan's body vanished, or to be more precise, therapy had absorbed them into his own arm. He marveled, I can't believe he was able to use his power to protect his vital spots during all that chaos. As he spoke, he added, his combat instincts are flawless. The blood threads crept up to his elbow. Therapy stood up. It's done. Seeing that Hwang Seung-hwan hadn't woken up, Shinka shook him. Hwang Seung-hwan, please wake up. Therapy raised his arm, which was now covered in the blood threads. Honestly, his face was impassive as he said, such a formidable power. Then, in front of the other prisoners, he chopped off his own arm. A new one instantly grew back in its place. He asked them, so what do we do with Seo Kang-yu now? A voice rang out. What do you think? It was Hero. He said coldly. We kill him on the spot, but someone cut in. Wait. Shinkarionne turned to look at Shinka. After she finished checking Hwang Seung-hwan's pulse, she looked up and spoke. Before we do that, she pleaded, a symbol glowing in her eyes. I want to talk to him one last time. The person she was talking about was someone everyone knew. It was Seo Kang-yu, lying face down and motionless in the center of the battlefield. A moment later, Seo Kang-yu staggered to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, something appeared in his line of sight, a mangled, curled-up mass of flesh. Intuitively, he knew it was the most important person in his life. His older brother, Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu slowly approached, bent down, and with the utmost care picked it up. Looking at that mass of flesh, his heart broke, and despair began to consume his mind. Seo Kang-yu's vision blurred, and he could no longer tell what was real and what was an illusion. If only this were just a dream, his brother would still be alive. A portal suddenly opened right in front of him. Shinka stepped out and said, Seo Kang-yu. She pleaded, her expression filled with worry. It's not too late, but life isn't a dream. Although exhausted, Seo Kang-yu still recognized the person before him as an enemy and unleashed his ultimate attack. Seo Kang-yu glared at her with pure hatred, preparing to strike. Shinka flinched, looking utterly confused. I really don't understand this. A flash of light erupted, and Seo Kang-yu's powers were immediately suppressed, much to his visible frustration. One of the allied criminals had deployed a complex matrix. It looked like negotiations were officially off the table, Wet said coldly. Now we need to kill him quickly before he recovers even that small amount of energy. He turned to his comrades and asked, any objections? They all responded in unison. Agreed. We're in. Fratu said pitifully, I feel sorry for the young man. Baekhyun spoke weakly. I'm scared of killing people too, but I think I'm more scared of him staying alive. Natura chuckled with delight. Returning to Mother Earth isn't so bad. Maledicti stretched and whined. I'm starving. Let's hurry this up. Stepness just grinned gleefully. That guy seems like he could be interesting. Vi held up a pen and wrote with regret. It's ending here. Such a shame. Hyun Duyang just chuckled. He's even more terrifying than a demon. Seeing this, Ho teased him, getting scared. A booming voice thundered from above them. Move. They all looked up. Hero had turned into a giant looming behind them for who knows how long. He clenched his fist and swung it down, aiming straight for Hwang Seung-hwan. Hwang Seung-hwan curled up, protecting the only thing his brother had left him. He endured the pain without a single groan. Hero would be the first to strike. Hyun Do-young clasped his hands together and summoned a Kilin. Wet also made his move. The criminals from B3 and B4 began to launch their attacks on Hwang Seung-hwan. Amidst the acrid smell of smoke, a question popped into Hwang Seung-hwan's mind. How long has it been? Hwang Seung-hwan let out a breath after the brutal torture from the criminals. He lay motionless with his mouth agape, a chunk of flesh clutched tightly in his hand. The hero raised his foot, preparing to stomp down. All right, let's end this. Hwang Seung-hwan still couldn't fight back. He could only wait for the blow to land. A swirling gust of wind rose with the hero's step. It's unclear what he was thinking. Just as he was about to stomp, a blue light flashed and a hand shot up, using an ability to stop him. Hwang Seung-hwan had woken up at some point. Shinka, he said to her, didn't you once say that I would get stronger as I grow up? Hearing his voice, Shinka turned around in surprise. Hwang Seung-hwan. The other criminals also looked towards him. Hwang Seung-hwan said cheerfully, you know what? In front of the other criminals' stairs. He continued, for the first time in my life, I have a dream to strive for. He spoke with excitement, his eyes seeming to sparkle like stars. I want to defeat Seo Kang-yu. Shinka was shocked, speechless. Hwang Seung-hwan went on, so don't kill him. I'll be the one to finish that guy off. Ah, frowning and glaring, said nonsense. We have to kill him right now. Shinka cut him off. As West stared in astonishment, she said, that's enough. Her clear voice rang out. Shinkaryoni promised they would listen to me. Hearing her words, everyone fell silent. No one objected. Let's go. The dust continued to swirl, and light peeked through the clouds. Shinka opened a portal for them to pass through. She cheerfully said to Hwang Seung-hwan, do you want us to help you? Hwang Seung-hwan picked up his hat. It's fine. Putting the hat on, he glanced back at Seo Kang-yu, who was still lying there as if lifeless. Hwang Seung-hwan left him with one sentence, the next time we meet, I will win. Then he vanished through the portal. The news reported that after a pulse weapon attack at Lucillus Prison, 8 B3 criminals, 5 B4 criminals, and 3 B5 criminals had escaped. What could possibly happen next? From above, an old man had been observing everything. He laughed with excitement. Ho 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 ho, Kingston smiled. The world is about to get lively. Just as Kingston thought, in the near future Shinka would turn the world completely upside down. Red Star wearing a diaper giggled and said, meow 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 meow. The person opposite seemed surprised. What? Really? It continued to whine. Meow 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 meow. The girl talking to it was worried, but she hesitated. I'm still not ready, Red Star replied. Meow meow meow. Suddenly the scene of them talking glitched. The screen went black, then the earth appeared, with a strange symbol. A voice announced joyfully, a new world, Alpha World welcomes you. Shinka appeared with 2 other people, and she said cheerfully, hello everyone, I am Shinka, and from now on I will be your Shinka. She then introduced the 2 people beside her. Next to me are a few guests. The man said Canis, and the cat-eyed girl also introduced herself. I am Gato. A line of text appeared asking, what is Alpha World? Canis answered this question. Alpha World is a world that was created, he continued, for Kilu to bring the infected humans along with Lady Shinka in her role as humanity's Shinka. The next question appeared, who has the right to stay in Alpha World? This time Gato answered, to become a part of Alpha World, you need to meet the following conditions. The first condition, she paused for a moment before saying, is that the person must possess powerful abilities. At the same time, a muscular man was shown. The screen showed a swarm of rats accompanied by Gato's voice. The second condition is that the person must not harbor those who possess rejected genes. Gato continued. The third condition is that the person must be healthy enough to maintain the bloodline. The screen showed another question. What will happen to those who don't qualify? Shinka spoke with indifferent words, but a look of pity in her eyes. I think those with unchosen genes are the ones committing crimes in the old world. They deserve to die. Shinka pointed at the camera. And if they've committed a capital crime, what must we do? She said. That's right. They must be terminated. Shinka clapped her hands. Anyone with unqualified genes deserves to be terminated. She spoke with passion. At the same time, a letter appeared on the screen. Over the next month, we will select the new humans qualified to become a member of Alpha World and send them an invitation. Shinka made a throat-slitting gesture while smiling and saying, anyone who dares to refuse our invitation will be considered guilty of the crime of harboring those with rejected genes. They will also be terminated. So we hope you will consider our invitation very carefully. She clasped her hands together and said earnestly, all right, will the future of the new human race be a bright one? Then she approached the camera, winked, and said, it's all thanks to your future, Shinka. Me, Shinka. Goodbye for now. The screen glitched again. The channel switched back to the original show. The girl pouted at Red Star. Meow, meow, meow. Red Star pouted back. Meow, 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 meow. The screen shut off again, and the light from the large monitor faded out. In the pitch-black room, 7 people were gathered around a meeting table. Under the glare of the lights, one person spoke, breaking the silent atmosphere. "All right." That person spoke about the prison break at Lucillus and the broadcast that was shown to all of humanity after the escape. The chairman of the authority said, with a confident demeanor, "The WSC, the World Security Council, will now open the World Security Council meeting." Shinka's image and information appeared on the screen. Someone mumbled, "Shinka. That's the woman who attacked with the electronic pulse, right? Is she on the villain list?" We asked the Hero Association, and they said no. An older man with glasses said, "This is trouble. I can't believe it." Not long after, the heroes of justice were lost, another disaster strikes. The woman next to him asked, "How are we going to handle this?" Someone interjected, "Before we deal with that," that person questioned, "let's face a few issues first." Nya, the leader of the peace party, stood up and slammed the table. The warden of Lucillus Prison, Seo, gave herself the right to execute inmates. She did as she pleased without reporting to her superiors, he said with a scowl. Since when can a single individual arbitrarily decide on a death sentence for someone else? That has caused chaos and deep concern. Another person spoke up. "We're in a dire situation, so why are you harping on about such a trivial matter?" That person, said Warden Seo, simply made the wisest decision under the circumstances. Authority, the 2-term chairman of the Hero Association and current leader of the World Party. "If it were me, I would have done the same thing," Enhei said. "Shinkan, if the situation was urgent, did she really not have time to report the incident?" Authority immediately defended her. "Not even a second could be wasted. That must be why she chose to go find Seo Kang-yu. I can sympathize with that decision." He glanced at the person next to him. "Do you have an opinion?" He looked at the thoughtful old man beside him, El Judo, the Minister of Justice. El Judo spoke up, "Although I don't agree with allowing an individual the right to execute others as they please." Shinkarayone looked at him. El Judo raised his hands and said with a smile, "While I don't agree with giving an individual the right to execute others on a whim, the circumstances are very special, so I completely understand." Just then, Ba the fire commissioner said, "It must have been a difficult decision. Looking at the situation, I'm worried the other side will suffer heavy losses." A woman named Kum, the police commissioner, also spoke uncomfortably. "Aren't we already suffering losses?" Shinkar, since public security went to hell after that broadcast, have we had a moment's rest? Gazet, the deputy minister of defense, said around his cigar. Isn't it time we realized we're in the middle of a war? Or are we still just fussing over a prison break? Authority slammed the table, shouting angrily, "I say those prisoners deserve to die." He angrily pointed at Kum and Gazet. "We put ourselves in this current situation. Wasn't it because you stubbornly clung to those old sentences?" Authority continued. "If I were still the chairman of the Hero Association, those scum would have been dead long before we needed to talk about execution. I can't understand how you people bring disaster upon yourselves just because you won't kill wanted criminals the moment you catch them." He gritted his teeth. Shinkar, since Lao Sa became the chairman of the Hero Association, the world had become a complete mess. Calmly, someone said, "You haven't changed a bit, have you?" On spoke up again. "And you think the decisions you made when you were chairman of the Hero Association were the right ones? Take a good look at the heroes from back then." He glanced at Authority and continued, "Most of the heroes you led were never mentally stable." Authority retorted with a defiant look. "So what?" The two argued, one saying it was better to control them rather than letting them turn into villains. The other shot back immediately. "Is being a hero that important?" Authority scowled. It was obvious. After Lao Sa took over as chairman of the Hero Association, people who could have been heroes instead turned around and became villains, causing trouble everywhere. Boda glared at him. "Authority, your idea of a hero is completely different from mine." Authority shot back. "You're all just a bunch of dreamers clinging to your idealistic vision of a better world, while ignoring the reality right in front of you." The chairman, who had been sitting quietly watching them bicker, finally spoke up, mentioning Lao Sa. Shinkaryon unconsciously fell silent and turned to look at him. He said, "If she were here," looking at the empty seat, he continued, "I wonder what her opinion would be." Authority silently gritted his teeth, clicked his tongue, and left. When he got to his car, his secretary opened the door and asked, "Did the meeting go well, sir?" Authority said curtly, "Not at all." He scowled. "Those people are such a pain. I don't think there's anything to discuss. We just need to kill that group of criminals and be done with it," he muttered. "It's all that bitch's fault." "That bitch, Lao Sa." His secretary asked him, "What are you going to do now, sir?" Authority answered. Shinkar, since Lao Sa became chairman of the Hero Association, the members of the World Security Council. He recalled their detestable faces, sneering. The pro-rehabilitation faction consists of the Peace Party, the Fire Commissioner, the Deputy Minister of Defense, and the chairman of the Hero Association. Authority frowned. The pro-punishment faction includes the World Party and the Police Commissioner. Then he remembered Bada's face, while the neutral party is the Minister of Justice. At this, he sighed. "It's because those four have joined forces against the two of us that our opinion gets ignored." Shinkan, the current chairman, is starting to lean towards Lao Sa's side. He said, but right now the chairman's seat at the Hero Association is vacant. We just need to get our person into that position, and that's it. To balance things out, he would do anything. If it were 3 against 3, maybe our opinion would be taken seriously. Authority paused for a moment, then looked out the window. We're going to see Seo Kang-yu, the former hero of justice, he said in a determined tone. He was sure a plan was forming in his mind. The others have also started to make their moves. Authority thought of a pink-haired girl with bunny ears. The secretary asked, isn't Seo Kang-yu quite close to Miss Lao Sa, sir? Authority said, yes, he is. He gave a sly smile. However, the current situation has changed quite a bit, hasn't it? Following his orders, the secretary started the car to go see Seo Kang-yu. At that moment, Seo Kang-yu was lying in an operating room, his lips chapped from dehydration. Hwang Seung-hwan groggily opened his eyes. A question was posed to the heroes. Why can't heroes kill villains? Hearing that question, Judd burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. When I first joined Equality, I had the same thought, Seo Kang-yu. He said, you'll find the answer to that question yourself as you work with Equality. Hap heard this and looked at him confused. You want me to kill someone with my own hands? He hesitated. I don't want to. Waving his hand, he said, if a hero has to kill people, I'd rather not be a hero. This time, it was Medius's turn to speak. She said, my older sister was a criminal on death row. She said timidly, it's true that she committed a crime worthy of death, but I think she should have been given a chance to atone for her sins. Mago rubbed his chin. Why can't heroes kill villains, you ask? Let's think about it the other way. Why should heroes kill villains? He pondered sorrowfully. Is it because their lives serve no purpose, or is it because they've given up on being human? What kind of person has value in living? What does it even mean to be human? Then he said cheerfully, it's a tough one to think about. Let's think about it together. Lao Sa said calmly, a hero's job isn't to kill villains. Our job is to save people. She held out her hand. From now on, let's save people together with us. Suddenly everything went dark for Hwang Seung-hwan and Lao Sa's voice echoed. Seo Kang-yu, you definitely will. He murmured in a daze. Why, everyone? The scene before him was the memorial portraits of 5 familiar teammates. Why did you all leave without giving me the answer? Hong Jia appeared and said, a warden's job is to rehabilitate prisoners. She hesitated. As an investigator, I'm not against the death penalty system. I have a responsibility to tell criminals what they did wrong before they are executed. Seo Kang-yu stood before him with a weary look in his eyes. The law is what judges people, and we are the investigators who carry out the sentences that are handed down. An image of Seo Kang-yu suddenly crumpled like a piece of paper. His words still echoed. So, this is why they crumple up the paper before an execution, huh? The duty of an investigator is. Seo Kang-yu coughed and suddenly opened his eyes. A rain of blood fell, and its foul stench filled his entire body as a voice called his name. Seo Kang-yu. A hand held out a ball of flesh. A giant version of Jose Seog-hwan looked at him provocatively. Shinkan, you find this fun, don't you? He said with excitement. After everything that's happened, they still keep spouting such nonsense. Seo Kang-yu froze the scene around him, a sea of blood. Seo Kang-yu jolted awake, gasping for breath. A voice called out to him, Seo Kang-yu. Lipus sat with her legs crossed and said, you're awake. She asked with concern, are you okay? Seo Kang-yu still hadn't escaped the nightmare. The world was still a blur before his eyes. Lipus said, I'm sorry. She confessed I should have come to help, but even though I knew something would happen in there. Lipus seemed hesitant. I couldn't know the full details because the investigator covered up the riot. Seo Kang-yu covered his eyes. It's fine, he said. Shinkan, if you had been there, you wouldn't have been able to do anything. Lipus was still worried. Are you really okay? I heard about your mission in the prison. To execute the criminals. Seo Kang-yu cut her off. He looked straight at Lipus. I'm not okay at all. Lipus looked at him. Kang-ho. Seo Kang-yu's eyes blazed with anger. I should have killed every last one of them. But I couldn't do it. Lipus's eyes widened in surprise. Seo Kang-yu asked her, Lipus, did you come here to tell me I shouldn't kill villains too? If so, just go home. I'm not a hero anymore. Before Lipus's disbelieving eyes, he declared, I'm an investigator now. Lipus looked down. We need to form a new hero association and select heroes for a new equality. She said, I'm currently serving as the temporary chairman of the Hero Association, but with the changes to come, we need a hero to lead us. Lipus looked directly into Kang-ho's eyes. So we were thinking of choosing you, a former hero of equality, to be the chairman of the Hero Association. Seo Kang-yu cut her off again. I already told you. He glared at her. I'm not a hero anymore. Heroes should do what heroes need to do. Seo Kang-yu said, as soon as I recover, I'm going out to do what I have to do. Lipus stood up. Kang-ho. Just then, another voice interrupted them. Hero Seo Kang-yu. You're absolutely right. Authority stood before the hospital bed, his hands in his pockets as he looked down arrogantly at Seo Kang-yu. He chuckled. Oh, so you're Investigator S. Kang-ho, are you? Lipus was surprised. Authority. He slowly walked closer. You went through a lot of trouble executing those criminals all by yourself. but you won't have to do that anymore. Authority stated firmly, I will soon become the chairman of the Hero Association, and I intend to have heroes execute criminals. Lippis gasped. What? Seo Kang-yu was on guard. You're the world representative. What are you talking about? Authority replied. I'll be stepping down from that position soon, he continued. So I can run in the election for chairman of the Hero Association. Authority adjusted his suit jacket, looking at Seo Kang-yu. I came here to talk to you and ask if you were interested in becoming chairman, but that's no longer necessary. Just consider this a social call to say hello. He then turned and walked towards the door. I hope you recover and get out of the hospital soon. Just you wait, Lippis. Lippis scowled. Do you really think anyone will vote for you? Authority just clicked his tongue. He smirked. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Lippis anxiously turned to look at Seo Kang-yu. Kang-ho. He just closed his eyes and said, I'm tired. He looked at Lippis. You should go. Lippis was stunned, speechless. A moment later, Authority got into his car. Looking at the scenery outside, he said, just as I thought. He mused, Shinkaryon is very busy. Many people, including myself and Lippis, have probably all sought out Seo Kang-yu. He thought aloud. After the emergence of superpowers, many people have struggled. Organizations, the military, and the police are all relying too much on a single, powerful individual. Authority thought of the WSC. The World Security Council will probably soon discuss Seo Kang-yu's execution of criminals and whether he should be granted the authority to kill. He continued. Under current law S. Kang-ho's actions are illegal. His secretary asked curiously, then what do you intend to do? Authority clicked his tongue again as an idea popped into his head. If that's what the law says. During a meeting between the parties, Renhei slammed his hand on the table. We need to punish the investigator from Lucillus Prison. Grom retorted. Wasn't it a special situation? She said, Shinkan, if one of my own subordinates did that, I would let it slide. Renhei was about to snap back, but someone else interjected. Blah blah blah, Authority said. You haven't offered any information on what we can do, or any solution whatsoever. All you've talked about are idealistic but meaningless scenarios. Renhei scowled. Idealistic. I already offered a solution. As he spoke, he pointed to the others at the table: fire department, military, and police. Grom raised her hand. I will never agree. He continued. Including having the Hero Association cooperate in arresting criminals, we will make them face the judgment of the law. Authority yelled. That's your solution, Renhei replied nonchalantly. Yeah. At that, Authority immediately pointed a finger. Is your head in the clouds? Authority now spoke up. He was also growing tired of this situation. Then what's your solution? Authority said. Let's vote. Shinkaryon was stunned. Vote, Authority continued. Let the nations vote on whether investigator Seo Kang-yu, he leaned forward on the table seriously, should be granted the right to execute. We will change the law. All in favor of giving Seo Kang-yu the right to execute, or all opposed? After hearing Authority's words, everyone was completely floored. A vote, Authority said. That's right. Instead of us arguing endlessly here, a vote would be much clearer. He looked around at everyone. Aren't we all working for the people? Renhei immediately argued back. Making a decision like this by majority rule is extremely dangerous. Authority pointed in his face. Are you looking down on the people now? Seeing Renhei was unable to retort, Authority gloated. I see it clearly now. He taunted. You're avoiding it because you think you'll lose, right? He then glanced to his left. Am I right? Shinkaryon turned to look at the person with the highest authority there, the chairman. He closed his eyes and thought for a few minutes, then said, Very well. Let's hold a vote. The people present had mixed feelings of joy and sorrow. And 2 weeks later, a blue-haired girl read the results of the vote. Shinkaryon listened nervously through their earpieces. In favor, 88%. Opposed, 12%. The supporters had an overwhelming majority. Authority laughed with delight. Well, that was only natural. The girl continued. According to the pro side, and please listen carefully, this situation should be considered a declaration of war, and the enemy must be annihilated. There's no need to apply the law to them, because they are beasts who have abandoned their humanity. Authority's wrinkled face lit up with excitement. Furthermore, because these problems arose in the pursuit of ideals, the right to execute should be given back to all heroes, not just Seo Kang-yu. Her voice remained calm as she presented the opinion of the opposition. She said that Seo Kang-yu's current state makes it difficult for him to make rational decisions. Giving him the right to execute is quite dangerous. Shinkaryona's face grew pensive. If the right of execution were given to one individual, it could cause the same problems as with previous heroes. If an individual values their own judgment over the law, society is at risk of collapse. Finally, she emphasized that this was the opinion of the opposition. Renhei spoke up first. We can accept this result to please everyone. Authority slammed his hand on the table. Damn it, his face wrinkled in anger. Please everyone, the result was clearly overwhelming. What is there left to discuss? B reminded him. Don't cause a scene, he said calmly. Quickly bring Seo Kang-yu here. In the office, the sunset glow poured in. Authority, standing against the light, said, It's been a while, hasn't it? He spoke to the young man standing proudly before him, Seo Kang-yu. B said, "Have you heard the news?" Seo Kang-yu replied, "Yes, I've heard." B asked again, "So what is your decision?" Seo Kang-yu replied, "In accordance with the results of the vote, I will execute them all with my own hands." B said, "I have another question for you." He awaited his reaction. "What would you have done if the vote had been the opposite of the current result?" He frowned. Seo Kang-yu said, his red eyes glowing, "In that case I would have killed them all, and then turned myself in." B was lost in thought. He looked up again and said, "There's one more thing." Authority thought of the former hero. "If Lao Sa were here, what do you think she would do?" Seo Kang-yu seemed surprised. He thought for a moment, while B's eyes watched him expectantly. Seo Kang-yu spoke up, clenching his fist. "As for that, it would be clearer if you asked Lao Sa directly." B sighed. "Yes, perhaps you're right." He looked Seo Kang-yu straight in the eye, asking his final question. "If you handle this situation," Seo Kang-yu, who was about to leave, turned back to look at him, "will you return to being a hero?" After hearing this, he left, leaving behind one sentence. "I'm not sure about that either." As soon as the meeting ended, the press caught wind of it and began reporting extensively on Seo Kang-yu. A special law regarding Seo Kang-ho was passed in front of countless reporters pointing their cameras. The world chairman B spoke, his voice calm. "The right to carry out capital punishment has been granted to Warden Seo Kang-yu to deal with the recent prison breaks at Lucillus Prison and to prevent future terrorist attacks." His gaze was steely. Authority stared intently at the screen. "All right, starting from here, one step at a time. I guess we can bring it back to the way it was before." Lupus, sitting on the grass, also watched the news. She was silent. B's speech was being broadcast everywhere. A person clutching an urn was shedding tears. They sat dejectedly on a cold bench, tears falling endlessly. "Kang-yi-ah." Elsewhere, a familiar voice rang out again. So that's how it is. If so, then we need to start preparing right now." Shinka looked back. "Is everyone ready?" The criminals waited eagerly. Shinka finished her sentence. "The executioners." A perfectly fine Jose Seog-hwan smiled. Not long ago, in Spain and Portugal, a blue vortex appeared carrying a piece of paper with an invitation written on it. It was said to be from the world government. Shinkaryoni looked up at the sky and froze. A massive blue vortex had appeared in mid-air. Within that vortex, a green magic circle appeared. A loud noise emanated from it, but no one knew what it was. In just a few seconds, an explosion rained down, wiping out everyone there. The last attack created a huge crater in the ground. A cheerful voice rang out. "Wow." The group of criminals stepped out of the gate. Sa stretched. "It's hot, isn't it?" the girl with the umbrella said to Wet, who had just launched the attack. "You madman," Moraes said, displeased. "What if someone had received the invitation? Why would you attack so recklessly?" Wet was annoyed. If they died from just that, they weren't worthy of an invitation. Immediately after, on screens all over the world, Shinka's image appeared. She said, "Hello." Her face was as cheerful as ever. "Hello everyone, I am X." She pointed at the camera. From now on, the members of the World Security Council also watched in an orderly fashion. Shinka announced clearly, "The execution of those with waste Genoa will now begin." As Ah spoke, the criminals slowly advanced into major cities. They were excited, ready to wreak havoc. Seo Kang-yu put on his hat, his eyes full of determination. At the World Security Council meeting room, the secretary said, "Regarding this incident based on the documents sent from the Hero Association, the one with tattoos under his eyes and on his neck, is Wet a summoner type. He is a villain who was once captured by the hero of justice Mago. He has the ability to convert stolen summoning powers from opponents into sigils on his body. Just by raising his hand, he can create a massive explosion." Looking at the desolate scene before him, Wet felt no pity. They're so weak. He possesses the ability to copy an opponent's summoning power. He looked at his own hand in disgust. "I should have stolen Mago's combat type ability instead." Next is the girl with cat ears, Ho, a physical type. She is a villain who was once captured by the hero of justice Yudi. She possesses the ability to transform into a fox spirit. In the blink of an eye, she can slaughter several hundred people. Ho sighed. "Ah." Her face was covered in blood. "Where can I find someone who can subdue me now?" The next one is Hyun Do-young, a special type who always has a mysterious smile on his face. He is a villain who was once captured by the hero of justice Hap. He clapped his hands and a blue light flashed. Two Keelan-like creatures appeared, swinging their arms and slaughtering people. He possesses the ability to summon demons. Ho ran up and nuzzled against him. Hun scratched his head. "Pretty strong, right?" The girl with the umbrella, Morris, is also a special type. She is a villain who was once captured by the hero of justice Tome. She's like a typical special type user. Morris stood behind a person who was crawling and crying for help. She said, "You're too loud. Not elegant at all." Then a prohibition sign appeared. She said Shinko was right. An orange bow suddenly appeared on the person's neck, and then they were strangled to death. Morez sneered. "The unchosen genome truly is pathetic from birth." The secretary concluded, "Her power is extremely complex. she continued. The Hero Association has quickly mobilized forces near Portugal to resolve the situation. Authority scowled again. Tesk, it's useless for them to go. Because from the very beginning, you people never wanted to kill them, Authority said. It's fine. In that case, he looked over to Bada. The firefighters will be prioritized to rescue the citizens. Bada answered clearly. Understood, Chairman. Authority continued looking over at Gazet and Grom. The military and the police are tasked with protecting the people. Gazet immediately replied, yes, sir. Grom, however, was hesitant. We don't have enough power to stop them. In the end, we'll just have to call the Hero team for help anyway. Authority turned back to El Judo. El Judo, where is Officer Seo Kang-yu? El Judo replied, I'm listening, he said. The warden says he started heading over there as soon as he saw the broadcast. Hen then complained. Haven't we fired her yet? Authority asked his secretary. Is there any way to know what the enemy's objective is this time? The secretary said hesitantly. We still haven't figured out what they want. Before this attack, S had pointed out the target to all of her comrades. She said, execute everyone who carries the unchosen genes and help those who accept our invitation to join the Alpha world. Shinka raised her hand. First, let's give them a gentle taste of what's to come. It'll be much easier to persuade the remaining people who accept the invitation after that. Shinkariona's eyes fell on her. She continued, for now, I want you to focus on bringing people over rather than on slaughter. Then she spread her arms wide, savoring the decisive moment. In the end, we can kill as many of those without the chosen genes as we want. Morris spoke up, stopping the other three. Hey, stop it. She said seriously, that's enough of a warm-up. All right, let's go do the mission Shinka gave us. Another complained. But I wanted to destroy a little bit more. Hyun Du-young nodded. All right. Wet didn't agree right away. He said, I'll do what I like. If I continue to destroy this place, those who accepted our invitation will eventually have to show themselves. Morez said angrily. You're going too far. Are you planning on ignoring the mission Shinka gave you? He just said casually, and if I am, what are you going to do about it? As they watched, Hyun Du-young raised his hands, forming another summoning seal. A three-legged crow, a hideously skinny bird flew over. He climbed onto the bird and said, I don't think he'll go even if you tell him to. The fox spirit jumped up. Whoa, let me on too. Unable to do anything, Morez just clicked her tongue and turned to leave. Wet said, as soon as I'm done, I'll report this to Shinka. Do whatever you want. Hearing that, the others left him alone. The city was in ruins, engulfed in a sea of fire. Wet sighed. As he shot out flames, he lamented. Nothing's changed since I got out of prison. What a pain. He rolled up his sleeve and looked at the tattoo on his arm. Shinkara thing's the same. No matter how much I destroy my power, never gets any stronger. This ability is truly cursed. Looking at the diamond shapes, he said, I get it. His eyes sharpened. I have to keep stealing. While he was distracted, a pair of enormous feet came falling from the sky. It was a rabbit landing right where Wet was standing. He quickly created a barrier. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. A person was standing on a flying carrot as the giant rabbit vanished. That person said with disgust, you really haven't changed at all, even after being out of prison for so long. Lippus grimaced. Didn't you learn anything in there? The barrier Wet created began to shatter. He frowned and said, Lippus, you have great timing. Did you let Mago rest in peace? At a school, the USB Talent Academy. In a classroom, the teacher was giving a lesson. A boy in the front row raised his hand. Teacher, I'm scared. The teacher gave a warm, affectionate smile to comfort him. You'll all be all right. He winked and said, no matter what happens, I will always protect you. Follow me to the shelter. Just as he finished speaking, a round of applause echoed out. Shinkarion followed the sound to see a woman who had suddenly appeared at the back of the classroom. Moraes was the one who had clapped. She said, very nice. What an admirable teacher. The terrified children screamed and scattered. Moores frowned. You're all so noisy. How rude. Grove shielded the children behind him. He took a defensive stance and said angrily, Moores. She remained casual. You know me. How embarrassing. She picked up her umbrella. Don't be afraid. I know you also received an invitation from Shinka. With that, she jumped down. Those who received an invitation follow me. Grofi cut in. Please leave this place immediately. He knelt down and hugged the children. I will not let you take a single child. Moraes was rejected before she could even do anything. She said, annoyed. You're not very smart, are you? She tapped the umbrella on her hand, and Moores began to use her power. To think you would dare interrupt me while I'm speaking. Grove felt the pressure from her. Moores adjusted the brim of her hat. I'll have to teach you a lesson. This academy for the gifted, built in a Greek style after the Miel and Mael incident, was founded to educate children who possess special abilities. Under the direction of Lao Sa and Mago, special schools were built all over the world. Here the children are taught by hero teachers how to adapt to society, and for another purpose, how to control their powers. Moraes threw her hat high into the air. Domain of rules. Her hat instantly grew enormous, then slammed down, trapping them. The terrified children screamed. Grove was stunned. What is this? Moores tapped her umbrella again and spoke. Silence. After she spoke, prohibition signs suddenly appeared over the children's mouths and transformed into masks gagging them. They tried to pull them off but couldn't. Mors gave a cold laugh. Finally some peace and quiet. Mors's special type ability is called Rules. It activates when she judges her opponent to be inferior. It causes the opponent to be restricted or even harmed. If I see any more messing around, I'll send you on your way. Grove watched her warily. She made some strange multi-eyed creatures appear. Mors said with a scowl, a typical ability for a bully who preys on the weak. Mors said, the 3 kids who received a special invitation stepped forward. The 3 kids carefully stepped forward under the terrifying stares. Mors pulled out a piece of paper. Let's see now. They're all special types, huh? Special types have many different uses. From now on, you will all help create the Queen's world. Then she looked at the gagged children and said, answer me. The prohibition signs were removed. A worried boy asked, is the Queen the woman who appeared on TV? Mors smiled brightly and replied, exactly, she continued. A beautiful woman with perfect ideals. The boy immediately said, then I don't want to go. All eyes turned to the boy. Mors stopped in her tracks. The boy continued. Didn't that person say she'd eliminate everyone who doesn't have a special ability? The boy went on, I have lots of friends who don't have abilities, and I would never hurt my friends. The cat-faced girl beside him chimed in, me too, my parents don't have any abilities either. They haven't done anything wrong. The little demon girl next to her also stammered me too. The children kept questioning Mors. Besides, our teacher taught us that it's wrong to discriminate against and hate other people. You also said that anyone who uses their powers to get what they want, instead of using their words, is a bad person. You monster, let us go. Mors was silent for a moment, then asked, you don't like it? The children replied, no, we don't. She immediately used her ability, creating a forbidden sign under the 3 children's feet. Then just die. An orange bow appeared on each of the kids' necks. Suddenly, Mors's eyes widened in shock. Grove, who was behind them, suddenly coughed up blood. A green light emanated from his body as his own neck spurted blood instead of the children's. Grove gasped for air. So now I see. Your ability is to absorb all impact directed at a target. A special type, also known as a bodyguard. Mores chuckled. Ho ho, so now I understand why Shinka sent you an invitation. An ability that's just perfect for a bodyguard. For Shinka to be able to operate freely, a bodyguard is absolutely essential. It'd be a waste of talent to kill you. Grove, suppressing his pain, said Mors. We know all about you, back when you were a child. Before he could finish, she raised a hand to stop him. Stop. She scowled. Did you hear that from Tom? It's so rude to spread a lady's past around. Grove glared at her angrily. Mors continued. I didn't come here to reminisce about my past. She said, I came here on the Queen's orders to select those worthy of joining the Alpha world. Mors stared at him. Give up the children and I'll spare your life. Grove immediately replied, no, I can't do that. Hearing his answer, she was confused. But why? Is one of them your own child? Grove answered, no. Mors tilted her head, waiting for his answer. Then, with a determined expression, he said, because I am their teacher. Grove, a member of the Hero Association, is also a teacher at the Ability User School. His defensive power is strong enough to withstand attacks from prisoners on the 3rd and 4th levels. But back when Authority was the chairman of the Hero Association, Grove was always ranked as the number 5 hero. Why? One day Authority called Grove into his office and asked, how long do you plan on doing this? He looked at him and said, we don't need a punching bag. The reason was that Grove had no killing ability. He wasn't capable of destroying villains. But when Lao Sa became the new chairman of the Hero Association, she called him in. Grove, would you be a teacher at the Ability User School? He looked surprised. Was I wrong? Is my ability not suited for being a hero? Lao Sa shook her head. No, what are you talking about? I mean, you should do both, be a teacher and a hero. She said, nothing is more important than educating children, so I want to entrust them to the best hero. Grove said, lacking confidence, but I'm not suitable. Lao Sa looked at him and smiled. What are you talking about? Who could do it better than you? Grove was stunned. Lao Sa looked at him with admiration. You are the hero of heroes, the one who sacrifices himself to protect his comrades. Isn't that wonderful? At that moment, Grove was speechless. Back in the present, Mors said, I have a great idea. Why don't you go and convince the children? She said boastfully. They'll listen to you, won't they? After all, you're their teacher. Grove spoke up. Mors, the world is changing. He remembered the ruined buildings, the emergence of special abilities, and the great wars that caused our society to collapse. In his mind, he saw the backs of the heroes who fought. Grove continued, and to stabilize this society, we had to sacrifice so much. Mors wondered, what does that have to do with my question? Grove said, looking straight into Mors's eyes. What I mean is, if that woman's insane fantasy becomes a reality, this society will once again fall into a spiral of chaos. Hearing this, Mors flew into a rage. Don't you dare insult the Queen, she said. You're being awfully long-winded in rejecting the Queen's invitation. I don't care if this society falls into chaos or not, Grove retorted. No, you should care. Seeing Mors's confused look, Grove continued, because when society is in chaos and can't function, he looked at her with pity. There will be more children who have to endure the same pain you did. Mors went berserk. She gritted her teeth and said, "You." She was boiling with rage. "What the hell do you know?" Grove tried to explain. "Like I said, we know all about you." Mors ignored him. She pointed her umbrella at him. "Ridiculous." Immediately, a series of iron rods pierced through them. She muttered, "You've been spouting nonsense this whole time." Grove tried to use his ability to take the blows for the children. They cried out. Teacher Mors looked at them with contempt as they struggled to resist. How filthy. She was seething with rage. Suddenly a shoe slammed down, smashing Mors's head into the ground. Tiesk. Before everyone's astonished eyes, there stood Seo Kang-yu, prisoner from the 3rd level's special detention area. Seo Kang-yu stomped his shoe on her face, using his power to pin her down, so she couldn't even lift her head. He said angrily, "Get that bitch out here." Mors couldn't move an inch under Seo Kang-yu's power. She asked, "You psychotic bitch. Are you talking about our queen?" Seo Kang-yu looked at her with contempt. "Yeah, and that includes you." Mors screamed, "You brat, you bastard." She raised her hand using her ability on Seo Kang-yu. Chains immediately appeared, binding his hands, feet, and neck. A guillotine appeared above Seo Kang-yu's head. Mores said smugly, "Your judgment day has come." Seo Kang-yu shattered her guillotine in a split second. The chains on his hands and neck shattered simultaneously. He proceeded to land another blow on Mors's face. Her face caved in. Her hat also began to shrink back to its original size. Grove stared blankly as Seo Kang-yu brutalized her. "Seo Kang-yu," said Grove. He replied, "Yes. Take the kids and get them out of here." Grove was still pinned by the iron rods. "The power cast on us hasn't been dispelled yet." Hearing this, Seo Kang-yu clenched his fist. He slammed another punch into Mors's stomach. He did this several more times. A moment later, Mors was motionless. The objects she had summoned also began to fade away. Seo Kang-yu reminded them, "Run as far as you can." Grove immediately said, "All right kids, let's go." Seo Kang-yu grabbed Mors by the collar. She still seemed out of it. Seo Kang-yu said, "I'll say it again," threatening her. "Bring that bitch here." Mors gritted her teeth at his threat. Mors uttered the words, "Lady's grace." 2 concentric circles immediately appeared at their feet. She let out a breath. Phew, before Seo Kang-yu's eyes, Mors transformed into someone else. "It's been a long time since I've taken this form." Before Se Kang-ho could react, 2 men grabbed him. Mors quickly backed away, keeping her distance. The 2 men holding him were invisible and dressed like gentlemen, constantly saying, "Ladies first." Mors opened her umbrella and drew a circle around herself, the lady's domain. Then she tossed the umbrella into the air. It grew in size, protecting Mors beneath it. She said, "To think you'd have to face me. You must be truly unlucky." The lady form is Mors's original state. Once her lady form is activated, anyone who recognizes Mors as a lady will also gain powers similar to hers. At the same time, this ability typically targets the weak, which is why Mors frowned. She never thought this kind of power could work against Se Kang-ho, the man who could shatter SK's time-space abilities. He easily dispatched the 2 invisible men right in front of Mors. She was simply trying to buy time. "This place will be my grave." Mors's main goal was to help the other criminals complete the mission Shinka had given them and return safely. She was determined to stall for as much time as possible. Se Kang-ho stepped forward. "It seems you have no intention of bringing her here." Mors chuckled. "Kuhuhu, I don't understand." Hiding under her umbrella, she said, "If I were you and the one chosen by the queen, I'd be ecstatic. I can't believe you'd throw away such a precious opportunity." Se Kang-ho didn't care and prepared to attack. Mors desperately tried to stall. "Wait a minute." She raised her hand, thinking to herself that she had to buy as much time as possible from this monster. Mors said, "I know where the queen is." A vein throbbed on Se Kang-ho's neck. He wanted to kill this loudmouthed woman instantly. "Well, I don't need to know that." Se Kang-ho continued to advance. "I just need to bring your corpse to a psychic and have them check it. Then I'll know." Mors broke into a cold sweat. "I hadn't thought of that. As long as I die here, it shouldn't be a problem." She said, "And what will you do once you find the queen? Shinkan, if you get there, you'll have to fight everyone. Do you really think you can win? This time, not even the queen will forgive you." Se Kang-ho wasn't listening. He raised his hand as red streaks of light gathered. Mors was on guard. "I knew it." She looked at him nervously. "I have to finish myself off." While she was still lost in thought, "I have to die without a trace." Se Kang-ho's hand pierced through her protective barrier. The red light scattered, and Se Kang-ho was suddenly taken aback. Before him, Shinka emerged from a portal. She blocked his attack and giggled. "Did you want to see me that badly, darling? I guess your heart's had a change of tune, hasn't it?" Mors was shocked. "My queen!" she yelled. "It's dangerous here." Suddenly she glanced at Se Kang-ho. An intense aura was radiating from him. He had transformed into another form. Shinka remained cheerful. Well, showing off all your power the moment we meet. I guess your mind hasn't wavered after all. But are you all right, my love?" Ignoring her rambling, Se Kang-ho threw a punch, shattering Shinka's defensive barrier. He looked at her with pure hatred. "I will kill you with every last ounce of my strength." Shinka cupped her cheek. "Oh, how scary. But Why don't I feel upset at all, seeing your mind so obsessed with me? I quite like it. Could this be love? Seo Kang-yu shattered the shield protecting them. He slowly walked towards Shinka and said, Morez, I'll take care of things here. You go and deal with those who refused our invitation, will you? Morez replied, as you command, my queen. Before she could finish, red tendrils shot toward her. Seo Kang-yu lunged to kill her, but Shinka was a step faster, opening a portal for her to escape. Shinka looked surprised, as a voice echoed from behind the children. I'm a little late. Morez staggered and clutching her bloody stomach. Cough, cough. The children screamed in fear. Grove said, Kids, get out of here. Morez covered her mouth, spitting blood. No. Suddenly the child with the cat face stopped and said, What? The girl pointed at Morez. That person. She's the one from the textbooks on the other side. Shinka was surprised. Oh my, she said, looking at the sky now, completely filled with blood-red threads. We've only just begun. Don't you think you're overdoing it a little, my love? Seo Kang-yu appeared and said, This place will be your grave. Shinka slowly and calmly approached him. To use this technique, you must have reverted to your zero form, right? She mocked, I think you shouldn't push yourself so hard. Immediately after, Seo Kang-yu commanded the blood threads to charge at her. His eyes gazed down coldly as the threads pierced back into him through a blue circle. Shinka raised her hand. Hey, just as I thought, this power is still unworthy of you. Seo Kang-yu stared at her coldly, letting the threads wrap around his body. Shinka turned and called into a portal, Canis Gato. The two of them immediately jumped out, but they quickly noticed the strange surroundings. Canis asked Lady Shinka, What is this situation? Gato added, We weren't supposed to show ourselves. Shinka covered her mouth and giggled. It's a tough situation, isn't it? Gato shook his head saying, Instead of killing him, we were supposed to be buying time. He used his finishing move right from the start. How are we supposed to stand against that? It's impossible. Hearing this, Shinka paused to think. Then she cheerfully waved her hand. Well then, let's run. Suddenly her arm went numb. Shinka was bewildered. What's happening? She couldn't open a portal. Seo Kang-yu spoke. I already told you, didn't I? He used his technique, Black Heaven Prison, to absorb the threads. This place will be your grave. This is a space created by Seo Kang-yu's power. Once you enter this space, there is no chance of getting out. Shinka, who had previously been outside the space during the battle between Seo Kang-yu and Hwang Seung-hwan, was able to use her powers to pull the trapped Hwang Seung-hwan out from the inside. But now she was inside Seo Kang-yu's space. She would never be able to escape. For the first time, Shinka showed a glimmer of fear. What an overpowered ability. From the sky, threads of blood rained down. Seo Kang-yu charged his attack. He swung his fist, smashing it directly into a barrier that Shinka had hastily created. The barrier shattered instantly. She let out a breath. Ha! Beside her, Canis spoke up. Lady Shinka. Their eyes were fierce. Canis continued, I think it's time for you to take off our leashes. Shinka gave an awkward smile. I already promised Hwang Seung-hwan that he would be the one to finish off Kang-yu once he's grown. Canis said, I don't think we'll make it out of here alive unless we kill him. Watching Seo Kang-yu prepare his next attack, Shinka replied, You're right, but I'm sure Hwang Seung-hwan will understand. She said, All right, leashes. But in that very moment, an immense pressure put Canis and Gato on high alert. Seeing their unusual reaction, Shinka looked up. What's wrong? Her eyes widened at the sight of the blood threads converging above. As Seo Kang-yu watched in silence, a voice rang out. This world is Hwang Seung-hwan's alone. That voice came from a different direction. Shinkaryon's gaze shifted towards it. Canis and Gato both started barking loudly. The person continued, There is no one on this earth who can stand against me. Shinka looked around confused. Shinkan, if there were tens, hundreds, or thousands of enemies, they could not stand against him. Seo Kang-yu looked surprised as the person continued, Once someone considers me an enemy, the whole world becomes their enemy. Who would dare to make an enemy of me? A man appeared laughing as he said, That's what it means to be the unparalleled Hwang Seung-hwan. He asked Seo Kang-yu, What do you think? In front of him sat an old man completely covered in bandages. Kingston asked, Don't you want to become the unparalleled Hwang? Seung-hwan? Seo Kang-yu didn't answer the question. He stood as still as a statue. The man continued, You're strong, but you're not the unparalleled Hwang Seung-hwan yet. But he told him, I can make you one. Shinka shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? Have you gone senile? She muttered. Where the hell did this old geezer come from? Just as his fist flew towards her face. In a flash, Shinka vanished through a portal and reappeared on a balcony. Hey, people are talking here, Kingston just replied calmly. When men are talking, a woman shouldn't interfere. Before the stunned eyes of her two pets, Shinka continued, An old man like you should just disappear. Blood dripped from her nose. Shinka immediately covered her nose as her two pets ran to her in a panic. The blood wouldn't stop streaming down. Shinka cursed. Damn it. She glared at Kingston angrily. You old fossil with 1 foot in the grave. Hearing that, he just scoffed. 1 foot in the grave, and yet here I am standing perfectly fine. However, for a bitch like you, that's impossible. Furious, Shinka raised her hand. Go to hell, she screamed, immediately summoning countless portals. The light emanating from the portals she created shone as brightly as the stars. Shinka said furiously. You're just an old man on the verge of death. Suddenly, Kingston appeared behind her, exclaiming, You really do possess a powerful ability, he mused. At that level, you're not much weaker than that white-haired kid. Startled, Shinka whipped around. You. She raised her hand to create more portals, but Kingston ducked, effortlessly dodging. Kingston continued. However, both you and that kid have one big problem. Shinka's eyes widened as Kingston launched an attack that sent her flying simultaneously, shattering her countless portals into pieces. The shards scattered through the air, and finally Shinka coughed up blood. She hadn't been able to dodge the blow. Kingston, his fist still raised, said, You rely too much on your ability. He went on, So much that you haven't bothered to train your body at all. Kingston slowly advanced. Your body is. He saw Shinka glaring at him with pure hatred. He slowly said, I'll show you that a body I've poured my very soul into is where true strength lies. The portals above his head flashed with light. Something was moving incredibly fast. Kingston realized it was aiming for his left side. He blocked Canis's attack with one hand and then let out a soft gasp. Oh. In the next instant, he vanished right before their eyes. When had Kingston moved to another spot, he said Shinkan so. Watching Shinka's two pets charge at him, Kingston continued, Your underlings have actually trained themselves. Canis and Gato charged forward recklessly, with no regard for their own lives. Kingston met their attacks, while Shinka struggled to create more portals. Seo Kang-yu had been observing them from a distance the whole time. He was a bit surprised by the appearance of this unexpected character. His gaze was sharp, but after observing the situation, he quickly decided on his next move. He would cooperate with Kingston and kill that woman. With that thought, Seo Kang-yu slowly stepped forward. Elsewhere, B asked in disbelief. Kingston appeared. The secretary replied, Yes. We received a communication from Officer Seo Kang-yu. Ba said Kingston has always been eccentric. Gazet, who was beside him, added, It seems he's found someone new who interests him. Ben said worriedly, Doesn't that mean Officer Seo is in danger? Gazet took a drag from his cigar and said, It's fine. Although we don't know how strong Kingston is. He paused for a moment, then said, We know what he'll do. Crom sighed wearily. Honestly. Bada said, I agree. He won't be hostile towards Officer Seo. Ba finished speaking, then glanced at the person opposite him. And someone else will act in an unexpected way. Next to Rida was an empty chair. Old Authority wasn't present today. Back at the hideout of Teacher Grove and the children, Moores said, A record book. She burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, why would a textbook have information about me? How ridiculous. Moores calmed down, her face twisting into a scowl. That really pisses me off. Rai spoke up. It's not just you. All the criminals from Lucillus Prison are recorded in there. Morris was surprised, what she said scornfully. To mock the failures, Grove calmly replied, No, that's not it. It's to understand all of you. After hearing that Rida and Mago had established the Ability Academy, a prison officer came to see them. A pleasure to meet you. A stately officer stepped forward, tipping his hat in greeting. I am an officer from Lucillus Prison. My name is Seo Kang-yu. After hearing him out, Mago said, You want to add criminology to the required courses, Seo Kang-yu replied. That's why we need to understand them. Moraes couldn't believe it. That's absurd. She looked at him and asked, So what do you think? How did you feel after reading about my past? He said, hesitantly Moraes, when suddenly a voice cut in. Why are you trying to talk to a beast? Surprised Grove turned around. The man continued, Grove, you haven't changed a bit. Authority walked over grumbling, I should have fired you. Grove was stunned. Authority said, Listen here, all of you. What you've been taught is wrong. He looked down at the children. I will teach you the truth, so take this opportunity and remember it well. Then Authority looked over at the blood-soaked Moors. Criminals don't become criminals because of their circumstances. As he spoke, he loosened his tie. Authority continued his sermon. Those who are mired in their emotions will claim that. They became criminals because of their upbringing or society. They try to stir your pity. His eyes widened as he continued. The truth is, they are criminals, simply because they were born that way. Moores glared at him with hatred. They are aberrations of society. Like cancerous tumors. Authority rolled up his sleeves, revealing the veins on his arms. And cancerous tumors. He was ready. He continued, must be completely cut out. I'll give you all a demonstration. Old Authority stood protectively in front of the children. His gaze, tinged with anger, was fixed forward. Moore's voice suddenly rang out. She asked, I'm a cancer on society. Moores, her body covered in wounds, clutched her bleeding stomach. She stared indignantly at her opponent and cried out. The thing that's wrong is this world. Before Moores could finish, he cut her off. Shut your mouth. Authority's words were scathing. What a disgusting, hollow excuse. I'll say it again. Authority rolled up his sleeves, his muscular hand clenching into a fist. With a contemptuous tone, he said, No matter what era or society you were born into, you will always be nothing but scum. The atmosphere grew tense as he continued, his voice dripping with contempt for Moores. Your very existence has been a mistake from the very beginning. Hearing those words, she became enraged and screamed, Shut your mouth. Into the heavy silence, a voice spoke up. More's the old man, authority said as he stuck his hands into his pockets. Though the pain you suffer cannot possibly compare to what your countless victims and their families have gone through. He took out a watch. Authority quickly strapped the watch onto his wrist, his tone serious as he declared, "But I will bring you the greatest pain within my power." He challenged Moraes, who was so angry she was grinding her teeth hard enough to draw blood. The old man said, "Now watch what I can do." He raised the watch on his hand. He glanced at it and said, "About 10 minutes should do it." Authority, a special body type. At that moment, Moraes spoke, ready to face her opponent. She stared him down and declared, "Bring it on." Swoosh, swish, swish. Moving like a bolt of lightning, Authority closed the distance to Moraes. He slammed a heavy blow straight into her stomach. She was completely caught off guard by what was happening, spitting out a mouthful of blood as it gushed uncontrollably from the wound. The old man relentlessly rained brutal blows down on Moraes, giving her no chance to counterattack, forcing her to endure it all. He punched her in the chest. She gritted her teeth. Balloons floated in the air as Moraes gripped her weapon, shouting in a furious voice, "You old bastard." Suddenly, Authority rushed forward, landing an incredibly powerful punch on Moraes' stomach. The powerful shockwave from the blow sent the red orbs behind her flying. He pressed his hands hard into the wound, his voice cold as he uttered, "Accelerate." Swish, swish, crack, crack. Countless invisible attacks struck all the joints in Moraes' limbs. She was beaten so badly, her face was deformed. Moraes quickly spat out another mouthful of blood, as invisible hands appeared out of thin air. Authority swiftly grabbed her head, and a brilliant blue light began to radiate from it. Below, a scream of agony tore through the sky. Her face was now a bloody mess, her teeth knocked out. Authority quickly followed up, using his leg to lift her up and kick her straight in the face. It was a vicious blow, splattering blood everywhere. Seeing her so battered, he said, "Hurts, doesn't it, Tom? Must have been far too gentle with you." Thud. He kicked her brutally in the face again. Moraes, her face covered in blood, slowly managed to get a word out. "Ugh," she growled in fury. "Gah." A red circle formed on the ground beneath the two of them. Moraes was still clutching her weapon. Groaning sounds echoed through the air. Countless ghosts in floating attire appeared behind the old man. One of them spoke up, "Lady F." The others simultaneously stretched their hands forward, chanting in unison, "Lady, First Lady, First Lady." Suddenly, Authority knelt down, slammed his fist on the ground, and uttered one word, "Accelerate." Countless beams of blue light shot straight through the horde of zombies, and the light quickly tore their clothing to shreds. He looked up, his voice cold as he said, 4 times. Wham! Authority punched her straight in the face, sending blood flying everywhere. The sheer force of the punch sent Moraes flying backward uncontrollably. A blinding flash of blue light suddenly appeared. Authority moved like lightning, appearing right in front of the spot Moraes was flying toward. Bam! He landed another devastating blow on her. Moraes was sent soaring high into the air, crashing hard against a glass wall. She fell to the ground right where Authority appeared. Slap, slap. Authority slapped her cheeks hard. Thud. He punched her in the cheek, then delivered a brutal blow to her stomach, followed by a punch right to her face. Shinkaryona, present, looked up in fear, horrified by the scene unfolding before them. Her body emitted a blue light in midair as the old man Authority clasped his hands together. He raised them high, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at her. Boom! He slammed his hands down with brutal force right into his opponent's stomach. Moraes was smashed violently into the ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Her body was covered in countless bruises and wounds as she let out a few dry coughs. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Authority spoke with utter contempt. "You look like you're in a lot of pain. That expression suits you." He lifted his leg high, and as he spoke, Authority stomped straight down on the wound in her stomach. He stomped down with immense force. Then he continued, "The victims and families you've harmed. They must have been in much more pain than you are now." Moraes' agonizing scream echoed out. "Gah!" Authority quickly raised his hand to look at his watch and muttered, Looking at the watch, he noted, "About 3 minutes left." Hearing those words, she gasped in pain. "Time. Acceleration." Hearing that, her opponent replied, "Precisely." He continued, "When I use my ability, I can control the flow of time for any object I touch, including myself." His hands reached forward, and Authority gripped her head tightly. He said, "That means I can also slow time down." His face twisted into a terrifying expression, his eyes staring intently at Moraes as he snarled, "So you can slowly feel the pain and die, you cancer of society." Grove and the children who were there were terrified and astonished by what was happening before them. Shinkari, one of them, had their mouths agape and eyes wide open. The kids hiding behind Grove thought to themselves, it was only a fleeting moment, but for Moraes it felt like an entire lifetime. The hand pressing down on her head finally lifted. Authority stuck his other hand in his pocket, raising the watch to look at it. He said, "It's a shame. If the situation were less tense, I could have taken more time." Hearing the old man's words, Moraes let out a scoff. "Humph." Then she began to laugh louder. "Ha ha ha, ka ha ha." Noticing this, authority demanded, "Why are you still laughing?" Moores opened her mouth wide, her eyes staring blankly into space, not giving authority an answer. Seeing this, he knelt down. He grabbed her by the shirt, lifted her up and demanded, "What's the matter? Did you finally snap from the fear of death?" Moores coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The old woman spoke up, "I won't lie and say I'm not afraid to die, but that's not why I'm smiling. I never thought I'd complete the mission this way, but it's fine either way." Hearing her words only confused the old man more, and he demanded, "What are you talking about?" His gaze shifted towards Pro and the terrified children. She then said, "When I die, everyone from the special Moores bloodline." Then she looked at authority and said, "Will be caught by my power." Moores declared smugly, "All of them will follow me to the grave as a sacrifice to the god of death." Hearing her words, a completely shocked and stunned, Grove exclaimed, "What?" Immediately, authority turned his head to look at Grove with a threatening glare. His complexion turned ashen, and he looked utterly savage. In a mysterious region, net-like threads resembling a magic formation appeared in the blood-red sky. Kingston stood in a defensive stance, staring intently at his opponents. A black aura materialized around him. Kingston was fighting Canis and Tom all by himself. They rushed forward, unleashing their full power at each other. A stream of black energy snaked through the air. It enveloped the bodies of Canis and Tom before striking them directly in their limbs. They screamed in pain as their bodies contorted. Tom's eyes filled with rage and hatred for the man standing before her. Quick as a flash, she shot towards Kingston at lightning speed, her sharp hands thrusting forward at her opponent. She screamed, "No," but Kingston's hands were faster, striking her on the top of the head with a palm strike. Bam! She was slammed down to the ground. A dense network of cracks appeared on the ground around them. Seeing what was happening, Canis clutched the collar around his neck, exclaiming worriedly, "Gatto, hurry and take off the collar." POW! A punch from Kingston landed straight in his face. Both Canis and Tom were knocked to their knees on the ground. Kingston gloated, "Arrogant fools." He then said, "Who do you think you are, walking around with your powers sealed like that?" Kingston looked at the two of them with contempt and spoke, "You're far too complacent." A powerful gust of wind erupted from around him. Kingston took a stance, his gaze fixed on them, and said, "I will make you." A powerful attack shot forward like a bolt of lightning, swiftly dicing the bodies of Canis and Tom into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Kingston quickly dashed behind them. He said, "Never think that way again." Canis and Tom stared in shock at what was happening to them, looking down at their sliced bodies, which were slowly bleeding out. They were speechless. A piercing scream of agony echoed through the heavens. "Ah." Hearing this, Kingston turned his head with a nonchalant expression and spoke, "Your arm. Just have the healer reattach it for you. He's quite useful after all." At that moment, over where Shinka was, she witnessed everything unfolding and furiously pointed her hand at Kingston, exclaiming, "You damn old man." Shinka gritted her teeth and said, "You wretched geezer." Wham! Out of nowhere, someone appeared and punched Shinka straight in the stomach. The brutal attack sent her body flying, slamming into the glass wall beside her and shattering it into fragments. She coughed up a mouthful of blood as her body was thrown several meters through the air. Shinka clutched her stomach in pain. She let out an angry grunt. Humph. Her eyes filled with rage glared at the person who had just attacked her. Seo Kang-yu rushed towards her as fast as the wind. Seeing this, Shinka was completely caught off guard. Fearfully raising her hands to defend herself, she cried out, "Oh, stay away." But that Seo Kang-yu guy charged straight for her, ignoring Shinka's words. He furiously gritted his teeth, his eyes wild as a flash of white light streaked by. Seo Kang-yu delivered a powerful kick straight to Shinka's abdomen. The impact made her spit up another mouthful of blood. That guy Seo Kang-yu stared with crimson eyes at his opponent sprawled on the ground. Shinka, in pain, raised a hand and said, "Seo Kang-yu, don't do this again. Think about it." But before she could finish her sentence, Seo Kang-yu quickly slammed a fist right into her stomach. She had no time to react to his vicious attack. Shinka was brutally punched, her entire body slamming backward and sending objects scattering everywhere. Shinka coughed up a large amount of blood. Seo Kang-yu's eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage as he stared at her. Seeing her being beaten like this, Canis became furious and screamed out. Lady Shinka Seo Kang-yu clenched his fists, generating black lightning in the air. He stood looking down at Shinka's motionless body on the floor, his hands clenched, preparing to launch another attack. Her terrified voice rang out. No, she squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, "I can't die here." Suddenly, Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened as a hand touched his arm. Kingston had appeared right next to him. At this, his eyes showed a hint of surprise as he looked at the older man. Kingston spoke, "That's enough." He gave the younger man a cold look and continued, "You couldn't kill her on your own, could you? A true champion never accepts help." The scene shifts back to the previous location, where authority was grabbing Moores by the collar, lifting her up and demanding the goddess sacrifice ability. Hearing his question, she replied contemptuously, "That's right. It activates if I die. Now, what are you going to do?" At this, authority spoke angrily. "Listen up." He turned his face towards Grove and said, "I apologize in advance." Hearing this, a stunned Grove spoke up. What authority used his power to thrust his hand straight through Moore's body? She coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood in agony. Authority's expression didn't change in the slightest as a scream echoed, Kia. He then said, if you people take this woman back, heal her, make her dispel her ability and then kill her, you all can still survive. But if she somehow escapes from your grasp, tens, even hundreds of thousands of people will suffer. Authority looked at Moore's body and continued, therefore, the most logical thing to do is to kill her here, and for all of you to be sacrificed. To cure cancer, sometimes healthy cells must also be damaged. He spread his arms wide, looked to the sky, and declared loudly, sacrifice for the greater good is necessary. He clasped his hands together and said, I thank you for your sacrifice. Authority glanced back at Moore's corpse, which was now emitting streams of blue light. Grove on the other side also noticed this strange phenomenon, and immediately spread his arms to shield the others behind him. Authority's eyes were ice cold, expressionless, as he looked at the corpse and said, this is very dangerous. This unsettling feeling. It's a good thing. This can only be used after death. If she could use it while alive, it would be even more dangerous. With that said, he stared intently at the deathly light emanating from Moore's body. Then, without lingering any longer, he immediately turned and left. It was that same emotionless, unreadable face. He raised a hand to wave goodbye to Grove. In that case, I will wish you a peaceful rest in advance. After speaking, he suddenly called Grove's name and said, proper, I don't need to apologize to you, do I? Grove could only stand and watch Authority leave, gripped by the uneasy fear of death. Authority asked one last question, then waved and left. Your body is quite sturdy, isn't it? Surviving is what you're good at. The moment Authority departed, a sinister and terrifying voice echoed out. Instantly, Grove's eyes sharpened. It seemed the spirit of Moraes had returned to carry out her vicious curse. She was surrounded by countless giant chains. Moores looked at Grove's group with eyes full of a sinister, deadly amusement. Immediately after, the chains like giant snakes shot out and coiled tightly around the arm of a little girl in the group in the blink of an eye. Then they moved on to the other children, and soon even Grove was bound tightly by those heavy, terrifying chains. The children instantly fell into a panic, their eyes filled with fear. They were terrified, knowing they were about to face a sudden life-or-death situation. They couldn't stop letting out blood-curdling screams, which made Grove panic with worry as well. He quickly swallowed his fear and called out in a deep, gentle voice. Hearing his call, everyone. The children stopped crying. They turned their fearful, yet hopeful eyes toward him. Grove spoke again to reassure them. Don't worry. I promised I would protect you all. With that, Grove walked alone to stand before the spirit of Moraes. He looked up straight into her face, which made her wonder. What is it? Grove spoke. Just as your teacher said. He glanced over at the poor, pitiful children. The kids will be safe. Moores looked at him skeptically, seemingly not understanding what he meant. Grove looked at her with a determined expression. Here, the only one who can go with you is me. Back with Seo Kang-yu, he was charging maniacally towards Kingston. His powerful aura and bloodshot, murderous eyes would have terrified anyone. Kingston also prepared his stance to block Seo Kang-yu's direct attack. The two immense powers collided, creating a massive shockwave. Kingston looked at Seo Kang-yu and suddenly smiled, saying, just as I thought. He watched as Seo Kang-yu took the opportunity to spin around, intending to rush over and finish off Shinka, and continued, if it's you, you will reach the true pinnacle. Terrifying waves of power radiated outwards. Kingston managed to dash forward and block Seo Kang-yu's attack on S. He looked at Seo Kang-yu with an annoyed expression when he got no response. And an old man like me just gets left behind. Let's talk. At this, Seo Kang-yu grew impatient and grit his teeth in anger. Seo Kang-yu screamed, get out of my way, and raised his fist, preparing to charge once more. Canis and Kato watched from the side as Kingston and Seo Kang-yu fought, their hearts filled with anxiety and fear. In the midst of Seo Kang-yu's frenzy, he heard Kingston's voice. Now, young man. He easily blocked Seo Kang-yu's fist with just one hand, continuing in a cautionary tone. I understand how you feel. At that moment, white streams of light began to appear in the space around them, emanating from Kingston. He slowly lowered his hand in front of him, speaking to Seo Kang-yu in clipped tones. But to resolve this situation, you can't let your emotions take over. With that, he took a stance, preparing to counterattack. Seo Kang-yu seemed to have sensed the danger radiating from him. He managed to dodge Kingston's attack just in time. The blow was redirected upwards towards the sky. What happened next left Seo Kang-yu stunned. A giant hole appeared in the ceiling, created by Kingston's last punch. Shinka, who had managed to sit up, was also left gaping in horror at the scene. While in a state of panic, she heard Kingston's voice speaking to her. If you want to run. Shinka looked towards Kingston. He was still standing there proudly. Without turning his head, he said to her, now is the time, girl. She bit her lip, staring intently at Kingston, trying to figure out if he was telling the truth or not. In the end, she quickly cast a teleportation spell and vanished from the place. Seeing that their master had escaped safely, Canis and Kato didn't linger any longer either. Seo Kang-yu just stood there, thunderstruck, not speaking or moving at all. Kingston stared straight at Seo Kang-yu. The two of them stood there looking at each other in silence for a while. Finally, Kingston spoke, breaking the eerie atmosphere. "Sit down. Let's talk." The moment he finished speaking, Seo Kang-yu charged at him like a madman. Kingston didn't seem surprised at all, merely letting out an "oh." He casually took a stance to receive the attack. "Fine. The body can say a lot after all." Back with Morris and Grove, Morris's doubtful voice rang out. What Grove stood calmly before her and spoke as if quoting Utori. "Besides my defensive ability, I have nothing special. At first I didn't like my power either." He paused for a moment before continuing. "But after talking with Laosa, I realized my power is also necessary for this society." As he said this, Grove activated his own magic. He declared heroically, "I will use my power to its fullest to take all the harm in place of the children." The children seemed to understand what Grove was saying. She looked at him with worried eyes and called out, "Teacher." Hearing this, Morris asked, proof also confused, "Why did you have to go that far?" Grove answered calmly, "I've already told you." He looked directly at Morris. "Because I am a teacher." A hint of confusion flickered in Morris's eyes. She screamed back frantically, "What does that have to do with you walking to your own death?" Grove patiently explained to her, "Morris, you could never understand me. Because we live in completely different worlds." He then looked at her with sharp, accusatory eyes, raised by the wrong people and turned into a killing machine. Hearing this, Morris immediately became enraged. She grit her teeth and yelled at Grove, "Shut up!" Grove continued to look at Morris with that same expression. His condemnatory tone continued, "Never making a single choice of your own in this life, manipulated like a puppet." As he continued to speak, Morris frantically screamed for him to stop. "Shut up," but Grove continued his condemnation, walking the wrong path for the sake of someone else's future. At this point, Morris exploded. "Shut your mouth." Grove refused her. "No, I can't do that." He once again repeated his earlier words, "I will go to hell with you and correct all the wrong things you were taught." Seeing his persistence, Morris cursed, "You bastard," Grove continued. As he spoke, he glanced at the children who were looking at him with teary eyes. Being a teacher is a job dedicated to the future of the students. He then thought back to when he first started the job. "So from the moment I was appointed as a teacher at this school, I'm ready to sacrifice myself for my students." One of the children screamed in terror, trying to stop him. "Grovesser, you can't." The Grovesser looked at his beloved students with the affectionate gaze of a responsible and compassionate teacher and comforted them. "It's all right, everyone." He smiled gently, sharing his final words with the children. "Please grow up to be good people, because you are our future." Seeing their teacher like this, the children had no idea what to do, able only to stare at him with tear-filled eyes, as if trying to pull him back. Witnessing this scene, Morris gritted her teeth, utterly speechless. The present triggers a memory taking her back to when she was little, as a gentle voice rang out. "Hello, children. From today on, I will be the one to guide you." 3 small children in ragged, shabby clothes looked up with innocent and curious eyes at the person introducing herself as their teacher. She leaned down to look at them and then stated her name. "My name is Tellum." She looked directly at the children, a friendly smile on her face as she continued, "From now on, you are all my future." Morris, who was only 12 years old, was one of those 3 kids. She looked up at her new teacher with shining eyes, listening intently to her words. "Are you ready to sacrifice yourselves for me?" Continuing with the flow of Morris's childhood memories, Tellum had handpicked children with special abilities from an orphanage. After doing this, Tellum proceeded with her plan, enrolling them in a school she had created. Standing on a podium, Tellum greeted the children she had chosen. "Hello, children. You will call me Teacher Tellum." She looked at the kids with a strangely sinister gaze. Then her next words revealed her boundless greed and ambition. "In the future, I will become the queen of this world, and you will be taught." Little Morris looked at her with timid, fearful eyes, as if she could already sense something was terribly wrong. Tellum continued. "Lessons. To become loyal soldiers for this academy." At this, her tone became encouraging, almost like advice. "So make sure you follow your lessons closely." Little Morris's heart filled with unease at Tellum's words. What followed was a hellish period of time, where Tellum forged them into her personal killing machines. Morris and the other children spent years training under Tellum's guidance. She relentlessly taught the children cruel methods, how to use their special abilities to kill with ease, and even lessons on etiquette that were nothing more than a cover for brainwashing. Not only that, but she also used cruel and demonic methods to test their loyalty, among many other things. And after all that harsh training, Morris caught Tellum's eye due to her exceptional potential. Morris developed her abilities faster than any of the other children. Because of this, she earned Tellum's favor and was made the class president. This special treatment came with certain privileges that Tellum bestowed upon her. The privilege of being class president was to punish the other students on Tellum's behalf, and slowly, the young girl began to change, warped by the constant need to exercise her authority and torture her fellow students. The initial look of innocent doubt in her eyes vanished, replaced by a soul that had been washed clean by the inhumane lessons. Moraes followed Tellem's teachings more seriously than anyone else. She would watch stone-faced as her friends suffered painful punishments delivered by her own hands. After moments like these, she always felt like something wasn't right, and it was on nights just like that when Tellem would suddenly appear. As Moors was standing lost in thought in the hall, Tellem appeared from behind and asked, "How are things, Moors?" She gently inquired how her day as class president had been. Moors hesitated before answering, "Ma'am." She recalled the sight of her classmates screaming in agony as she punished them. Then she answered Tellem, "Honestly, I don't know why, but when I punish the students who fall behind." She paused, looking at Tellem with a confused expression. "I feel this nausea that I can't control." Hearing this, Tellem simply smiled and let out a soft sound. But her eyes held an unconcealed look of satisfaction. Moors asked skeptically, "Why is that, ma'am?" "Tellem," said the girl's name in an affectionate tone. "Moors." Then she suddenly asked a very strange question. "Do you like insects, Moors?" Quickly and honestly replied, "No, I find them disgusting." This answer seemed to please Tellem immensely. Exactly. That's the heart of the matter. It's human nature to feel disgust when looking at creatures inferior to ourselves. With that, she gently patted Moors's shoulder. It's a completely natural feeling. Then she leaned down, looking directly into Moors's eyes. "But as time goes on and your friends learn to do their part, that feeling will gradually lessen." With that, Tellem once again offered what seemed like sincere words of encouragement, designed to make Moors trust and completely submit to her. "So just keep trying, Moors. I'm so glad I gave you the role of class president." These words seemed to be the final push in Tellem's brainwashing. From that day on, Moraes continued to use her authority to punish her classmates. And though she still felt that inexplicable disgust, though there were times the nausea was almost unbearable, eventually the inevitable happened. Just as Tellem had predicted over time, the feeling began to fade away. During a group lesson, Tellem looked down at her students who were now nearly adults and said, "Time has flown by since you first came here." She stood proudly on the podium looking down at them as she made a grand declaration. "In 5 years, when you all come of age, I will become the queen of this world." And just like that, the children of the past grew into adults. They continued to train relentlessly under Tellem's supervision. Shinkan, fighting amongst themselves, became a part of their regimen. They fought with frenzied desperation, rain or shine, seemingly becoming numb, not only to pain, but also to the harsh weather. And finally the day came when they were truly adults. As they stood before Tellem with reverent expressions, her plan was proceeding smoothly, without a single obstacle. Tellem looked at them with a satisfied gaze as if admiring her perfectly crafted tools. Everything was going according to plan. Until that incident. One beautiful evening at sunset, a man with a deep gash across his stomach was leaning against a wall, letting out constant groans of pain, grunts. At the same time, a cold, emotionless voice rang out. "What's this? You couldn't kill him in one hit," a man said doubtfully. I guess I overdid it last night." He was holding a woman in his arms who asked, "Let me see." The man gently stroked her head and replied, "We should probably rest tonight." The identities of these two mysterious figures were then revealed. The man was Clell, and the woman in his arms was Hilo. Both of them belonged to some kind of unidentified, mysterious special organization. The scene shifts back to Tellem's school, where drops of blood dripped onto the floor. Tellem lay motionless, covered in blood. Clark had punched his fist straight through Tellem's chest, killing her instantly. Seeing this, he even wondered aloud. "What's this?" he said nonchalantly. "This girl is so weak." Clark and Hilo spoke back and forth as if blaming themselves, but their faces were devoid of any emotion. In fact, there was even a hint of excitement in their words. "Mr. Authority specifically told us to be careful, but have we become too strong, perhaps?" Clark crouched beside Tellem's corpse and remarked, "But anyway, her dream of starting a school and raising these kids to be an army of rebels was a pretty big one, huh?" Hearing him say that, Hilo asked, "Should we go to the school?" Clark played along with her. "I'm too lazy." Hearing this, Hilo put her hands on her hips and said, "But if we don't go, Mr. Authority will chew us out." The reminder made Clark a little wary. "Fine, let's just make a trip. Get it over with quickly." The two of them quickly made their way to the large classroom where Tellem's students were. The students, led by Moraes, stared at the scene unfolding on the stage and listened silently to Clark's words. For this reason, he brought Tellem's corpse out for the students to see, then declared that the school would be closed from now on. His action was immediately followed by terrified, piercing screams. Witnessing her teacher become a lifeless corpse brutally carried in Clark's hands, Moraes screamed, "Teacher!" The broken sounds echoed, but Hilo remained unfazed. Immediately after, the students frantically rushed towards the two and launched a simultaneous attack. But Hilo stood still, merely raising her hand in front of her before flicking her fingers with unhurried grace. Instantly, she sent the entire group flying back. Moraes gaped in astonishment as she watched her comrades get defeated with a single flick of the fingers. Clark and Hilo silently looked at the people lying scattered across the floor. Clark sighed with a "Pff," he mused, "she taught them far too well." Hilo wondered if it was right to take these children with them. Clark continued giving his opinion. If we re-educate them to integrate into society, it'll take a lot of time and resources. As he spoke, his eyes fell upon the faces writhing in agony on the floor. After a moment's thought, he added, Shinkan, with education, they're just walking killing machines. They're clearly ticking time bombs, and we don't know when they'll go off. Clark turned to Hilo and asked, have these kids killed anyone yet? Hilo replied, seriously, we caught them before they could act, so probably not. Clark wondered aloud, were we too hasty? This is a really awkward situation. He dropped Tellem's corpse to the ground and continued his discussion with Hilo. What now, Hilo? What do you mean? Hilo immediately decided that to avoid future trouble, dealing with them now would be more efficient. She explained her reasoning. They've been brainwashed. They've lived in a different world. These children will definitely grow up to become villains. Hearing this, Clark immediately agreed. Yes, I agree. After the counterattack, Moores couldn't get back up. She could only lie helplessly on the floor, listening as the two of them decided her fate and everyone else's. Clark mumbled, repeating Hilo's earlier point. It's better to put in a little effort now than to have trouble later. Hilo reminded him, all right, we can just make up a reason. The students of Tellem looked at them, too terrified to speak. They stared at the two of them, bewildered and afraid. The pair approached the group, preparing to finish off all the killing machines that Tellem had trained. Hilo gently reminded him, save your strength for tonight. Clark grunted in response, and without hesitation held out his hand. Fire-piercing screams echoed. Arg! The floor was covered in fresh blood. Blood flowed from the students' eyes, noses, and mouths. Their faces were filled with terror and agony as they screamed. Arg arga! The student Moores was sitting on the floor. She looked up at the scarred man standing not far away and asked, why? Terrified, she continued, why do you want to kill us, aside from being taught here? The big man named Clark's words, asking the little girl. It's very dangerous, isn't it? He recalled the image of the skinny, dirty children from the past, as he slowly recounted the lives of the students here, born abandoned by their parents, growing up in an orphanage. That villain taught you kids about the parts of the human body so you could win fights as quickly as possible. Clark spoke, as he reached his hand toward Moores. Learning how to kill, in order to grow up. Just hearing about it sounds dangerous, doesn't it? Moores was so scared by his words she was about to cry. She backed away as she watched Clark get closer. I'm sorry, but all of you should never have been born into this world. And then, a spray of fresh blood splattered onto Clark's face, followed by his farewell. In your next life, try to be born into a decent family. More and more blood sprayed in all directions, splattering onto the floor. Hilo stood by, watching with delight as Clark dealt with the students. Her mouth cried out with every one of Clark's punches. Streams of fresh blood splattered against the wall. She cried out again. Moores was too scared to speak, and could only let out a whimper. Ugh. Beside her, Clark's emotionless face didn't even blink as a sickening splat echoed through the room. And then Hilo walked over, pulled Clark's arm and said, Clark, I can't take it anymore. He turned his head and told her, just a second, Hilo. Let me deal with this one. Before he could finish, she jumped in. No, this one has to be left alive. Hilo looked around the room she was in and said a classroom full of blood, then looked at the students' corpses on the floor and continued dying children. Finally, her gaze landed on the utterly terrified Moores, the only child to have survived. Hilo felt a thrill of excitement and exclaimed, isn't this situation just so stimulating? Seeing that Clark was still standing there, she urged him on. Hurry up. 3 parts helpless and 7 parts indulgent, he said. You're truly hopeless. All right, we can just give Mr. Authority a vague report. After saying this, he and Hilo pulled each other into a passionate kiss. At that moment, Moores seized the opportunity while they were distracted and slipped away. And just like that, thanks to Hilo's whimsical impulse, Moores survived. The sky had turned red, and she had run a considerable distance. Moores could only weep in sorrow. She let out inarticulate, choked sounds. Maurice felt exhausted, pained, her whole body was giving out, and after letting out one last cry, she collapsed. Right. After that, she lost her way and wandered for a long, long time. Wandering aimlessly. That day, while Moores was dragging her exhausted body down the street, a man approached her and asked, Are you a disciple of Tellem? The tall man wore a rugged, menacing iron mask, and he continued, Follow me. Then he revealed his purpose for seeking her out. Fight with me for the revolution. Inconsequentially, Moores was taken in by Caracas. Fighting under his command, Moores wreaked havoc upon the world. Later, Caracas was beaten black and blue, his entire body covered in blood. And after Caracas died, Moores was captured by Tom. Tom used his powers to conjure incredibly strong chains, binding her and leaving her suspended in the air. In the end, Tom threw her into Lucillus Prison. The flashback ends, and Moores speaks with sorrow. My whole life, I was taught this way. I thought that acting like that, living like that, was just the way things were. Moores looked at the man named Grave and said, And yet now you suddenly scream at me in anger, telling me I was wrong. How could I possibly accept that? She remembered a time long ago when someone called to her from behind. It was S who had called her, and she smiled as she told her that she wasn't wrong. The world is what's wrong. If I become queen, I will change the world into a place that's right for you. S's eyes were filled with sincerity as she asked Mors, do you want to become my subject? Back in the present, Mors demanded in a loud voice, answer me. Grav looked at the children and stammered, I. She remembered the cold, blood-soaked face of old authority and spoke, echoing the words of authority and those heroes. Her eyes became lifeless as Mors uttered the question she had been pondering for so long. Should I truly have never been born? Grav called out to her. Mors, no one in this world shouldn't exist, Grav said gently. He wanted to explain to Mors, what you've been through was horrific, I completely understand. But that doesn't mean you're forgiven for the sins you've committed. You have committed far too many crimes up until now. Her face filled with horror at his words. He placed a hand on his chest and said with a determined voice, I will walk with you. I will soothe the pain you suffered as a child and demand you take responsibility for the crimes you have committed. Mors stared down at him without blinking, and then she heard him say that he would accompany her as a teacher. Grav spoke up. Mors, I have one request first. He wanted to ask her, could you please block the children's view so they don't have to witness this? A final request before I die. It's unclear which of his words set her off, but before Grove could even finish, Mors furiously screamed at him. Shut up, shut up. Grove tilted his head back, looking at the sharp blade above him. Then he gently turned his head and smiled at his students. Shinkarion, please turn around. The children called out in unison. Teacher. His face was joyful without any regrets, as he said, it's been an honor teaching all of you during our time together. At this, the children began to feel scared. Some cried, while others were frozen in fear. Mors's eyes were more ferocious than ever. The blade began to fall. Grove couldn't bear to watch, and squeezed his eyes shut. And then the blade fell with a loud crash. When Grove slowly opened his eyes, he saw Mors's head in front of him. He called out in astonishment, Mors, someone like you. She spoke, there's no need to follow me. I know I was wrong. Next to her, the blade was slowly dissolving. Mors spoke her final words. I've known for a long time. I just didn't want to admit it. Because by the time I admitted it, I realized I'd already gone too far. How disgusting. Her memory flashed back to that day in the hall. After punishing her friends, she stood with a club in her hand, and before her were her injured friends who were still trying to comfort her. Mors, we're okay. A female student clutched her own arm and said, if you didn't do this, that woman Tellum would have reprimanded you right. We'll be fine. Mors lowered her head to look at the floor and saw her own reflection stained with her friend's blood. Disgusting. Then her memory shifted to the time she was captured by Tom. He had called her Mors and continued, it's time to stop living like someone's puppet. Looking into Tom's eyes, I saw my own reflection and found it disgusting. The memory shifted again to Mors's time in Lucillus Prison. As she sat alone in the empty room, a voice echoed from outside. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mors looked through the small window on the door and saw a very lovely woman standing outside introducing herself. I'm Hung-ja, the warden here. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere in that dark prison cell seeing my own reflection in the bowl of soup the warden gave me? I felt disgusted with myself. It was too painful. Because of that, I couldn't admit it. I wasn't disgusting. What I had learned wasn't wrong. This world is what's disgusting, and the world is what's wrong. I forced myself to believe that, just to keep on living. Mors remembered the image of him laughing happily with his students, and then she reverted to her childhood form. Mors stared blankly at Grove's face. The flashback ends, and back in the present, the glass panels suspended high above began to crack and fall. Mors spoke up. She could truly feel herself about to give out, her eyes slowly closing. It was such a disgusting life. With those words, Mors slowly faded away and vanished. Grove stood there, staring blankly in the direction the smoke had disappeared, as his students rushed over from a distance and threw their arms around him. Kingston said to Seo Kang-yu, getting angry with me won't change the situation. He calmly offered Kang-ho some sincere advice. If you don't get stronger from now on, you won't be able to kill that kid or that girl either. In the end, the problem. Kingston paused for a moment, then continued, is still with you. Hearing this, Seo Kang-yu didn't stop, but continued to charge at him. Seeing that he had no intention of listening, Kingston continued speaking. He used their recent fight as an example to tell Seo Kang-yu just now was the same. If you were stronger, you could have ignored me and killed the girl. Kingston kept lecturing him. Anger is just a stage of denial. Seo Kang-yu still showed no signs of calming down as he listened to the lecture. You're only angry because you can't accept your own shortcomings. You're angry with yourself, aren't you? Seo Kang-yu charged straight at Kingston again. He seemed to have lost all patience with the man's advice, while the man just calmly watched Seo Kang-yu's actions. You don't want to admit it, do you? But I understand. Admitting your own shortcomings is not easy. Kingston had no intention of dodging Seo Kang-yu's attack. But you have to accept it. He calmly blocked Seo Kang-yu's powerful attacks. Despite the relentless assault, he stubbornly continued. Your shortcomings are also a part of you. Only when you accept and acknowledge that can you move forward, and only then can you achieve your goal. At this, his expression suddenly turned serious. I'll ask you one more time, Kingston asked Seo Kang-yu. What is it that made you so angry? His question seemed to strike a deep nerve. Broken, painful memories flooded back into Seo Kang-yu's mind. Dark images of death and separation were dredged up from the past and brought back to the present, endlessly haunting his thoughts. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let himself be dragged into that torrent of painful memories again. Seo Kang-yu couldn't take it anymore, and his anger exploded. He screamed directly at Kingston to shut up. The haunting, painful images of his past materialized right before his eyes. Those images flowed like a dark black current into Kingston's hand. He spoke again. And what is the reason that led to all of this? He asked this while tightly gripping the streams of memories flowing into his hand. Then, in a flash, he suddenly punched Seo Kang-yu square in the chest, sending him flying back in agony. The fragments of memory shattered along with the impact of the punch. In that moment, as he fell, Seo Kang-yu felt something strange. Shinkari, painful, traumatic memory from his past rushed back into his mind. The times he was severely injured in battle, the times he watched loved ones face life and death. All those memories, like an old film reel locked away in his mind, were suddenly stirred up by someone leaving him no time to react. Outside, the sky was a bright, clear blue, a stark contrast to the gloomy space inside the building. Seo Kang-yu lay motionless on the ground, staring blankly at the sky outside. Kingston slowly walked over to him. He asked gently, "How is it? Have you calmed down at all yet?" Seo Kang-yu remained silent, staring blankly for a long moment, before suddenly raising his hands to cover his face and asking hesitantly, "So, what am I supposed to do?" Kingston had finally gotten the response he was waiting for. "What to do, you ask?" He didn't answer his question but simply said, "Don't you already know the answer?" With that, he held out his hand to Seo Kang-yu. A moment later, Seo Kang-yu finally raised his own hand to grasp the other's, his own form of an answer. Elsewhere, before what looked like a dimensional gate, someone suddenly spoke up. Aho, frustrated, held her head and whined to Hyun Do-young. "Seriously, I finally get to see a familiar face I really like, and you're telling me to go back right away." Hyun Do-young just chuckled in response. "We have to follow orders, right?" At this, his eyes darted forward as he added, "Besides," he looked toward where someone seemed to be standing. Looking back at her, he said, "It looks like this won't be over anytime soon. That girl is Miel, an Esper type." In a corner of the ruined city, Lepus was struggling to defend against the relentless attacks from his opponent. On the other side, Wet was also continuously casting spells to attack Lepus. The constant clashes created massive explosions. Just then, SK, who had just escaped from Seo Kang-yu, suddenly appeared. Wet had clearly opened a portal. "Why aren't you back already? What are you still doing?" Wet turned his head and replied, "I still have things to do," but before he could finish, C-Ace sternly called out Isu's name. Hearing his name, he turned to look at her and was met with a shocking sight. Before him stood Shinka, covered in wounds, her face blazing with fury as she shouted, "Get back here now, or I'll kill you." After that, things gradually settled down. The incident involving SK's invitation was resolved, but the event left behind a ruined city that looked like the remains of a war zone. After the battle, Kingston returned with Seo Kang-yu and requested a meeting with the world government. The meeting took place at a government headquarters building. The meeting room buzzed with discussion. So, that's how it is." Kingston stood there casually, smiling and chatting with the others. "I was wondering why we couldn't meet without any restrictions." He paused for a moment, glancing around at everyone in the room before continuing. "Turns out it's because there are some familiar faces." The familiar faces he mentioned, Boda and Gazit, spoke up to greet him. "Long time no see, Kingston. You've been well." Kingston cheerfully joked with the two. "So you finally climbed to that position, huh? Such greedy bastards." Gazit calmly replied, "I think it's far less ambitious than your goals." Boda agreed with Gazit. "Ha ha ha, that's right." Seeing that the three of them had finished their chat, the man seated at the head of the table immediately spoke up, drawing their attention. "Well then, Kingston, this man was none other than authority." He hesitantly asked Kingston the reason for requesting the meeting. When asked, Kingston didn't answer right away, but looked at BZ and asked, "You're the president. You're quite young, aren't you?" Only then did he get to the main point. "Actually, I didn't come here to talk. I came here to make an announcement." He stood directly opposite BZ and declared with a powerful aura, "Seo Kang-yu is now my disciple. All of you will stay out of his business. That is all." The moment he finished speaking, the expressions on everyone's faces in the room changed. Shinkaryon was stunned by Kingston's announcement. No one had anticipated he would declare something like this. Afterward, he didn't linger and left immediately. After Kingston left, the core members present in the meeting room immediately broke out into a discussion. Authority asked for opinions for or against Kingston's proposal. There were 4 people in the opposition faction. First was Kum, then Buddha, another was Gazit, and finally Enhei. The supporting faction had only one person, Authority himself, while El Judo remained neutral, not siding with either faction. Seeing so many people against him, Authority became a little angry. He shot up from his seat, slamming the table as he questioned them. Is this all you people in power amount to? Why would you possibly object? Overwhelming power is on our side now, and you intend to pass up this opportunity. He then pointed a finger and questioned them directly. Especially you, Grom. I don't quite understand your choice. At the mention of her name, Grom frowned in annoyance, speaking her mind in an irritated tone. Criminals are criminals. We cannot accept any of their demands. The fact that the government even agreed to this meeting is irritating enough. Enhei, sitting next to Authority, also spoke up in opposition. He's quite amusing, isn't he? Wasn't Authority Kingston the very criminal you once insisted be executed first and foremost, and now you're going to trust the words of a man you considered that dangerous, called out like that? Authority quickly turned to rebut him. Honestly, you people, the situation is different now, isn't it? As for BZ, he could only sit to one side, listening to the others argue endlessly. He was getting a massive headache from this whole situation. He was deep in thought, trying to figure out how to solve this difficult case, but the arguments from the others were making him want to tear his hair out in frustration. Damn it, this must be the curse of his term in office. Meanwhile, in a cozy, picturesque bathroom, Shinka had returned and was soaking in a warm tub. She too was wrestling with her thoughts. She couldn't stop biting her nails, her face a mask of bewilderment and panic. She couldn't stop thinking about Kingston's terrifying power. She thought that old man would have gotten much weaker. After being imprisoned for so long, she couldn't help but wonder. But had he really gotten weaker? Just how strong was he in his prime? While Shinka was muttering to herself, thinking about how this would affect her plans, Hwang Seung-hwan entered from outside and called her name. Shinka, who was standing there with a blanket wrapped around her, asked inquisitively, "You invited me to bathe with you, but..." He hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Is this really necessary to defeat Seo Kang-yu?" Seeing him enter and ask that, Shinka cheerfully opened her arms and replied, "Of course it is. This is an essential step for growth." Hwang Seung-hwan's arrival seemed to have sparked something in her, making her more confident. "No, my plan won't fail." She looked at Hwang Seung-hwan with shining eyes. "I have Hwang Seung-hwan," she thought, "and many other secret cards." A series of names flashed through her mind like Hero Therapy, and then Aura. With that, she happily pulled Hwang Seung-hwan into a tight embrace, thinking cheerfully, time will solve everything." She hugged him so tightly that Hwang Seung-hwan cried out in discomfort, "I can't breathe." Over at the Hero Association, Authority sat solemnly in the front row. Myanji was also present. The presider, seeing that most people had arrived, spoke up. "It seems everyone is here." The presider then continued. "Then, regarding the election for the third generation of equality, the person speaking at the podium is the interim chairwoman Lepus." She looked down, glancing over everyone present in the hall. One more time before formally declaring, "I hereby call this meeting to order." Lepus stood at the podium and clearly explained the procedure. The selection process for equality is as follows. She looked towards the candidates, all with different appearances, and continued. "The association's chair will propose 5 candidates. If the heroes agree..." Lepus briefly thought of the massive government building, standing tall against the sky, and her voice grew even more resolute. "Each individual will be vetted by the government." The bronze honor badge gleaming in the light was a symbol of each member's pride. She added, "If no disqualifying reasons are found, they will be selected as an equality." Lepus, seeming a bit rushed, quickly raised her hand to get everyone's attention, and said hesitantly, "The equality candidates I would like to propose are..." Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting Lepus and forcing her into an awkward silence. The person arrogantly challenged, "Who gave you permission to decide the candidates on your own?" It was Authority. With his hands clasped, he said gravely, reminding Lepus in a low voice, "You are only the temporary chairwoman." After a moment to compose herself, Lepus calmly and unflinchingly retorted, "Authority, why are you even here? You've already been stripped of your hero status." Authority replied coolly, "I am here to attend as a representative of the leadership." Lepus seriously reminded him to be clear on his authority. "In that case, you should just sit quietly and observe. You have no right to discuss association matters." Authority paid no mind to her words, and on the contrary, remained firm in his opinion. "I'll say it again. I do not recognize you as the chairwoman of this association." Lepus shouted, agitated. "I don't need your recognition." Authority continued speaking in a level tone. He stared her down his glare, threatening while simultaneously warning all the candidates present. "Our world government will boycott any equality candidate chosen by the temporary chairwoman Lepus for any reason whatsoever." Lepus was stunned by his malicious words. She stammered, "What?" The entire formal hall fell silent. Authority declared loudly, "You are not the official chairwoman, merely a temporary one." Shinkaryon turned to listen to him. Authority, seemingly emboldened, stated his opinion directly. "The momentous decision of selecting an equality, the one who decides the future of the association, cannot be made by someone temporary. It must," Authority emphasized in a harsh tone, "be carried out by an officially appointed chairman." Lepus quickly voiced her objection. "Authority, are you even aware of the current situation? We need to select an equality as soon as possible to resolve this crisis." Authority shot back sarcastically. "Resolve the crisis? How amusing to hear that from your mouth." Lepus, He suddenly recalled the past, a map of Portugal. Authority brought it up saying, "Tell me, Lippis, what did you do in Portugal?" Authority remembered Wed fighting tenaciously and continued in a low voice, "Instead of capturing the criminals, you were just there playing around with Wednesday." Agitated Lippis hurriedly explained her motives. Behind her, a magnificent magic circle began to glow. "You think that if the target isn't killed, it's all just a game. My priority was to protect the civilians first." She suddenly recalled the moment Laosa unleashed his power and proof with the children, and then glared angrily at Authority, questioning him sternly. "And what about you, Authority? I heard you were willing to sacrifice the children who were taken hostage." Lippis aired her grievances. "Why do you always force others to make sacrifices? You haven't changed one bit." Authority growled, her name Lippis. He glared at her, feigning confusion. "Why should I change? You're the one who needs to change." Lippis froze for a moment, glaring intently at him. The man's deep voice once again echoed through the large hall. No, rather, Authority paused for a second. He stood up, turned his head, and stared at the crowd behind him. "All of you need to change." Authority spread his arms and asked casually, "What about what I did in Portugal? I made a decision that fit the situation." Seeing the sullen, resentful expressions on their faces, he continued with glee. "In the end, there were no casualties, were there?" Lippis couldn't believe the man before her could so shamelessly twist the truth. She gritted her teeth in fury. "Authority." He continued his sanctimonious speech. "Well said." Authority pointed a hand at her and said in a grave voice, "You people are the ones sacrificing this society to protect criminals." Authority briefly thought of the imposing, brightly lit building, using the people's precious tax money to feed and shelter countless murderers. Seeing her silence, he pressed his advantage. "Then you make excuses about social responsibility. Rehabilitation. It all just sounds nice." He thought of the court of justice like a dark nightmare. Rehabilitation, how ridiculous. Authority asserted passionately, "They never change, they're all scum." He could almost see Shinka silently manipulating the entire planet. "Look, she just escaped and is already preparing." Authority, stressed, to hide under that madwoman's wing and prepare for another massacre in a situation like this. Lippis was silent, not knowing how to refute his argument. Authority sneered. For someone like her who was once a disciple of Mago, how could she choose equality and run the Hero Association on her own? Authority continued. "I don't even need to see how it'll turn out. It'll just be more of that nonsense about how heroes can't kill people, acting all self-righteous, just being noble to make yourself feel better." Authority stared at Lippis for a long moment, then stated firmly, "Lippis, nobody wants you as the chairman of the Hero Association. You're not the chairman who used to pretend to be one anymore." Lippis could only grit her teeth, glaring at him with fury. Soft sunlight streamed into the hall through the skylights. Lippis compromised. "All right, Authority." She spoke with clear determination. "So, does what you're saying mean that if I become the official chairman, I can proceed according to the proper protocol?" Authority stood up and said firmly, "Yes, that's right." Lippis looked at the attendees who had been silent until now, and continued then. Lippis declared loudly, "Then let's vote." Authority seemed to be looking for an option that would benefit him. "You mean a popular vote? Fine." Lippis immediately dismissed it. "No." Her voice echoed throughout the solemn hall. "Because time is short." Lippis looked out confidently at the packed rows of people, continuing, "We will take a vote from the heroes present here. The decision will be based on a majority vote." She asked for his opinion. "What do you think, Authority?" Authority hesitated slightly, glancing around. "A majority vote, huh? Aren't all of them heroes carefully selected by Lao Sa?" He focused his gaze on them and said sharply, "This is far too biased." Lippis recalled the bronze badge filled with pride and set a rule based on it. Then, just like the process for choosing equality, it will require a 2/3 majority to pass. Authority hesitated, contemplating for a long time. He looked pensively at the heroes sitting around him. Time passed, silently, minute by minute. Finally, the results were announced. The ballot information appeared on a blue screen. The question: do you accept the results of the selection of equality by Lippis? The results have been verified. The approved votes reached 52%, while the disapproved votes were 48%. The result was deemed to have an insufficient number of approved votes. Therefore, the motion failed to pass. Lippis stared, stunned at the numbers on the display screen. The text, reading, "Disapprove 48%, and failed to reach a 2/3 majority. Result failed to pass," was like a persistent nightmare, tormenting her. Lippis faltered at the result. In stark contrast to her situation was Authority's gloating expression. "Well, well." He let out a savage, triumphant laugh, gloating. "It seems you didn't get the majority you were hoping for." Authority smirked. "Perhaps we should hold another election for the association chairman." Just as Authority had said, the heroes here had all been selected and were active since Chairman Lao Sa's time. Lippis could not have foreseen this outcome. She stared blankly at the crowd. The result failed to reach a 2/3 majority. The result failed to pass was glaringly clear before her. The cause of this outcome was Authority. The scene shifts. A clear image of him appears. Right after the incident at Lucillus Prison occurred a brutal disaster that made the prison seem even more dark and savage. He had quickly approached all the heroes. Authority put on an earnest act to persuade them, carefully presenting his viewpoint. At first, most of them opposed Authority, the second chairman. The heroes' faces simultaneously showed their displeasure. But in this situation, as Authority persistently hounded them, more and more people were gradually won over by him. A savage event was unfolding. The important thing was, even if they didn't agree with Authority's ideology, the powerful chairman's seat was right there before them, and quite a few heroes agreed that a new election was necessary. From his perspective, the reason for this became clearer as the brilliant image of Lao Sa appeared. To lead her policies, Lao Sa had overwhelming power and a track record that proved her ideals. Lepus, on the other hand, appeared as her complete opposite, lacking both of those things compared to Lao Sa. That bronze badge of power seemed to serve as confirmation once again that the legitimacy to inherit Lao Sa's ideals seemed better suited for Seo Kang-yu, a former member of ITY. However, Seo Kang-yu's image at this point was almost synonymous with savagery and bloodshed in the public eye. But because Seo Kang-yu had changed his stance and killed the prisoners, the scene returns to the hall in the present. Opinions among the heroes began to split. Authority's voice goaded Lepus. "It seems your comrades also doubt your ability to be the association chairman. What will you do now?" Lepus, stunned, stammered. A vote. Authority cut her off. "A popular vote, you mean?" Lepus repeated, trembling. "But time doesn't allow for that. We could select candidates and let the heroes decide." Authority interrupted again. "No, that's not it." He briefly thought of Lao Sa's dignified image and used it as a pretext. "You know full well that your respected third chairman Lao Sa specified that the position of chairman must be chosen through a popular vote, and that only in an emergency or natural disaster can the government shorten the election period." Lepus was so stunned she couldn't say another word. The only thing left in the hall was Authority's mocking question. "Ah, you knew that too, didn't you?" Authority continued confidently. "Anyone, even a non-member of the association, can run for chairman. That was also a rule established by the venerable Lao Sa." All the heroes remained silent, as if in agreement with his words. Authority looked at her sarcastically. "Hey, temporary chairman, what are you still standing there for?" Authority ordered smugly, "Hurry up and inform the government that a new election will be held so they can set the date. You have to fulfill your duty as chairman, you know." Lepus was trapped in a difficult position, hesitating, unsure of the right thing to do. Authority emphasized in a low, threatening voice, "Shinkan, if it's only temporary, right?" Authority resigns as a world leader and announces his candidacy for chairman of the Hero Association. The question posed to the entire population was between the two candidates, Authority and Lepus, who is more suitable to be the chairman of the association. Golden sunlight shone into the luxurious chairman's office. BZ was dozing off for a moment, resting in an armchair. Suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed, revealing his distress and anxiety. Authority drifted back to a distant day in the past. It was a beautiful sunny day with a high, clear blue sky, looking down on a lush green forest. BZ, dressed in outdoor gear with a large pack, paused for a moment at a sudden sound. What nerve! Before him was Kingston, dressed in martial arts attire, sitting leisurely on a high rocky outcrop. "Did he ask to meet me privately? Is it all right for the chairman to do this?" Authority approached the base of the outcrop. He looked up and answered honestly, "I've heard a lot about you from Boda and Gazet. I don't think you would harm me." Kingston muttered softly, "These old guys really are shameless." Kingston quickly got back to the topic. He offered a sincere compliment. "I heard you don't have any special abilities, yet you still managed to climb to the highest position. Truly impressive." BZ didn't pay much attention to his words, getting straight to the point. "Mr. Kingston, it's just the two of us now. I'll ask you directly." BZ looked Kingston straight in the eye as if seeking confirmation, and he asked in a serious tone, "What is your purpose?" Kingston didn't answer directly, just gave him a profound look and asked softly, "Hey chairman, do you truly understand the development of special abilities?" Authority contemplated as he replied, an image of a brightly lit light bulb, with its glowing filament appearing in his mind. He spoke slowly. "When it comes to the development of special abilities for the summoner type, the clearer the visualization, the greater the power." BZ then thought of people with bulging muscles. As for the unique type and physical type, after passing puberty, they become strongest during their physical peak. Amidst the majestic mountains, a gentle breeze blew by, carrying green leaves and Kingston's indifferent voice. "Half right, half wrong." Authority was surprised. What? Facing Authority's doubtful gaze, Kingston slowly explained. "It's true that both physical types and special ability types get stronger as they mature." But then he moved his hand slightly, and a faint black dust scattered from it. Kingston's sharp voice rang out. "But physical types can break their predetermined limits through grueling training." BZ was stunned by this. Another gust of wind rustled through the forest. Kingston continued, "Aren't you curious?" Kingston thought of a red figure, fierce, with immense power capable of commanding the elements. What would happen if a person reached the highest level of their special ability? while also upgrading their physical abilities to the absolute max. Hearing this, BZ pondered. He brought a hand to his mouth, astounded. Then, the nation would have a hard time controlling them. From his high perch, Kingston called out again, "Hey, Chairman." He raised a mischievous eyebrow. "Shouldn't you be asking Kang-yu about this? I'm not the one who's going to answer that question. I simply want to see where humanity's ultimate limit lies." Authority was quite surprised by this. Kingston's voice softened. "That's all it is." The stream of memory flowed onward. BZ remembered sitting in his office chair. He swiveled slightly to speak to the person across from him, asking with his authority, "You want to add someone to equality?" He was sitting across from Lhasa, who spoke frankly. "I'm surprised that such an important procedure has to be officially approved." Lhasa firmly asserted, "He's worth it." BZ probed further. "If you say so, his skills must be excellent. But as a teammate, can he be trusted?" Lhasa replied with complete confidence. "He's as trustworthy as he is skilled." She added, "I consider him a reliable teammate." Her words echoed another moment from the past. Back then, when he was speaking with Kingston under his watchful gaze. At that moment, Authority strongly believed in his own intuition. He didn't hesitate to say it plainly, "I believe in Kang-yu." Kingston suddenly said something that BZ hadn't expected, leaving him completely baffled. Kingston said, "Well then the answer is already clear, isn't it?" He gave a forced smile. "Besides, protesting wouldn't change anything anyway. The scene changes." A sigh of relief echoed in the chairman's office. BZ finally stood up, leaning his hands on the desk in relief. An important decision had been made, allowing him to finally breathe a little easier. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. His secretary peeked her head in anxiously from the doorway, timidly calling Mr. Chairman. After getting permission, she entered and announced formally, "I've heard that the Hero Association is electing a new chairman." Authority seemed interested in this, gesturing for his secretary to continue. The secretary hesitated before continuing. She stammered, before announcing the urgent news. Authority has just declared his candidacy for chairman of the Hero Association. It seemed BZ didn't want this to happen at all. His face showed clear disappointment, frustration, and confusion. A shot of Kingston's satisfied face appears. Authority had accepted Kingston's condition. This matter was only known to the officials participating in the World Government Conference. The conference took place in a formal room with very few people present. The matter was kept top secret. Meanwhile, at a majestic, towering skyscraper, the election for the Hero Association's chairman would also be held under a framework established by the government. The city, already bustling at night, grew even more clamorous. After a 3-day registration period, there will be 3 public debates. In contrast, the assembly hall was filled with tension. Within 2 weeks, a pie chart with a red border appears, and the chairman of the Hero Association will be chosen through a public vote. But the top security prison, always brightly lit, presented a difficult problem. However, the term for the chairman elected this time will be a maximum of 4 years. If the prison break incident at Lucillus Prison is resolved, the term will end. Beneath the city's peaceful exterior, hidden schemes were brewing. Furthermore, in principle, anyone could register as a candidate. Therefore, too many candidates could easily lead to chaos. At this moment, the glowing dots representing various headquarters around the world became more important than ever. For that reason, only those who had the support of the regional hero representatives could run for office. Authority with his solemn clock symbol and Li Pus with her rabbit and carrot symbol became 2 separate factions. During the candidate registration period, Authority and Li Pus each declared their candidacy. In a familiar conference room, a purple-haired girl named Mute, a special ability type, held the mic and began the proceedings. "Hello, members of the Hero Association. I am Mute. I will be your host for this chairman election." Before the serious-looking VIPs in attendance, Mute explained the election's procedures. The candidates will have an opportunity to give a speech to the entire association. She looked toward Authority, who was already standing at the podium, and introduced him. First up is the speech from candidate Authority. He addressed the heroes before him. "I will keep this brief." Authority clicked a remote and an LED screen lit up. Authority gestured toward it. "Look." It was a clear image of the inmates in Lucillus Prison. Authority said harshly, "You people, because you keep following, in pursuit of some ideal, these monsters were released." He looked down at the heroes below and questioned them. "What are you people going to do? Capture them, lock them up, and then just let them out again?" Authority frowned, showing his clear dissatisfaction. "I trust you won't repeat such a foolish act ever again." Next was Lei's speech. She stood seriously at the podium, confidently presenting evidence to support her position. During Authority's time as chairman, he's condoned the slaughter of civilians by heroes. Lipus thought of heroes like Hero and Klo, and her voice grew even more firm. The number of civilians killed by heroes might even rival the number killed by villains. She thought of SK's evil reputation, and couldn't help but agree that this was a pressing issue. "I know the current situation is critical. A madman preaching eugenics is threatening all of humanity, but Authority is just as insane. Lipus looked down at the crowd and pleaded. He places different values on human lives, using justice as an excuse to force the few to sacrifice for the many. She closed her eyes, her expression pained. My friends, everyone is equal. Please don't forget the duty of a hero that Lao Sa always emphasized. Lipus's rabbit symbol and Authority's clock symbol were complete opposites. The initial strategy for both candidates was the same: solidify their support base within the skyscraper-filled city. Across the continent, both were busy rallying the representative heroes of each region to their cause. The symbol of the clock appeared, representing the heroes backing Authority. Among them were the seasoned North American hero Nguner Su and an elder from India Ader. Then the rabbit emblem appeared for the heroes supporting Lipus, the representative for Europe. They included a girl from Oceania Poi, a masked individual heroes from China and Myanmar, and the man from the Middle East Kafega. There was also someone from South America, Hassan from Africa, and Inigo from the city center. After both candidates had solidified their support bases, they appeared on the front pages of newspapers, with eye-catching headlines. Both Lipus and Authority waged a relentless media campaign right up to the final day of the election, using negative attack ads to tear each other down. The moment arrived. On the final day of candidate registration, a reporter mic in hand watched the LED board and announced, "And with that, the registration period is officially closed, isn't it?" Meow stared at the monitor in front of her. "Now we'll move on to the 3 debates." Suddenly she gasped. Meow glanced at the others and the screens in front of them, then shouted in disbelief. What is this?" she announced. "We have a last-minute registration." Both Authority and Lipus were completely stunned. They instinctively whipped their heads toward the screen for more information. The sound of someone clearing their throat echoed through the hall. Ahem, a strange voice called out. "Hello, members of the Hero Association." A young girl was standing on the stage. She introduced herself softly. "My name is Medius." But contrary to her soft voice, her eyes held a sinister, triumphant glint. She continued, "Current occupation high school student." Lipus's eyes went wide. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. What in the world is going on? Authority didn't say a word, but his face was a mask of pure contempt and disdain. After a moment, he finally sputtered in disbelief. What the hell is this? Medius's surprise appearance seemed to make the entire auditorium fall silent. In stark contrast to the stunned silence and awkward atmosphere, Medius's face was the picture of confidence. She had clearly anticipated this reaction. Medius's appearance clearly annoyed Authority. He immediately spoke up, complaining, "What is the meaning of this? Do they think the election for the chairman of the Hero Association is some kind of high school class president vote? It's explicitly stated that only those endorsed by a Danj class regional hero representative can run." That's right, the crowd's criticism was about to erupt when a solemn voice cut through the noise. "I will endorse her." It was the voice of Kafega, the hero representative for the Middle East. Kafega's words sent a shockwave through the room. Authority and Lipus couldn't believe their ears, their eyes wide with astonishment. What Lipus was especially stunned to see a representative who had pledged his support to her suddenly switch sides. "Sir Kafega, you endorsed me." Kafega didn't hesitate for a second. He replied calmly, "I've had a change of heart." It seemed nothing could sway Kafega's decision. His eyes were filled with conviction. "I now support Medius." That girl. Medius gave a small smile, as if she'd known this would happen all along, her deep eyes seeming to see through everything. In an instant, the entire game had changed. Medius had appeared as a new player, ready to overturn the board. And so we have candidate number 1, Lipus. The first 2 candidates weren't all that different. Candidate number 2, Authority. The biggest wild card in this race came from the newest entrant, candidate number 3, Medius. With the 3 candidates officially registered, the newspapers were quick to update their breaking news. The news was plastered across all the major papers, sparking a frenzy of discussion. Watching Medius completely dominate the media, Authority couldn't hide his irritation. Shinkari article was about the high school student. It was a media sensation. As news of Medius spread, it drew plenty of mixed reactions. It looked like the press was going to have a field day. But there was also a lot of criticism aimed at Kafega and the girl, with many saying the election was no joke. "So have we investigated that girl yet?" Authority moved quickly. First, they had to get more information on Medius, but the data on her was full of unknowns. She was just an ordinary high school girl, with nothing special about her. Authority began to speculate, running through 1,000 theories about Medius's identity. Could she be a metahuman? The vague data quickly threw his secretary into a state of confusion. "That's unclear, sir. Perhaps it's some kind of hypothetical ability." Confusion filled the room. The mystery surrounding Medius left even Authority in silent contemplation. Meanwhile, Lipus was visibly upset. She confronted Kafega. "Kafega, you need to explain yourself." Kafega remained perfectly calm, not the least bit flustered by Lipus's interrogation. "Ask whatever you wish." Lipus thought Kafega was being far too emotional about this. "Perhaps it was a rash decision you made without thinking it through. Do you know that girl from before Shinkan? If you do, you can't let personal feelings influence a matter of this importance. No." I've never met her before. What Kafka began to recall the events that led him to make his decision. A few days ago when I walked into my office to start work, he had encountered Medius before, right there in my own office. I found her sitting in my chair. At the time, Kafka was openly hostile towards Medius. He scowled. At first I thought she was an intruder sent by some villains, and I was about to restrain her, but Kafka's hostile attitude didn't last long. It began to fade as Medius spoke. But after we talked a few times, Kafka's memory of it seemed jumbled. He couldn't clearly recall the details, dozens of times, hundreds of times. No, it was countless times. There was some kind of magic to Medius's words. Kafka felt himself being drawn in, starting to agree with her to support her. I have this feeling, like I've spoken with her so many times, and then at some point I became certain that I had to support her. Kafka's fragmented and illogical memory left Lippis utterly baffled. She looked at him with an expression of complete disbelief. Lippis couldn't let Kafka remain lost in his memories. She spoke up. "If you'll permit me, sir." "Of course. Go right ahead." Lippis quickly reached out using her ability on Kafka. Lippis's ability created two large rabbits with medical symbols on their heads, which gently appeared behind Cora. Just as she suspected, Lippis didn't detect anything unusual. This was incredibly startling to her. There were no signs of hypnosis or mind manipulation at all. But what was going on? Unable to find any incriminating evidence, Lippis could only try to persuade Kafka with reason. Shinkan, so making a decision on an issue, this important based solely on a feeling, Kafka immediately cut her off. "This isn't a feeling. Lippis, how many times have I told you?" Kafka's eyes lit up like a devout believer looking at their god. It was a look of loyalty, of absolute faith, and unshakable conviction. "I believe that she must become the chairman of the association." With Kafka being so resolute, what more could Lippis say? Any further advice would be pointless now. The appearance of Medius remained a huge question mark in this election. A mysterious figure had emerged, but what would her arrival mean for the future of humanity? It was a difficult question to answer. She was more than just a mystery, but not yet considered a threat. The ones most directly affected by this were Authority and Lippis's supporters. But they had more to worry about. Both Authority and Lippis's faction had their doubts, but they decided she didn't affect the current situation and chose to focus on each other. It seemed neither side considered Medius a real opponent. They were only focused on competing with each other. And so, the day of the debate arrived. The debate began with the host's pleasant voice. Mute waved to the crowd. "Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mute, and I'll be your host for this debate. Before we start, allow me to explain the rules. First up is timing." Mute started to explain. "First, each candidate will have 10 minutes to speak. Shinkaryon has been assigned a number for this debate, and the speaking order will follow those numbers. The candidates won't just be giving speeches, they also need to be prepared to ask tough questions. During their 10 minutes, they can present their platforms or pose questions to their rivals. Time is also a critical factor during the questioning portion. The time used for an answer will be deducted from the time allotment of the person who asked the question. This means they can interrupt the answer if they feel they don't need to hear the rest. Another equally interesting mechanic is the rebuttal portion. Additionally, during an opponent's speaking time, each candidate can voice a rebuttal twice. Mute recited the rules from beginning to end with a bright smile, and each one will grant control of the floor for 1 minute. Now, let's begin the debate. The candidates quickly introduce themselves to the public. Candidate number 1, Lippis. "Hello, I'm Lippis, a student of Mago and a member of Equality." Next is candidate number 2, Authority. "It's a pleasure to be here. I am Authority, the former second-generation chairman of the Hero Association." And finally, the newcomer to this election, candidate number 3, Medius. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Medius." Immediately after the introductions, it was time for candidate number 1, Lippis, to speak. As expected of the interim chairman, Lippis knew exactly how to deliver her speech. "We have experienced countless wars." Her speech started by addressing the deep-seated roots of their present reality. Shinkar, since special abilities appeared centuries ago, wars have erupted between nations. She then went on to describe how these conflicts evolved through each period. After the unification of the world government, countless civil wars broke out. Those conflicts took on many forms, but they never truly vanished. And after the Hero Association was founded, society was again divided, this time between heroes and villains. It was as if war was an inevitable part of every era. Lippis was emphasizing humanity's long struggle, submerged in that terrifying inevitability. "We have spent the majority of our time living through the collapse of society." Drawing from the bitterness brought by conflict, Lippis once again highlighted the role of the senior heroes. But thanks to the efforts of Laos and many others, the foundations of our society were rebuilt. As expected of Laos's student, her speech was firm. And only now has society begun to function correctly. Lippis was implying that Authority had destroyed everything the heroes of the past had built. Think back to Authority's era. Back then, heroes were like outlaws. With conflicting beliefs and methods, they indiscriminately slaughtered villains and civilians alike. It was clear her speech was aimed squarely at Authority, intended to bring him down. If authority becomes the chairman of the association, history will repeat itself, and the society we've struggled so hard to build will collapse. Just as Lipus was passionately making her case, authority interrupted her. Society is already collapsing. Authority wasn't about to sit back and take the hits, he was already signaling his counterattack. Authority requested his 1 minute for a rebuttal. Can you not see the current situation? This old man had lived a long time. It goes without saying he was full of debate experience. I truly don't understand why the tear-soaked sacrifices I had to make are being called massacres, while your act of sacrificing society for the sake of criminals is considered virtuous. Authority launched into his argument, and his words were incredibly persuasive. You need to understand that in this world no great goal can be achieved without sacrifice, and if sacrifice is inevitable. Shinkan, though, it was Lipus's turn to speak. Authority's rebuttal was winning him a fair amount of support. Then we must ensure those sacrifices do not become meaningless. Shinkari, last seed of evil, must be completely destroyed. Authority spoke at length as if this was his personal stage. Just look around you. It's precisely because we allowed those seeds of evil to remain that we're in this situation now. Lipus realized something was off. It seemed the old man was cheating. Wait a minute, Authority. Hasn't your 1 minute been up already? It turned out he was deliberately placing his hand on the clock, using his ability to go over his allotted time. Get your hand off the clock now. How can 1 minute possibly be this long? No wonder Authority had been talking on and on. He let out a smirk, a smug look on his face. What are you talking about? That punchable expression only made Lipus more furious. She continued, if you don't take your hand off. Before Lipus could finish, Mute's sharp voice cut in. That's enough, that's enough. Mute immediately shut her down, preventing her from speaking further. Mute used his ability to mute Lipus and reiterated the rule. Lipus, you may only speak after your opponent's rebuttal time is over. Mute possessed a silencing ability. Authority was also quickly admonished, but the old man was incredibly stubborn. He just shrugged, showing he couldn't care less. Please refrain from using your powers. The battle seemed to revolve entirely around Lipus and Authority. They were striving for a certain image. The actions of these two were completely understandable. They were fiercely defending their positions in the election. Public image is extremely important. Right now, it's a semi-wartime situation. Authority and Lipus are trying to build a strong image in front of the public. The two sides argued back and forth endlessly. Lipus looked extremely tense, constantly raising her voice and attacking him. Authority was no different, his face also filled with rage. During their time, instead of emphasizing their platforms, Authority and Lipus just focused on attacking each other. The debate passed in extreme tension, but of course the one with the strong image. Authority began to strike a suspicious tone. He was openly contemptuous of Lipus, but something about it was highly suspicious. If a girl can't even handle one villain, how is she supposed to resolve this situation? Or are you trying to say you're stronger than Lao Sa? In terms of both experience and cunning, Lipus was far inferior to Authority. Lipus was no match for Authority at all. Her master's shadow was too large, leaving Authority unable to fill those shoes. Her running for office was a stroke of luck. In the public's eyes, she was only remembered as Mago's student, so she was still in a position of needing to learn more. Her appearance also became a disadvantage for Lipus, making it difficult for her to win over the public. Most importantly, her rabbit-like appearance made people associate her with an image of weakness. Authority's calculating eyes silently assessed the situation. Then his next target would be Medius. If he could just crush that variable, this debate would end just as he wanted. Medius finally took the stage in an atmosphere that leaned heavily in Authority's favor. She didn't look nervous or worried at all. It was Medius's turn. Medius began her debate in a way no one expected by complimenting her opponents. Mr. Authority turned the Hero Association from a small organization into a global corporation with his decisiveness and incredible drive. Lipus also received praise from Medius. Lipus, the one who inherited Lao Sa's will, has strengthened this corporation with her strong ideals and beliefs. Medius calmly continued, much to the confusion of her two rivals. Then she made a shocking statement. Therefore, I want to combine the strengths of you both to resolve the current situation. Medius was about to say more, but Authority cut her off. My platform is that you're just a kid. He once again used that mocking tone to ridicule Medius. This isn't a student council election. Go home and do your homework. This debate wasn't a place for policy discussion. This old geezer was not only old, but also incredibly rude. He continued to mock Medius heavily. Or did you run here because you couldn't keep up in school? This was a place to force prejudices onto your opponent. The old man kept rambling on until the moderator had to step in. Mr. Authority, your time is up. It's fine. I'm willing to use my time to talk. Seeing Medius's generosity, Authority pushed his luck. All right then, talk, little girl. What do you want to talk about? Medius's face basically said, I don't care, as she continued to speak. I am a person who possesses a special ability. She began to reveal information about herself. The power training school that Mr. Lao Sa built when he was chairman is where I grew up, so you couldn't possibly know what abilities I possess. Is that so? Then what special ability does this little kid have? Medius had no intention of satisfying all of authority's demands. I have no obligation to tell you that, but authority stubbornly held on and wouldn't let go. No, you have to. If you want to become the leader of the association, you need to have suitable abilities. Authority started using logic to force Medius to comply. Not a single hero in the association will follow a leader who isn't capable, so Medius directly issued a challenge, her eyes shining with confidence and filled with arrogance. Pick a location, Mr. Authority. We will fight as soon as possible. Authority was speechless at Medius's proposal, completely stunned. What? The debate was being broadcast live on every platform, and of course Medius's challenge was instantly transmitted. Office workers taking their lunch break to watch the live stream were so shocked they forgot to eat. Medius's image was now being watched by everyone everywhere. It seemed like for every 10 square feet, 9 people were watching on their phones. The debate was even being shown on the billboards of skyscrapers. A direct challenge. Well, Authority, the recipient of the challenge, still hadn't recovered. His jaw was on the floor, his eyes wide with disbelief. Without waiting for Authority to process the situation, Medius got straight to the point, discussing the terms of the fight with Authority. The rules will be mixed martial arts using our powers. How about it? Authority still didn't respond. His life experience told him he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Authority fell into deep thought. Faced with Medius's challenge, Authority froze on the spot, an unexpected direct challenge. All the tricks Authority had used were almost instantly neutralized. No matter how strong an image he always tried to project, hearing such an unexpected response left Authority completely flustered. He had been calling Medius a kid over and over again, and in the end, he had just shot himself in the foot. Moreover, his strategy of labeling his opponent was now becoming a trap that held him captive. Currently, Authority faced two choices. If he accepted the terms, how would this option affect his image? Having called his opponent a kid from the beginning would make the image of him fighting a kid look ridiculous. No matter how you looked at it, Authority was at a disadvantage. Furthermore, with his currently overwhelming political standing, if he actually fought in an arena, Authority would be lowered to his opponent's level, damaging his prestige. With this choice, two scenarios could occur. Shinkan, if he won, it would be a meaningless victory. In either situation, Authority's honor would be affected, but if he lost, it could be career-ending. Seeing the absolute certainty of victory on Medius's face, everyone knew she had just made a brilliant move backing her opponent into a corner. So what if he refused the terms? That option carried even more risks. He would be labeled as someone afraid to fight a kid and be seen as a coward. This decision would surely bring Authority a mountain of criticism. A coward. The image he had worked so hard to build would definitely be tarnished. This would seriously damage his powerful image. Backed into a corner, Authority's mind raced, weighing all his options. In that brief moment, Authority's thoughts accelerated, coming up with a series of countermeasures. But even M, who had been in countless debates, was surprised by this move. But regardless of his choice, the most pressing issue was Medius's completely unfazed expression, and her mysterious ability which made this chess match against Authority all the more difficult. This girl's ability. Authority fell into deep thought for a long time, the triumphant look he'd had while debating Lepus completely gone. Just what kind of ability does she possess? At that moment, the scene shifts to a vast, lush green field with fresh air. Authority was lying on the grass, looking at the sky, and the ground completely relaxed. Haven't you felt that something's been strange lately? Hearing Authority's vague and cryptic words, Hyundu Yang was completely baffled. What do you mean? Authority continued to speak philosophically. It's a little hard to understand, but never mind. I have a feeling that the words I just said are being repeated over and over. Well, that's just how I always am. How long is this going to go on? Authority responded with a sigh, his thoughtful gaze fixed on the distance. Sigh, is it because I'm getting old that something feels off? Meanwhile, Medius was determined not to give Authority any more time to think. She asked him directly, why aren't you answering Authority? Authority knew he had to quickly come up with a countermeasure. So instead of answering directly, he started beating around the bush. She really is just a kid acting on pure emotion. Daring to challenge me to a duel in the middle of a debate like this isn't rational at all. It looks like I'll have to drag this debate into the mud to get through this. He then put on a mature facade to try and overpower Medius. Hey kid, this debate is no place for games. But this old man had picked the wrong person to mess with. Once Medius commits, she's determined to see it through to the end. I'm completely serious, Authority. Medius even used Authority's own logic to counter him. And to become the president of the association, the most important thing is strength, just as you yourself said. The very argument Authority had used against Lepus was now the thing backing him into a corner. Just a moment ago, when you were speaking with Lepus, you said that Lepus was weaker than Lausa and therefore couldn't be trusted. Right? Medius continued to use examples from the hero headquarters itself from his time as president. Medius's sharp analysis was flawless. You made the heroes fight each other to establish a ranking system, didn't you? Shinkari word Medius spoke, left Authority speechless. In that case, you should try ranking me too. Medius was determined to push Authority to the very end. If it's inconvenient to hold it here, we can decide on a location after the debate. Seeing his stalling and diversion tactics fail while also getting an earful from Medius. Authority realized this was bad. Damn it, I've gotten tangled up with a true viper. Medius extended her hand toward Authority in a gesture of goodwill, but her smile carried a sinister hidden meaning. I should have never provoked her in the first place. She's not like me. She has nothing to lose. Authority continued to stall, trying to use the same delaying tactic again. All right, you have a point. He tried to continue speaking, but no sound came from his throat. So first of all, it turned out to be Mute's ability. Authority was literally silenced, unable to speak even if he wanted to. Mute quickly signaled, indicating that Authority had rambled on past his allotted time. Sir, Authority Medius has decided not to let you stall any longer. Please remain silent. Authority was completely stunned and thrown off balance. He had already lost all initiative. Did this brat just wait until she heard the answer she wanted and then cut my time off? Seeing how Medius had calculated everything so perfectly, Authority couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. What kind of ability does she have to be so confident? Forced onto the defensive, every potential move for Authority was extremely disadvantageous. He hesitated, wondering if he should play dirty. It was high risk, high reward. Should he try a dangerous gambit, full speed, if I strike without anyone noticing? As he was contemplating this, Authority suddenly froze, a look of confusion on his face. Medius was turning toward him, observing his every single move. Authority was shaken. Luckily, he hadn't made a move yet. Medius, with her deep, bottomless purple eyes, seemed to see right through his soul. Her indifferent, emotionless expression sent a chill down Authority's spine. His eyes widened in fear. It seemed countless suspicions were flooding Authority's mind. Could it be that she... After a while, Medius's speech finally began. The first round of the debate was nearing its end as Medius took the stage. Medius began with a concrete analogy, personifying the current conflicts. After countless battles, our society has become like a mass of tangled knots, full of unresolved problems. The problems were so numerous that the knots in Medius's vision were a chaotic mess. Those knots were never meant to be untied. Then, the human effort to solve these problems was forcefully severed. The one who cut them all, Medius mentioned, is a familiar name. I believe that person is Authority. However, his method of solving things didn't make the problems disappear. Instead of cleaning up the severed knots, he just kept on cutting non-stop. Because of that, even perfectly normal threads began to be cut. In addition, there was another figure who profoundly influenced these issues. The person who took those threads and tied them back together. I believe that was Lao Sa. Needless to say, Medius's analogy was incredibly fitting. Lao Sa was the one who healed this world. However, the problems didn't stop there. That is why the world is in such chaos now. Because among the knots that Lao Sa retied, rotten ones were woven in as well. This is what's causing our current problems. Medius was likely building upon the previous generation's perspective on the issues. However, we cannot just leave things as they are. She recognized the flaws in her predecessor's methods, but also knew they couldn't just sever everything, like before. Medius spoke with sincerity from the bottom of her heart, hoping it would reach the entire public. We need to cut away carefully, so as not to damage the healthy threads, and then meticulously tie them back together. Medius embodied a harmonious combination, a school of thought that acknowledged the achievements of both sides. This is a time when we shouldn't lean toward one extreme, but must find a balance and move forward in harmony. Her solemn declaration was heard by the entire public. I, Medius, if I become president of the association, will propose to the government that heroes be granted the authority to execute on sight. Medius's unexpected proposal left the entire public dumbfounded. The heroes granted this authority will be selected through an even more rigorous screening process. Their rapt attention and astonishment reflected Medius's influence. Regarding the list of villains to be executed on sight, I pledge to make these decisions with the utmost caution. Additionally, Medius didn't forget to add how to handle the death row inmate Alpha. Of course, she declared this in a confident tone, her eyes shining with insight. Alpha's death row inmates will all be subject to on-site execution. That is all. Time was up. The final seconds ticked away. The first debate concluded, and regardless of their performance, the candidates could only turn and head home. Finally, the difficult question that lingered after the debate was about to be answered. Who is the most suitable person to become the next leader of the Hero Association, Chapter 41? The debate was drawing to a close. Medius maintained a confident smile. Authority appeared quite tense, and Lipus had completely lost her earlier confidence. After the first round of the debate ended, Lipus and her symbol received rather low results. Lipus's support rate was at 8%. Authority, with his familiar clock symbol, fared slightly better. Authority 35%. And finally, with an overwhelming majority, Medius at 57%, the public opinion poll concluded. The continental map lit up with a few sparse spots of light. Furthermore, some heroes who had previously supported Lipus announced they were switching their allegiance to Medius. Among them was the masked man from China, Mianji, and also Hassan from South America. The speaker's podium, a dazzling spot at the press conference, was illuminated day and night. Faced with this situation, Lippis held a press conference. She spoke earnestly, hoping to win back the people's support. I listened to what Medius said during the debate. I spent too much time in dialogue with authority, and was unable to refute Medius's points at that moment. The reporters listened silently and attentively to her presentation, quietly forming their own judgments. Lippis added, "A high school student who lacks social experience. By what standard does she get to decide who lives and who dies?" Lippis expressed her indignation on this matter. "She is just as dangerous as authority." That was her firm assertion. After criticizing Medius, Lippis continued speaking. The scene transitions to another luxurious room. Lippis entered with a serious demeanor and a hint of pleading in her voice. "Shin carry on." Inside were the people who had once supported her but had now switched to Medius, Myanji, Kafega, and Hassan. Kafega asked her in a low voice, "Why did you call me here?" Lippis didn't hesitate to voice the concern that had been weighing on her. "Don't pretend you don't know. Why did you choose that high school girl?" Hassan replied indifferently, "It's simple." He raised an eyebrow suggestively. "I just get the feeling that there's no other reason besides that one." Lippis froze and said hesitantly, "Well, that might be you, but..." She looked at the woman across from her in disbelief and asked Myanji, "I never expected you to make such a choice." The figure of a man appeared between them. It was Ju, who said softly, "If your master Mr. Ju knew about this, he would surely be very sad." Only then did Myanji speak. "Our master." She recalled the past that moonlit night when butterflies fluttered all around. And Mr. Ju looked up thoughtfully and said, "This world is a complicated place, Myanji." He stared at a butterfly before him, his soft voice carried by the wind. Things that were once considered obviously right can become wrong over time, and the reverse has also happened many times. Mr. Ju and Myanji stood in the middle of a flower garden. It was then that he looked at her. "To be honest, I have killed many villains in the past." Myanji was slightly startled by this sudden confession. Ju was still lost in his memories. He saw himself standing calmly amidst hundreds of corpses. Ju continued, "The reason was very simple, because, at the time, I believed it was the right thing to do." Another figure appeared in the scene, Lao Sa. Ju's voice suddenly carried a hint of nostalgia. "But after meeting Mr. Lao Sa, my way of thinking changed. Shinkan, so I still don't believe my current viewpoint is absolutely correct." He looked at Myanji and advised her, "Myanji, there is no single right answer in this world. Nevertheless, no matter what circumstances arise, try your best to adapt. As long as you've done your best, that is enough." Ju's words still echoed in Myanji's mind. Her gentle voice filled the room. He used to say that often. Myanji spoke to Lippis with calm reason. "That's why, after listening to the entire debate and looking at the current situation, I believe that Medius, not you, Lippis, is the right person to be the president of the association." Lippis was so stunned, she couldn't reply to Myanji's words, just standing there, as if she'd been struck by lightning. Kafega's words were filled with clear apprehension. "Lippis, we do not support you," he continued politely. "During the election period, please refrain from meeting with us." Lippis bowed her head in silence, wondering what she could possibly do to change the current situation. In stark contrast to her predicament, Medius always appeared radiant, surrounded by countless brilliant lights. After the first debate concluded, the entire media began to focus their coverage on Medius. A newspaper featured a picture of Medius with a sensational, exclusive headline. There were articles about her school days, features investigating Medius, and her family articles about her family, and even articles with the latest election updates. Pictures of Medius and authority were on the front page and articles about her confrontation with authority. Newspapers with Medius's image were everywhere. Among the buzzing topics, the most prominent was Medius, with her mysterious smile. Along with it was the question that piqued the curiosity of the vast audience. What exactly is her power? Authority's eyes flew open as he carefully examined the information. On the screen in front of him was a magnified image of Medius from the debate. It was a video that captured every detail of her facial expressions and gestures from that day. Authority stared intently at the screen, as if trying to extract information about this mysterious girl from the short clip. He paid closer attention to her expression, especially her deep violet eyes. Suddenly, Authority's eyes widened, as if he had discovered a hidden detail. The quiet room was finally filled with a sound. "Ah." Authority was stunned as he realized the truth. He muttered softly, "So that's it." At the same time, at the SK base, Canis spoke cautiously. "Shinka, don't you feel like life has become repetitive and boring lately?" Gato expressed his agreement. "I agree." Shinka sighed. "Humph. So humans feel this way too." She raised a hand to her chin. "I'm not the only one who thinks so, right?" On the other side, a hat with a complex emblem appeared. It was the hat on her head. She sat in a deserted corner of the house, looking up boredly, trying to see the brim of her hat, silently lost in thought. In a ruined area, a piercing scream rang out. "Ooh-ah." A young boy with tears in his eyes cried out desperately. "I'm so bored, I can't take it anymore. I'm bored to death." That was Fratu, a user with a special ability. Images of him appeared from childhood to his youth, adulthood, and old age. His life only lasted for 1 week, and he relived it from beginning to end, every single week. Right now, he was in his vibrant teenage years. Fratu was rolling around on the ground, screaming, surrounded by Natura, Becken, Will West, and Vid. Fratu shouted, "Arga, when can I finally get out of here?" Natura chuckled gently and said, "Lord Shinka, please wait a little longer. A variable has appeared. Just be a little more patient." Vi, while scribbling something, mumbled to himself, "What an interesting ability. I can feel my inspiration flowing uncontrollably." Fratu called out softly, "Natura." Natura turned his gaze to see what he wanted. Fratu said excitedly, "Let's go outside for a bit." A worried voice echoed from the ruins. "If Shinka finds out, he'll be furious." Another more naive voice replied reassuringly, "It'll be fine as long as we don't get caught." Fratu spread his arms and swayed, trying to convince Natura. "We'll just go to the nearby village for a little while. What's the big deal?" Natura looked at Fratu's eager, expectant face, thought for a moment, and finally he gave in. "All right. It's been a while since I felt nature." Fratu cheered happily. "Awesome, this is awesome, Natura, you're the best." Natura turned to the others. "What about you guys?" Beckenwill timidly refused. No thanks. I'm too scared to go outside." "I'm not going." Vi closed his eyes, waved his pen in the air a few times, and said, "I don't want to go either." In comics, the characters who go out on their own are usually the first to die. Fratu was displeased. What a drag." Natura gestured invitingly. "What about you?" West hesitated for a moment. He suddenly remembered Shinka's terrifyingly furious expression. At that thought, he went silent, losing all energy to continue the conversation. West tactfully refused. "You guys go ahead. I'm not feeling too well." Natura kept smiling. "Is that so?" Fratu, a bit bummed out, muttered under his breath, "So weak." Just then, clouds covered the sky, making the lush green forest feel gloomier than usual. Green canopies and long stretches of vegetation spread out in every direction. A series of vibrations came from the ground. Natura and Fratu were standing on a towering tree branch, comfortably observing the space below. They both jumped from the branch to the ground with relaxed, happy expressions on their faces. It's been so long since I've smelled nature again. This ability really is convenient." Fratu quickly suggested, "Let's just go to the nearby village for a bit." As the two were chatting happily, they suddenly sensed something approaching. It was a group of representative heroes from various regions, and every one of them was radiating a crazed bloodlust. Mianji wasn't wearing his usual mask, revealing the patterns printed on his face. Hassan and Kafega were both armed, as if they were about to enter a life-or-death battle, and most notably behind them was Medius. Her purple eyes accentuated her cold demeanor. Fratu and Natura were frozen for a moment by that intense killing intent. What are those things? Meanwhile, Authority was moving hastily, his secretary following close behind him. She asked, "Sir, are we holding a press conference?" "That's right." Authority made a final decision that left his secretary bewildered. "I'm going to accept the challenge that Medius proposed." "What?" The secretary broke into a cold sweat and asked for confirmation again. "Are you joking, sir?" "I'm not joking. This is the only way for me to win." Authority's words suddenly trailed off. He seemed to have realized something. No wonder From the tense look on Authority's face, it was clear that Medius was no pushover. And this doesn't seem to be her first time in a debate like this. Turns out she has a cheating ability like that. "How are we supposed to win?" "What do you mean, sir?" It seemed Authority already knew about the ability Medius was hiding. Meanwhile, the battle between the two brothers Natura and Fratu and the representative heroes was turning into a bloody mess. Fratu was severely injured in many places, covered in his own blood. Natura was a little better off, but he looked just as miserable. Medius just stood in the back, observing, but her killing intent was the strongest of all. Back on the other side, Authority revealed Medius's shocking ability: she can reverse time. Looking at Medius's indifferent expression, it was hard to tell she was hiding such a terrifying power. Somewhere else, a fierce battle was taking place. An image of Medius appeared. Her eyes were melancholy, yet sinister and terrifying. The secretary asked with a shocked expression, "She can reverse time?" Authority turned his head and confirmed it. He spoke with certainty. "Yes." No wonder the more we debated, the more things went off track. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He said, grinding his teeth, "She has replayed the debate countless times and changed the future to one that's advantageous for her." Hearing this, the secretary asked, "Then how can we possibly defeat her?" Authority replied slowly, "Luckily, she has a weakness." He glanced at his secretary and instructed her, "Look at what I just sent you." She immediately looked at her iPad screen to observe. Authority slowly asked if she noticed any changes. On the screen, an image of Medius appeared. The first scene looked completely normal, but in the second clip, a small, unexpected change appeared. The ends of her hair started to look different. A dark purple color appeared, and at the same time, her hair seemed to lengthen in an instant. After watching for a moment, the secretary seemed to have realized the issue and replied, "Her hair got a little longer. Am I seeing that right?" Authority's eyes remained calm, but were filled with hidden meaning, as if he had seen through the entire secret. He emphasized it again, "Yes." Then he nonchalantly asked another question. "Why do you think that is?" After a moment of hesitation, the secretary offered her guess, because she has too many dark thoughts. At this answer, he paused for a second before reacting with complete dissatisfaction. Are you kidding me? Authority had also discovered another secret. Although that woman can reverse time for everything around her, she can't do the same for herself. He said with certainty, then brought up an image of Medius when she was injured as an example for his clueless secretary to understand. Meaning if she gets injured, she can't reverse the wound. Authority asserted his understanding. She will return to the past, but she'll bring the injury with her. At this point, he thought smugly. So the moment I accepted her challenge, I knew for a fact that I would win. The secretary asked worriedly, but someone who can control the flow of time must also be physically strong. He quickly reminded her, have you forgotten? Authority revealed a vicious expression and said, I also possess the ability to control time. The secretary's eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a word. Authority's voice continued in a steady tone. To put it bluntly, I've been controlling time for far longer than she has. He smirked, his tone full of confidence. I will win. His old face wrinkled into a scowl. With a sharp gaze, he looked forward and continued. Perhaps this is the fate of those who can control time. We use our powers by trading our own lives. An image of Medius flashed through his mind. Elsewhere, the superpowered team was fighting fiercely against monstrous tentacles. Natura, covered in wounds, panted heavily, looking up with a sigh. Phew. At that moment, the ever-growing plant tentacles stretched out, relentlessly attacking everyone. Kafega coldly swung his sword in a powerful slash, dicing them into tiny pieces. He glared, annoyed, and remarked, Plant control. This power isn't suited for killing. The plant tentacles revived themselves, charging straight forward. A resolute voice followed. But I like it. I can admire the beautiful curves of the plants. Let me tell you something. As soon as the words were spoken, a powerful golden blade swung up. Seeing this, Natura's eyes widened in terror, as if he could see the impending danger. Kafega deftly parried each attack with his sword, but Natura wasn't so lucky. He was struck by 1,000 slashes across his body. In agony, Natura was sent flying. Blood streamed endlessly from the wounds on his skin. He clenched his jaw, trying to endure the pain. Kafega turned back, glaring at his opponent, with a threatening, furious gaze. My sword has curves too, you know. At that moment, a hammer appeared from above, smashing down. A cool-looking young man appeared before the full moon. He was diving down from above, slamming his hammer into the ground, creating a world-shaking impact. The surrounding earth and rock exploded into dust and smoke. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Shinkaryon looked at the newcomer with confusion. This person was none other than Hassan of the superpowered group. He brazenly used the hammer in his hand to strike an innocent person, then said slowly, You can seal a user's ability for 24 hours by hitting them hard on the crown of their head. Hassan arrogantly pointed at Kafega, threatening him. You are known as the headhunter Mianji Kafega. Suddenly he glanced over at Fratu and confidently ordered, Take the hood off the guy in the back. I can't see his head. On the other side, Mianji of the superpowered group wore a mysterious mask. She stared at her own hand and exclaimed, Now, Mianji of the shape-shifting sword, her face hidden by the demonic mask, spoke. Depending on the color of the mask, her abilities will change accordingly. As she said this, she quickly swung her hand, and everything in front of her was frozen solid by her sweeping power. Natura, too. Unable to dodge in time, his legs were frozen, immobilizing him. Mianji looked up and commanded, We'll take him down first. The current color is blue, which means ice powers. Terrified, Natura glanced back and asked Fratu, How much longer do we have to wait? Haven't you matured yet? Clutching his chest in pain, Natura answered honestly, A while longer. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes determined as he said, I'll return to my prime soon enough. Gritting his teeth, Natura continued to attack the ever-growing plant tentacles. The full moon was about to be obscured by dark clouds. The hazy light gradually faded, leaving only weak rays piercing through gaps in the gloomy clouds. Natura, with eyes full of anticipation, mumbled, Just a little longer. The surroundings seemed to sink into darkness, bringing a cold and oppressively silent feeling. A light breeze blew by, carrying an unusual chill that made the air feel even heavier. Natura stood there, gritting his teeth and enduring the attacks. Natura still held on to hope, but by now his eyes were completely glazed over, muttering, A little longer. The bright moonlight, now mixed with a hint of black, no longer looked pure. Natura's lips trembled, and he screamed, Ah. At that moment Fratu appeared with a new look. His body was robust and full of vitality, and his face was no longer wrinkled. He exclaimed joyfully, It's done. This is it. Being young again is the best. This is Fratu's current body, 23 years old, with his physical abilities at their absolute peak. He stepped forward, clenched his fists, and said in a confident tone, Time is on my side now. Hearing this, Medius appeared out of nowhere, grinning and chuckling. Natura's group stared at her, their eyes wide with shock. Natura angrily asked, What are you laughing at? Medius casually replied, Listening to you spout nonsense is just too funny. He growled, What's so nonsensical about it? Shinkaryon's face was blank as they waited for an answer. From behind, Hassan snickered as if he already knew something. Medius, with a sinister look in her eyes, said coldly, "It's not on your side." Suddenly, a film reel appeared in her mind, fast-forwarding to the past. Medius's eyes widened in horror as the two people in front of her were brutally attacked. Their faces were swollen, their bodies covered in wounds. Natura was beaten so badly, he was spitting up fresh blood. Fratu, standing next to him, was just as battered. With a sharp, cold expression, Kafega attacked with his sword. He used his final technique to completely finish off the masked Myanji. Hassan's giant hammer was once again raised high. He soared into the sky and then brought it down in a fatal blow upon Natura's group. One by one, they were struck on the head as if by a bolt from the blue, but they no longer had the strength to resist. As they both stood there with bright red heads, Medius's voice rang out, "As long as I'm alive." The cruel and cold-hearted Hassan stood there watching them. Medius slowly and smugly declared, "Time will always be on my side." The room was dark and silent, with only a single small beam of light shining down from a ceiling lamp. Authority leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. A secretary suddenly opened the door and entered. "Candidate." He opened his eyes and asked, "Have all the reporters gathered?" She immediately shook her head. "It's not about that." The secretary wore a stunned expression. "There's something important you need to see. This video was just uploaded." Authority looked at her with a questioning expression. The video opened with a scene of a child playing. Suddenly, an emergency news broadcast cut in. Medius appeared. "Hello viewers, I'm Medius." She simultaneously showed two other faces on screen. "Tonight I have captured the third-floor prisoner and Natura. The criminals are both tied up and under strict guard in a sealed room. Kafega, with his sword on his shoulder, is standing guard. Alongside him are Hassan and Myanji, supervised by 3 regional representative heroes." Medius continued to narrate her plan. "Initially, the plan was to handle them on the spot via elimination, but since I am still a civilian, I have temporarily handed them over to the government for processing. The final decision will depend on who becomes the association's president next week." The girl smiled confidently. "Oh, and one more thing regarding the one-on-one duel with authority. Here's my proposal for the current situation. Let's postpone that duel until after this incident is handled. I will arrange a schedule with authority. Right now, instead of internal disputes, we should focus on capturing the villains." A cunning smile spread across his face. "I believe the authority will understand this as well." With those final words, Medius bowed to the screen. "That is all. I am Medius." The screen then turned off. Authority frowned after watching the clip. His secretary continued to report. "Also, there's an invitation for a dialogue with Medius." She asked for his opinion while the chairman was lost in thought. "How would you like to respond?" As a result, Authority was now sitting on the sofa asking, "What do they mean?" He called out her nickname, Miss Time Turner. Medius faced him and replied, "It seems you've already realized." Authority confirmed, "It's not just me. Others with the ability to control space and time have also noticed." Medius remained perfectly calm. "Just as you say, I am a person with the ability to control time," the girl shared honestly. "However, I cannot rewind my own personal time." Authority automatically understood and continued, "And the amount of time you can rewind is also limited." He surmised again, a week, 10 days at most. "If you could rewind time indefinitely, you would have already rewound the time of the prison break." The girl agreed, "That's correct." Outside, twilight had fallen. To avoid causing social chaos, the world government kept that truth hidden even after Sin's broadcast ended, so I couldn't get accurate information at that time. Medius exuded a mysterious aura. "As you guessed, I can rewind time by 1 week. That means I know information a week ahead of everyone else." Authority rubbed his chin. "The election results won't be out in a week, will they?" She immediately agreed. "That's right." His usual expression vanished as he glared and asked, "Tell me this information. What is your purpose? Is this process necessary for you to win?" She didn't hesitate to share. "In the process of debating with you, I realized that clumsily probing you or avoiding your questions would be considered a bad move, so I chose to be direct. The lights inside were few and dim. Furthermore, Medius directly brought up another matter. We are both time controllers, aren't we?" She put on a friendly demeanor. "With a senior who has the same ability as you, I'd like to comfortably share my story." Authority Smith, "Talking like that seems like you want to form a bond with me, but I have no intention of doing so in the future." She gave a sad smile. "Is that so? What a shame." Their conversation was over, so the young woman stood up. "See you at the next debate." But Authority stopped her. "I have one question." He wondered why her symbol was a capybara. "At first I thought you had a physically related ability." The badge on her shirt glinted. The reason Medius casually gave a reason, just because it's cute. Shinkarithing after that proceeded as it should. Thanks to Medius's achievements, Atretia stared ahead thoughtfully. He was the regional hero representing the authorities' side, and was from India. Next to him was Anarigo from Africa, a regional hero representing the Lepus' side. They were all looking at that capybara badge which had switched to Medius' side. The debate building was also highlighted in red. Furthermore, the second debate was cancelled with the agreement of all 3 candidates. At this time, someone was also watching the video Medius had broadcast. Shinka didn't feel angry at the unexpected behavior of the S-rank prisoners. She grimaced, annoyed that someone with such a troublesome ability had appeared. Shinka's irritation towards Medius's existence grew. Kingstone remained focused on channeling his inner energy. Meanwhile, despite Medius's appearance, he smiled with satisfaction as he felt his progress. Those who quietly pursued their own goals. Seo-chang let out a hot breath, his eyes glowing intensely. The government was also very tense, or rather trying to build a world they believed was right, still busily taking action. The campaign hall remained empty day after day. Time passed, and it was now time for the third debate. Mute held the microphone and opened the event. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mute, your moderator for today's debate. This is the final debate, isn't it? The clock is set to 60 minutes. Since it's the final session, each candidate will have ample time to speak. The guilds were also arranged. The speaking order this time will be in reverse of the candidate numbers. The clock was reset again. Each speech is a maximum of 10 minutes. They also had many restrictions, 3 rebuttals, and when the clock hits 0, they will still follow the old rules. If all 3 candidates' time runs out, the debate will end. Mute spread his arms. Now please welcome the candidates. The Lipus Guild is position number 1. Lipus, wearing her familiar bunny ears, walked out. The girl's gaze was resolute for this debate. Lipus is number 2. A very simple clock symbol. Authority walked out leisurely, his hands in his pockets. His expression was unchanged. Authority. And the final candidate with the number 3 capybara badge. They all showed looks of surprise as Medius walked out. Mute also froze for a moment in astonishment. The viewers outside also gaped. A strange mane of black hair fluttered past. Medius appeared with a completely different look, but her eyes were the same as before. Medius began the final debate. The candidates moved to their positions, but didn't start right away. Before we begin, I need to confirm something. Mute pointed at the girl and asked hesitantly, you are Medius, correct? She replied immediately. That's right, Medius asked the moderator. May I begin? Mute obliged. Of course. Let's begin the debate. The young woman confidently began. Hello everyone. I am Medius. Today, in this debate, I want to reveal my ability. This was an incredibly unexpected move on her part. I am a person who possesses a time-related ability. The people outside all looked up at the screen. Although by looking at me, you've probably realized I cannot turn back my own personal time, but I can reverse the time of the world. She also didn't hesitate to reveal, before coming to this third debate, I have turned back time many times to gather information. Medius presented her useful information, and right now I know the location of Alpha's base and all information about the enemy. Authority just watched her silently without saying a word. Medius continued to affirm, if I am chosen as president, I will use this information. Lars's eyes widened in shock at the vision she painted of the city, engulfed in flames, to attack Alpha World's base and launch an all-out war. I promise to choose the future with the least amount of casualties for civilians. She touched her hand to her chest and vowed, and even if I have to trade all of my own time, I will try to end this incident in the safest way possible. I am finished. All attention shifted to the next candidate after Medius's speech. When it was Authority's turn, only a few seconds passed before he declared, I've made my decision. He was dead serious as he spoke those words, supporting Medius and withdrawing from the race. Lipus gaped. What? But Medius was completely unfazed. Flashing back to an earlier time, she was having a secret meeting with Authority. Why did you call for me, Authority? He got straight to the point. Don't play dumb. Haven't you already seen this future? Don't you already know what I'm going to say? You're getting frustrated, aren't you? You've already rewound time countless times. Right, because of that, I feel like I've had this single cup of coffee 10,000 times. So, what have you been doing all this time? Medius smiled and replied, I'll make everything clear during the debate. He thought for a moment before continuing. Medius, after giving it some thought, I see that Authority has made his position clear. You are the most suitable person to handle this incident. He's also given a preview of what he's going to say. Therefore, I've decided to support you in the election and withdraw. With my support, you'll win easily since that rabbit's approval rating is at rock bottom right now. Medius didn't celebrate just yet. Of course you have a condition, don't you? Authority admitted it. Yes. He delved deeper into the matter. As you know, the term for this chairman will end once the current incident is resolved. A deal was struck between them. So my condition is that you cannot run in the next election. Medius agreed. Very well, Authority. I accept that offer. Authority tilted his head suspicious. It seems like you're still hiding something, aren't you? I don't believe you'd accept so easily. She maintained her friendly demeanor. You're trying to help me, so why would I refuse? But Authority wasn't finished speaking. Finally, as a senior in the field of time abilities, I have some advice for you. He then uttered a sentence filled with hidden meaning. Don't make the mistake of thinking that controlling time means time is on your side. He sincerely warned that time is always fair, and terrifyingly so. Medius listened, the smile gone from her face. I'll keep that in mind. At this, Lipus exploded in anger. Hey, Authority, she scolded relentlessly. If you were going to do this, why did you even participate in the debate? You should have withdrawn right before it started, he replied coldly. That's my business. Authority didn't even glance at her. And it's still my turn, correct? Lipus shot back. You said you're withdrawing, so what's the point of your time anymore? But he cut her off. I haven't officially withdrawn yet. Authority suggested, host, could you please mute that rabbit's microphone? It's my turn and she's making so much noise I can't speak. The girl holding the mic was stunned. Lipus questioned, making noise. She retorted angrily, I have the right to object 3 times, and I'm using my time to legitimately speak with you. He frowned and raised his hand in protest. Fine, keep spouting your nonsense. I'll give you all of my remaining time. Host, give all my time to her and mute my mic. Please turn off the surrounding audio as well. I don't want to waste another word on her. Lipus pointed a hand toward the door. You greedy old man, are you messing with me? If so, then get out. Authority held up a hand to explain. If I were greedy, I wouldn't have withdrawn, nor would I have given my time to you, you foolish rabbit. Suddenly, Medius raised her hand. I've said everything I need to say. May I leave? It'd be better to use this time to find more information on the enemy. Lipus snapped. Where do you think you're going? My time isn't up yet. The girl with the mic watched the argument bewildered. Is this what you call a debate? Sunlight streamed through the window frame. Time passed on the clock struck the hour, and the debate finally came to an end. The entire city was quiet. The results were in. Medius's face was devoid of emotion. The president of the Hero Association, the 4th chairman Medius. The world government immediately confirmed the election results and summoned Medius. She entered the meeting room where the representatives stared intently. Across from her was BZ. There Medius shared all the information she had gathered, along with her predictions for the future. With a serious expression, he stated, the world government pledges its full and unwavering support to Medius, sparing no expense. He also updated her on the current situation of Seo Kang-yu. Medius's face clouded with sadness for a moment. Believing he had been treated, she finally spoke up. I see. After they finished exchanging information, she was walking through a dark room with only a little light when she heard someone call her name and turned her head. The 3rd chairman, Ido, approached her and said sympathetically, the ability to turn back time. Hearing the same thing over and over must be exhausting, huh? You've been through it countless times, haven't you? He had a sorrowful look on his face. Shinkan, though this is the first time I'm saying this, you've probably heard it many, many times. Medius, this world has no room for repetition. She remained silent. Ido said earnestly, please remember my words. After her meeting with the world government, Medius met with the other heroes, asking for their cooperation with her new policies. Most of the heroes agreed to follow her, but the biggest problem was Lipus. She put a hand to her forehead and sighed wearily. When she met with Lipus to talk, she asked, how many times have we had this conversation now? Lipus replied coldly, really, to me it feels like this is the first time we've spoken. The sound of their voices echoed in the room, and I've refuted that answer countless times. Someone as powerful as you can't possibly not feel that something is off. So, how do you plan to convince me this time? There's no need for convincing anymore, Medius said directly. I respect your opinion, Lipus. Shinkan, so, you are still a very important factor. Please hold fast to your beliefs. But I do hope you will participate in this operation, Lipus said nonchalantly. You don't have to tell me that. I was going to participate anyway. At the Grand Hero Association building, Authority smiled his hands in his pockets, looking pleased. Congratulations on being elected the 4th chairman, Medius said politely. Thank you. Authority studied her expression. Judging by your face, it seems you couldn't convince that rabbit, huh? Such a weak woman, can't even bring herself to kill a single villain. Medius didn't think so. She refuted his claim. You could say she's someone who is very firm in her beliefs. He looked intrigued. Well, finish everything up quickly. 4th chairman, I'm very much looking forward to your first speech. If you need any advice, I'm always available. Medius bowed slightly, her hand on her chest. Thank you. An emblematic symbol of Medius appeared. The first speech of the 4th chairman of the Hero Association, Medius. Standing at the podium, she began, hello, to all members of the Hero Association. I am Medius, your 4th chairman. An avatar of the 3 equality members appeared depicting a bird with outstretched wings and the scales of justice. She explained, the reason I've summoned you all today is to announce the selection of the 3rd generation of equality before we proceed with the campaign. Those seated in the audience had sharp gazes. These are the names I have chosen. Suddenly, the symbolic emblem flared, emitting a powerful light. The man with a sword slung over his shoulder, Amir Kafega. The red-haired girl with a blank expression, Mien. The tall, mournful-looking man, the alchemist Anter Ego. And the rabbit girl behind them, the barrier rabbit Lipus. The people in the crowd were astonished and many were angry. Finally, Medius looked directly at the person sitting in the front row and called out authority. The corner of her mouth curved into a smile. Ah, and the leader of the group will be you, authority. That is all. He frowned, gaping in disbelief. Medius's selection of the IQ team had left the heroes in a state of uncertainty. Lipus's eyes widened in surprise. What Kafega remained silent. At the meeting, Medius smiled and said to authority, Sir Authority, after this speech, could you spare me a moment? I need some advice. Authority narrowed his eyes slightly but didn't refuse. Later, the two of them met privately in a rather dimly lit room. Authority spoke first. It seems you were hiding something. So this is what it was, Medius replied calmly. I had no intention of hiding it. If you had asked, I would have answered. He snorted and said, I have no intention of participating. Working with people I don't get along with is just asking for trouble. That's why I'm asking you to be the leader. Hearing this, Authority asked, You think they'll listen to me? Medius smiled, her voice soft. Sir Authority, if you join Igwa and Toa Snack in this campaign, your chances of winning the next election will be even greater. He answered, unwavering, that won't be necessary. The winner of the next election will definitely be me. That rabbit is no match for me. How can you be so sure? If Lepus joins this campaign as a member of the IQ team and achieves great things, she could become a threat in the next election. Authority frowned, asserting, there's no way that'll happen. She continued with other hypotheses. Well, what if another person with a variable ability like mine joins the race next time? He suddenly fell silent, not responding. Medius continued to persuade him. If you help me in this campaign, I will use my abilities to help you win the next election. Authority was quite surprised by her offer. Sir Authority, lend me your strength. If you stand with me, your power within the association will be strengthened, and that will be a huge advantage when you aim for the presidency next. Hearing Medius's words, he fell silent, considering then said softly, in any case in the timeline you've already experienced it seems, I was already part of the IQ team. Seeing as you haven't turned back time, that must be the case. I understand. Us sitting here talking is just a waste of time. Fine, I'll support you. But remember your promise to help me in the upcoming election. Medius replied immediately. Understood. She suddenly went quiet, then said with a blank expression, the more we talk, the more interesting I find you. What Authority didn't understand why she'd say that. Medius slowly explained. Most heroes, when they talk, to me ask if they'll survive this campaign. But you haven't asked that even once. Authority was slightly taken aback by this. He then said, because I can't imagine a future where I die. The only future I see is the presidency. Now hurry up and focus on planning the campaign, so we can get this over with. Because the next president will definitely be me. Authority gently urged her on. Medius once again explained her reasons for choosing the IQ team through a speech, earning the consensus of the heroes. And just like that, the third generation of the IQ team was chosen. Medius named this campaign Operation Annihilation. To counter the Hero Association's moves, the SCA sent out invitations across the globe. However, because Medius already had information on who would accept the SCA's invitations, she dispatched heroes to eliminate most of them before the letters even arrived. This resulted in very few people joining the SCA's ranks. Canis observed the people standing outside and remarked, fewer than I thought. Just then, Terra, a physical type, called out, SCA, this alpha gone. Why are we only ranked as third class? Sor, a physical type, Nucius, a special type, and Asin, an anomalous type, all turned to look at them. We don't think we're any weaker than that other bunch. Varus, a physical type man, frowned and asked, where is Hwang Seung-hwan? Shinka smiled and told them, anyone who makes a great contribution in this battle, I'll raise your rank. If your achievements are extraordinary, you might even get a bonus. As for Mr. Hwang Seung-hwan, he's training separately. The group fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Then, in the dead of night, in the dark night sky, giant fireballs stained the space above the SCA base red. Of course, there was no way she wouldn't notice such a huge commotion. Shinka looked at her own fire-generating hands and said, red, huh? Looks like my luck isn't so bad today. Canis looked at the fireballs in the sky and yelled worriedly, Shinka. Fireballs appeared in the air. She just replied calmly, I'm looking at them too. In the quiet night sky, enormous fireballs were slowly descending on their base. Then the SCA quickly created a large purple shield to block them. But the IQ team was prepared. Kafega stood on a giant carrot sword in hand. He uttered a spell Arby's, and then used his sword to shatter the purple shield covering the area. It quickly broke into pieces, and the fireballs immediately rained down, destroying the entire zone. Naturally, the scale of the attack was terrifying, and the impact was immense. Authority and Lepus watched from a short distance away. He clicked his tongue and said, if you'd just summon Mir and layer the fireballs on top, the power would be even greater. But you refused to do it. Lepus immediately retorted. I've told you so many times, doing that would make it too powerful. It would harm our hero allies too. Authority glanced at her. If our teammates are weak enough to die from that, they should just quit being heroes. Lepus was extremely indignant at his words. You're the one who should quit. Hey, I'm the team captain here. Just then, Therapy appeared from behind and said, come on, stop fighting. We need to move to the coordinates the president provided. Authority smiled slightly and asked them, all right, is everyone ready? Let's wipe out these cancer cells. The Hero Association moves out. Operation Annihilation has officially begun. This is the Tamil Council established by Medius. Mute and anomalous type with sound-canceling abilities is in charge of security. She can create a soundproof space to prevent eavesdropping. Grove, a protector-type special, is in charge of security responsible for preventing any assassination attempts aimed at Medius. Ethiopia, a genius mechanical engineer special, is in charge of communications, managing the communication devices used to relay orders. This advisory council holds a meeting and comes to a conclusion: if we don't have information on where the assassin intends to go, we can't act. A man folds his arms and asks, strange, how did they pull off that attack at Lucillus Prison? Do we have a mole? That information? Medius says with a serious expression. After we kill SK, we'll use psychometry to find out. She places her hands on the table, calling everyone back to the meeting. For now, let's focus on the mission. Yes, the association's president Medius has spent 2 years of her life preparing for this mission. She used that time to think all by herself. Medius sprawls out on a chair, hugging a pillow as she rests. She slowly chews on cotton candy, eats, and so on. Medius holds a stack of papers. Try to prevent the death of even a single hero. That was the motive behind this plan. So she plans to rewind time the moment a dangerous situation occurs. Looking a bit tired, she puts a hand to her head. This ability is so inconvenient. It'd be great if I could turn back my own time and still keep my memories. It truly is an extraordinary ability. Aren't you being a little too greedy? Medius keeps rewinding time over and over, creating the future she wants with her advisory council. She has turned back time far too many times. Is she dreaming of a perfect future? Authority slouches slightly, putting one hand in his pocket. Ma-min told her that time is fair. A purple cluster of light flares up as time rewinds again and again. A circle is created just like a mirror. It reflects Medius's image. However, the future she wants won't appear first. Medius has dispatched powerful heroes to fight the enemy. A sound echoes, regional representative hero, please handle the level 2 villain. Invitation accepted for level 3 villains and above. Whatleapus stares ahead with a dumbfounded look, then scowls. You're the villain I'm in charge of. The girl looks displeased. The members of Equality will handle them. How indecent. That girl's name is Censura, a censor-type special. She believes the world needs a healthy mindset. Anything she deems improper, she'll take a picture of and trap inside the photograph. Censura scowls and shouts, whoa, so indecent, so indecent, so indecent. Lippus bites her lip, clenching her hands into fists. Didn't Medius put me here to deal with her because I'd have an advantage? She's clearly a terrible matchup for me. She raises her hands and a flash of light appears along with a bunny cloak that covers her body. Lippus tugs at the cloak and asks the girl, hey, is this okay now? No, absolutely not, she replies, looking worried. The standard. What is the standard? Censura immediately screams, it's what I think it is. How could you possibly understand? Her standards change depending on how she feels in different situations. The girl holds the camera in her hands as if preparing to take a picture. You simply have the body of something that needs to be censored. Why do you wear that stuff and go around everywhere, huh? Are you a pervert? Hearing that, Lippus gets angry and grinds her teeth. You damn brat. She swings her arm, using her power to knock Censura to the ground. This is what I want. Shh. Lippus, fuming with anger, continues. I like bunnies. So, what? She raises her hand and speaks into her comms. Medius, are you there? Yes. Lippus, what is it? She immediately shouts in anger. Didn't you say I'd have the upper hand here? It feels more like you're trying to push me into a disadvantageous situation to get me killed. You're a member of Equality, yet you're complaining this much about handling a single level 3 villain. Shut up. Censura is lying unconscious on the ground. You won't kill villains, right? That's why I put you in charge of a villain who finds it difficult to kill others. She's someone we won't have a problem with, even if you let her escape. Lippus then speaks up. Are you messing with me? Furthermore, she looks at the camera lying on the ground. Among the pictures she's trapped people in there are civilians. If we were to kill her carelessly, there's a high chance those civilians would die. Lippus silently observes and listens to Medius. That's why I chose you to deal with her. Do you understand now? She lifts Censura up and says into her comms. This annoying brat, but I'm the adult now. Shut up. The full moon shines brightly in the sky, its gentle rays casting down below. Kafega, with a fierce expression, walks forward, gripping his sword tightly, when a voice suddenly calls out. How lucky. He looks up to see a girl sitting on a building. She looks down and says to Kafega, I've been wanting to meet you. Are you still looking at me so calmly? Huh? She jumps down from above. I never expected to meet both individuals known as the Sword God. Today is surely a special day. A good day to die. Although, when I asked to learn from the other sword god, I was rejected because she said she hadn't yet achieved the swordsmanship she desired. Kafega just keeps staring without saying a word. Ami. The woman draws her sword. Light glows around her. What is a sword? I have cut down countless lives, but I still don't understand. The slain are killed without mercy because I wish to attain enlightenment. Droplets of blood splash onto his face. However, I achieved enlightenment from a place I least expected. The woman, her eyes glowing red, raises her weapon high. The sword in my hand, along with her body, is enveloped by a surge of power. Kafega calmly draws his own sword. She rushes forward, her red eyes flashing with a glint of light. He stands still and uses his ultimate technique. The woman is immediately grievously wounded, spitting up blood. Kafega then speaks. It's not a tool you swing for yourself, but something you swing for others. In some corner of the city, under a dreamy purple night sky, a hand is raised to shield a head. Authority stands still, observing something. He lifts his head to look at a guy standing on a building. That must be the one I'm in charge of. That guy glances at Authority and asks in a loud voice, "Your Authority. You're a bit old, but despite that, your fighting spirit is pretty impressive. It's a shame Amiya didn't come, but you'll do. Hey." His voice makes the man pause. Authority grabs the tie on his chest. The thing I hate most is trash that talks so insolently as if they're some big shot. He forcefully rips off the tie. "Words are a waste. I'll kill you, you piece of trash." The special takes a full punch from Authority to the gut. His hand opens wide, revealing sharp claws. He tries to swing his hand to counterattack, but Authority dodges it. The special clutches his stomach and praises him. That was a heavy punch. A really good punch. And just as expected, the speed increase from time acceleration is really fast. So fast. Authority raises an eyebrow, confused by the words he's muttering. The mutant drew his sword, feeling the satisfaction of cutting something worthy, but his opponent interrupted him. "What the hell is this piece of trash talking about?" Authority told him. "One thing, I haven't even used my time ability yet." The mutant froze in shock. "What?" Before he could even finish talking, he took another kick to the face. "I just dodged it, you piece of trash." Blood sprayed from his mouth as the mutant's body was sent flying backward. His head was bleeding, making him groan in pain. Authority looked on with contempt. "You transformed and you still couldn't dodge that. There are levels to you enhancement types. You trash." He then whispered, "What if I actually used my time ability here?" The mutant hastily screamed. "Wait, hold on," but Authority couldn't care less. He charged straight forward to finish him, accelerating to 4 times his speed. The enhanced mutant's head was crushed. "Wait for what?" Red blood rained down on Authority's face like rain. "You think more time would have let you counterattack? Get lost, you piece of trash." And so the heroes' battle came to a successful conclusion. The 3 great equalities had successfully defeated the third-floor inmates. The girl with the camera had been trapped in a sphere by Lippis. As Lippis was standing there alone, she suddenly heard a voice call out to her. Authority's sudden appearance made the girl jump and scream. Only then did she recognize him as he started scolding her. This crazy rabbit. I knew it. She wondered, knew what the inmate Lippis was holding was still unconscious. As for that bitch with the camera, why didn't you just kill her instead of dragging her along? Authority rolled up his sleeves. Drop the barrier. I'll send that wench to hell. But Lippis immediately protested. Nonsense. The old man didn't back down. Then I'll just blow away the barrier too. Unafraid, Lippis prepared a magic circle. Go ahead and try. However, someone sent them a telepathic message. Lord Authority, please calm down. It was Medius communicating with them. There's a civilian trapped inside her barrier. Just bring her to the prison camp, and we'll deal with her later. He was still not satisfied. What if she escapes? Medius assured him. Lord Authority, in all the futures I have experienced, there has never been a case where that woman with the camera became a variable. He asked again, will she be dead within a week? Medius replied, I haven't seen that yet. She explained more about what she was doing. Currently, I'm not monitoring day by day, but rather hour by hour. Authority yelled, by the hour, Medius, what kind of future are you even drawing? She answered him with an illustration. If you've sketched out a large painting, even if there's a mistake somewhere, you have to keep drawing until it's finished as quickly as possible. Then the drawing was erased. If you keep drawing a little, then erasing, making a mistake, and erasing again, when will it ever be finished? She was incredibly certain of her plan. Shinkan, if it takes more time, I will not let a single hero die. Authority looked at his blood-soaked arm and reminded her. Medius, no future is perfect. Don't try to carry it all on your own. It's inevitable that heroes will die. She remained resolute. Shinkan, so I will still do everything I can. He didn't argue with her any further. You're the director right now, so I'll follow your orders. But he wouldn't let go of the prisoner. In that case, look into the future 1 week from this point. Based on that progress, we'll decide this girl's fate. Medius whispered and complied. Understood. Bloody memories of heroes flowed through her mind. They repeated more and more frequently. Medius's eyes flew open in surprise, and she reported back Lord Authority based on the results after I experienced the future and returned. She does not become a variable. She affirmed once more, after being apprehended, she will be imprisoned without any problems. He temporarily accepted it. All right, let's just drop it for now. The people in the strategy room listened silently to Authority. So then, he asked seriously, do we win the war? Medius hesitated. Victory seems possible, but if things continue as they are, some heroes will die. He wasn't too surprised. That's unavoidable. Medius remained focused on her goal. Authority, if there's a way to save them, shouldn't I try? Shinkan, if it consumes all of my time. He let out a frustrated sigh. You. Fine. Authority turned away. Shinkan, so you'd better leave some time for my election. They ended their conversation. Understood. Lippis was curious. Election. What are you two talking about? He turned to her and ordered gruffly. Shut up, Rabbit. Get ready to move to the next area. The people in the meeting room were also actively discussing. Director, are we certain to win? Victory seems certain. In that case, let's focus on minimizing casualties among the heroes. Medius shared with them. But there's something strange, she pondered. Shinkan, if all the villains of Alpha World are eliminated in the battle. She listed each name. Stepness. Then the dark-skinned therapy. Also in the villain group was a man with a calm demeanor, aura, and a girl radiating madness, Shinka. Finally, there was one they could not underestimate, Hwang Seung-hwan. She uttered something that stunned everyone there. They don't appear. They discussed among themselves, what, if that's the case, then nearly half of their main forces haven't even joined the fight. Don't tell me they've run away, that's definitely suspicious. Luckily, they had followed authorities' advice this time, which made them more urgent. We should speed up the process and then look further into the future. Their side situation was progressing very well. The heroes followed Medius's instructions one by one, wiping out every single villain. In a gloomy multi-story building with few people around, Shinka appeared through a mirror. Is everyone ready? All the superpowered individuals were looking at her. My lords. She was very serious as the characters in her eyes glowed brightly. You must have felt it too, right? The flow of time is unusual. They just listened silently as she spoke. Medius, he's mistaken in thinking that time is on his side. Her spatial gate emanated countless mysterious dark energies. My lords. Shinka turned away and instructed them, but time is truly our ally. Go forth and teach them a lesson. Xiao Benju nodded to her. Yes, my lady. The middle-aged man spoke while holding a cigarette. Seo Kang-yu. The one who defeated Hwang Seung-hwan. Maledicti cracked his shoulders. When is he gonna get here? Sujin raised an eyebrow. It's been a while since we had a real fight. Shinka gradually disappeared through the gate. Has Amiya arrived yet? They began to march out with a common goal, for the glory of Alpha. Fourth floor special task force moving out. Hassan let out a sigh. All right. He had a triumphant look on his face. It's under control. Poisit stammered. That was too easy, wasn't it? She wondered. Hassan. So I really don't have to do anything, he asked with an annoyed look. Yeah, it's best if you don't use your powers. It's hard to hold back. Hearing that, she felt a little frustrated. You're being unreasonable, Hassan said confidently. But hey, the guys on the second floor are still pretty easy to deal with. Kit probed. I guess the people from Equality will handle floor 34B, right? He replied. That's right, he said, sounding a bit bored. And we'll probably just stop on the second floor. From a distance, a man dressed like a cowboy walked towards them, puffing on a cigar with a contemptuous look on his face. Varys greeted them, a pleasure, heroes. The two of them were utterly terrified when they saw him. Oh shit. He was Varys, a physical enhancement type. Varys was a member of the villain website Tragedy, which specialized in hero bounty hunting. The hero bounty hunter. She couldn't keep her composure, trembling so much she couldn't control her words. F4, 44. Floor 4, Hassan reminded her, calm down, Poisit. He showed clear contempt for the enemy. We still have Medius with us. This must have been arranged beforehand. Floor 4 or floor 5, it'll all be over with one swing of my hammer. Varys just watched without saying a word. Hassan came up with a plan on the spot. The two of us need to team up. We have to somehow knock his hat off. We just need to hit the very top of his head with all our strength just once, he said doubtfully. The top of the head. It seemed Varys had realized something. Ah, so you're the one who seals abilities by hitting people on the head, he replied. That's right. The man wondered. How much is the bounty for a regional hero anyway? I remember it being quite generous. He offered, I've always wanted to ask you something. Hassan was confused. Varys took off his hat and pointed the top of his head towards him. What about this case? I have 2 hair whorls. Hassan was surprised. 2 hair whorls, 2 of them. The man nodded. That's right. He was skeptical. So what does that have to do with my ability? Someone with 2 hair whorls must have 2 crowns, right? That means you have to hit me in 2 spots. Poisit stood to the side, witnessing their confrontation. He retorted, what are you talking about? People only have 1 crown, the man argued. Oh really? Then don't bald people have no crown at all? Nonsense, Hassan explained. Who doesn't have a crown? On the contrary, I love fighting bald guys the most because their crown is so easy to see. Varys exclaimed, I see. Another piece of new information. He teased, but before you make fun of bald people, you should probably get yourself checked out, Hassan said with a weary expression. 2 hair whorls is an early sign of hair loss. Hearing that, the man was speechless. Varys grew angry. You, he declared, we're going to kill you in the most painful way possible. He wondered, why? The man began to ready his gun. You told me something I didn't want to know and I feel insulted. Realizing Varys' move, he and Poisit got into position. Poisit, get ready. Yes, sir. She began to focus her power. Hassan and Varys were both a bit surprised as they watched. Oh my god, that's intense. She had transformed into a giant rabbit. Poisit in her transformed state had an angry look on her face. Ready. Varys seemed amused. A physical enhancement type, huh? This is going to be an interesting fight. Kingston explained, physical enhancement types are different from special or summoning types, which usually control Ki externally. Most people with physical enhancement abilities only control the Ki inside their bodies. He sat and listened intently to his master. Because of that, many in this class believe their power is predetermined at birth, leading them to become lazy or even give up on training. Kingston described that power as a vessel, but in reality, it's just that their vessels are too small. The energy is like water. When the vessel is small, the Ki will overflow. And once the Ki surpasses their ability to control it, it becomes useless. Kingston instructed seriously, but if you know how, we can hone and expand this vessel through training. You will hone your vessel with me. Hassan took his master's declaration to heart and learned to control his Ki. Oh, and one more thing. When you reach a certain level of Ki control, Virus quickly drew his gun. The two of them were already prepared. The bullet was fired at incredible speed. Hassan and Poisit worked together, dodging his attack. The powerful bullet then pierced through several large buildings behind them. He and she were a little surprised to witness that power. Seeing that the two were unharmed, Varys grew quiet for a moment. Kingston's lesson was that one could also infuse Ki into objects. A rope now appeared next to the gun. He grabbed the rope and then threw it towards them. The rope hit the two of them, binding them tightly together, and they both fell to the ground. Having gained control, he looked triumphant. Now you can't move anymore because I've infused my Ki into this rope. It's harder than steel. And now, Varys said, with a sinister look, I'm going to peel your scalp off. A shocking sound rang out. Then a masked man appeared, flying in and punching Varys straight in the stomach. Caught by the surprise attack, he couldn't react in time and was sent reeling, coughing up blood. Hassan and Poisit were shocked. It was you. He sent the man flying far away with his punch. Kingston spoke up. Not bad. Your growth rate is quite fast, he said with a happy smile. Just keep feeling the Ki in your body and move with it. He raised a hand to his forehead and looked into the distance. Let me see now. He observed the body enveloped in a powerful force. Oh, this guy is the perfect opponent for a warm-up. He's not too bad. Kingston instructed, now try mixing your special type ability into your attacks and see what happens. Just like we practiced, he advised. If you kill him in one hit, it counts as a failure, but you have to use at least 3 moves or more. Seo Kang-yu understood. Varys stood up and adjusted his hat. Ha, treating me like a punching bag, are you, Kingston? Put his hands on the ground and sat down. All right, I'll watch from here. He sat behind the two who were tied up and ordered, Go my disciple. The Tragedy Hero Bounty Hunting website. When the Hero Association implemented its ranking system naturally from Tier 5 to Tier 1, the bounties were priced according to the level of danger. The highest income for Varys, the leader in this industry, came from taking down Sun Khans, a candidate for the title of Equality. After completing that mission, Varys enjoyed a leisurely retirement, only monitoring the bounty site without participating anymore. He would lie comfortably on his chair, sunbathing. So many new faces have appeared. But then one day, a name on the website caught Varys' attention. It was Seo Kang-yu. Despite being at the equality level, Seo Kang-yu had no bounty amount listed next to his name. Out of curiosity, Varys contacted Tragedy to ask why, but the voice from Tragedy replied over the phone, It's literally immeasurable. Seo Kang-yu has never been in a battle, so we have no information on him at all. Tragedy made another offer. Or how about this, Varys? Why don't you fight him once, so we can set a price? We'll pay you a worthy sum. Varys wearily refused. Back in the present, Varys explained. Back then, I thought he was nothing special, so after a moment of curiosity, I just ignored him. Varys continued, but after hearing about the one who defeated Hwang Seung-hwan, I decided I had to see for myself. As he spoke, he drew the gun from his hip. So just how much are you worth? Varys fired relentlessly at Seo Kang-yu. The bullets flew toward Kang-yu, but he remained still, not moving an inch. His expression was cold. Seo Kang-yu raised his hand and waved, and another invisible hand appeared. Seo Kang-yu unleashed his blacklight shattering strike, nimbly using his hand to alter the bullets' paths. Quick as a flash, he rushed to Varys' position and knocked him down. Varys immediately cried out in pain, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Seo Kang-yu's punch, which landed on Varys, carried a dark red power. It spread throughout Varys' entire body. Seo Kang-yu followed up with an uppercut. Dark Soul Shockwave Varys was sent flying into the air by his attack, but Seo Kang-yu didn't stop there. He clenched his fist again. 7 Souls Chaotic Strike. Seo Kang-yu treated Varys like a punching bag, pummeling him relentlessly. Varys struggled to think, I get it now. So this is why his bounty isn't clearly stated. Seo Kang-yu's eyes were devoid of emotion as a cross-shaped white light appeared in the sky. Seo Kang-yu leaped high his fist at the center of it. He opened his mouth. Dark Night. Final strike. Varys lay on the ground, covered in wounds. Your bounty. He cracked a smile of admiration. Is truly immeasurable. Without another word from Seo Kang-yu, a pillar of red light shot down from the sky. He used that formidable power to punch straight through Varys, the impact shaking the very ground around them. Hassan and Morez watched this scene, their eyes wide with astonishment. Hassan thought to himself. Someone who can handle a fourth tier like a child playing with a toy. I'd heard he was training in secret. He glanced at Kingston, who was sitting behind them. But I never expected he was learning from Kingston. Hassan then called out loudly. Kingston, he asked, please take me as your disciple, too. Morris also stammered. I want to as well. Kingston was confused. What is this? Get lost. Medius sighed. Medius, I'm sorry for doubting you. So this is why you left him alone. Morris was surprised. I thought he was dead. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Our chairman truly is the best. Kingston fell into deep thought. Kingston had assessed Medius's abilities to be on par with authorities. He looked at the image on the screen. It seemed Kingston had deduced that he had the ability to experience the future and then return to the past. With this, he could guide the future as he wished. He gazed at the sunset before him. Kingston frowned, disappointed. If that's the case, this isn't fun anymore. He wondered to himself, should I go find that guy and kill him? Kingston's eyes were fixed on the screen in front of him. He recalled the past. Authority had said, Kingston, I've decided to entrust Seo Kang-yu to you, but if anything unexpected happens, I can no longer leave him in your care. I hope you understand. Kingston, sitting on a cliff, scoffed. Ha, you dare threaten me, but Authority just bowed his head earnestly. This isn't a threat but a plea. Kingston raised his voice in question. The very leader of the world, bowing and begging someone else. Aren't you ashamed? Authority replied. For the safety of the people, I'm willing to do anything. Kingston pushed himself up with his hands. Commendable, he smiled. All right, then I'll consider it positively. Kingston waved his hand and left. I'll observe a little longer. If I get bored, I'll come and deal with him myself. Kingston postponed his decision, remembering his promise to Authority. But when Medius reversed time by a total of several months, Kingston decided to kill him. Now Kingston was looking up at the sky, deep in thought. The sky was clear blue without a single cloud. Kingston exclaimed, so that's how it is. Seo Kang-yu, who was meditating behind him, spoke up. What is it? Seeing his reaction, Kingston frowned thoughtfully. Has he not yet reached the level where he can sense this? How can Seo Kang-yu be completely unaware of anything unusual? Kingston said aloud, it's nothing. Focus on your training. This left Seo Kang-yu confused, as Kingston looked up at the sky once more, sighing inwardly. Is this really his limit? Back in the present, Kingston praised Seo Kang-yu aloud. Not bad. Your technique has become more refined. He clapped non-stop. There's truly nothing like real combat to improve your skills. But inwardly he thought, but you're still a long way off. Kingston looked at Kang-yu, thinking, because you still can't sense this thing. He calculated in his head, perhaps more real battles are needed to sharpen his senses. Kingston sighed to himself. Well, it seems this is going to be more interesting than I expected. He turned to leave. Let's go. Time to find the next opponent. The scene shifts elsewhere, where Medius is heard reporting. Hassan contacted us. Tell the other three. Seo Kang-yu has finished eliminating Varus. Canis said with concern. A fourth tier. Dealt with that quickly. Mute exclaimed. That's Seo Kang-yu for you. Medius agreed. Yeah. Mia looked at her. If things keep going like this, we might actually be able to save all the heroes. Medius suggested they continue to reverse time. She continued. One step at a time, like putting together a puzzle. The news that Kang-yu has joined the fight has spread to the other heroes. Authority frowned, looking at the watch on his wrist. Is that so? He curled his lip in a contemptuous sneer. We just need to catch that brat, Hwang Seung-hwan, and this will all be over. Suddenly, another voice interrupted. Oh my, hearing that makes me a little sad. Maledict feigned hurt. It's as if you see us as nothing but air. She gave a ghastly smile. Long time no see, former chairman. Authority frowned. It's Chairman Live, actually. As the equality group was moving smoothly, Myeonji appeared. Someone spoke up to greet her. Long time no see, MJ. Ho also waved enthusiastically. Meal, we meet again, huh? Hyun Do-yang smiled. Let me send you to your master's side. Meal replied. That doesn't sound too bad, but it's not time yet. Meanwhile, with Medius, she was forming two symbols with her hands filled with mysterious details. This time, I will definitely catch you. Wet also reached out, drawing on his blue power. Go ahead and try, little rabbit. Behind them, Poiset trembled and said, Just don't kill me, please. Medius answered with a determined expression. Don't worry, I won't kill anyone. Elsewhere, Ego also ran into Vidi's group. Vidi's voice rang out, Is that you? His face was filled with contempt, the number 4 that Therapy mentioned. The maid beside him added, He looks exactly like the description. The two of them stared at the other person with hostile eyes. Ego gritted his teeth and spoke angrily, My name is not number 4. I am Alter Ego. Night fell, and the city was engulfed in ruins. As Tatsujin confronted Amiya, she greeted him, Amiya, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Amiya replied coldly, Given our relationship, I don't think we need any greetings, do we? Without another word, the two of them immediately clashed. Powerful opponents facing off against each other. Kingston's group and Seo Kang-yu also met their rivals. Kingston remarked, Oh, not bad. He looked at Canis and the fox-eared girl before him. You took off your collars beforehand, did you, Kingston? Held out a hand to them. Wait a moment, I need to talk to Seo Kang-yu, the fox-eared girl immediately protested. Who gave you permission? Suddenly both of them widened their eyes as Kingston's cold voice rang out. Hey! His expression was full of menace. Wait! The two of them froze, their faces etched with fear. Kingston turned to Seo Kang-yu and said, now let those guys fight a little longer. This is perfect practice. Seo Kang-yu replied, I have followed your orders. He asked emotionlessly, but how long do I have to hold back? Can't I just kill them quickly? Kingston smirked. Absolutely not. You can feel it too, can't you? You're much stronger than before. He continued, but it's still not enough. This made the fox-eared girl and Canis wary. Kingston continued to explain to Seo Kang-yu, listen, carefully. In this place, aside from me, no one here can be your opponent. His voice seemed to carry a hidden meaning. Only, in this place. Seo Kang-yu was confused. What are you talking about? Kingston prompted him. Look. Can't you feel it yet? You need to get better at using your ki. Seo Kang-yu observed the air around him. Feel what Kingston also looked up, gazing at the ruined city. You'll understand soon enough. Kingston turned to the other two and said, all right, you can move now. He lunged toward them with incredible speed, causing them both to grit their teeth in terror, but Kingston slammed Canis to the ground before he could even react. He held Canis tightly by the neck. Let's fight one-on-one. The fox-eared girl panicked. Canis tried to move. Cough. I can't move, Kingston said scornfully. Don't worry, I don't intend to harm you. But if you came here only to save this guy without fighting Seo Kang-yu, then I'll kill him immediately. He gave the fox-eared girl his condition. If you defeat Seo Kang-yu, I'll let him go. The fox-eared girl was baffled. What do you really want? At that moment, streams of dark power were being summoned to one location. Kingston answered her, I just want to see it before I die. He glanced at Seo Kang-yu, who had already assumed a ready stance. Consider this battle between people who have reached the pinnacle as the final amusement of an old man. Finally, Kingston stood up and declared, all right, he ordered fight. He turned his head to instruct Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu, use as many skills as you can. Don't kill her immediately. Seo Kang-yu replied, understood. Kingston frowned, thinking to himself, only by doing that. He looked up at the changing scene before him and thought, can you win? Elsewhere, Shinka was staring down below. When Hwang Seung-hwan asked, Shinka, has Seo Kang-yu arrived? Shinka replied, it seems so. Hwang Seung-hwan flashed a sinister smile. It's been a long time, he guessed. The others must be here too, I suppose. Just then, Aura appeared with the bodies of others floating above her head. Aura's eyes scanned Hwang Seung-hwan. Hwang Seung-hwan met her gaze with a confident smile. Down below, Seo Kang-yu was also ready. Shinka and Medius spoke at the same time. In this fight, the fox-eared girl and Seo Kang-yu charged at each other, preparing for a life-or-death battle. Now, let's continue with the newly released Season 2. Medius's calm face and closed eyes appeared as she repeated the act of reversing time and redesigning the battle of the three great guilds, MJ Alter Ego, Cpega, and Lipus Authority. Medius's eyes flew open in shock, as if she had just discovered something. Then she straightened up and announced, I have adjusted everything to lead to a timeline where we win. The girl in the maid outfit heard this and commented, well done. Then she revealed Seo Kang-yu is currently fighting Canis and Gato. His master is still nowhere to be seen. The boy in the hat glanced over curiously. Could it be a tactic to wait until they're exhausted before appearing? Medius placed a hand on her chin, looking thoughtful, and made a decision. We will have to design another timeline where the hero's stamina consumption is at its lowest. I will reverse time once more. The man beside her asked, is Seo Kang-yu's battle still going well? She hesitated. About that. Do we really need to worry? A scene of Seo Kang-yu launching an attack on his opponent appeared. Gato was hit and coughed up a mouthful of blood, a pained scream echoing afterwards. Without any hesitation, he clenched his fist and unleashed the fist of chaotic spirit. She gritted her teeth. Next, Gato screamed and flailed her arms wildly. Seo Kang-yu was taken aback by this. He stared with a look of disbelief on his face. As the girl before him began to emit a dark energy, her expression one of utter defiance. Kingston, still sitting on top of Canis, smirked when he saw this. So that's it. In the end, neither of you are human. This is the first time I've seen an animal awaken a skill. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Canis's ethereal neck. You're a dog and you're a cat. That little girl really brings some interesting things to the table. At that moment, Seo Kang-yu clenched his fist and unleashed a technique, the Fist of Destructive Black Light. With a terrified expression, Gato quickly leaned back, dodging the powerful attack. Then she leaped backwards. Seeing this, he said in a low voice, you dodged my attack too easily, didn't you? Next, Seo Kang-yu turned around and held his hand out. His target was none other than Gato. Immovable black thunder. Instantly, the girl was trapped and compressed inside a small cube. A smile played on Kingston's lips as he raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Trying to bury her in darkness and finish it with a single blow. A good idea. At the same time, a flash of red light appeared in the darkness. Cracks began to spread across the surface of the cube. Gato leaped out from within that space. Seo Kang-yu calmly charged straight forward. Kingston just sat there watching with a squint and a grin. But cats can move very freely in the dark. Gato then used her sharp claws to slash straight at Seo Kang-yu. The ground beneath him erupted as if torn apart by a powerful force. After taking the hit, Seo Kang-yu glared, gritting his teeth in anger. Seeing this, Kingston just laughed nonchalantly. Getting mad are we? Hearing this only fueled his rage. Before them, the scene unfolded with the two of them. Seo Kang-yu and Gato standing face to face, and the dark aura on his face gradually faded. Kingston narrowed his eyes in admiration. He regained his composure fast. Then he held his hand out in front of him and warned Seo Kang-yu, "Don't just try to catch that cat. Have you ever seen a cat get caught that easily?" Next, Kingston offered him some advice. Focus on your opponent's flow of ki. During Seo Kang-yu's training, Kingston had noticed two problems. First, he possessed an ability that was so overwhelmingly powerful that he never felt the need to train his body. Since he only focused on releasing his power outward, he couldn't clearly sense the flow of ki within himself. And the second problem. Kingston, sitting under the blue sky, smiled faintly and asked, "Seo Kang-yu, what do you think of the people you fight?" Without a moment's hesitation, Seo Kang-yu immediately replied, "They're all just vermin that need to be crushed." After hearing his opponent's answer, he closed his eyes and nodded. "I see." Then Kingston gently advised him, "From now on, don't see your opponents as insects that need to be killed. See them as warriors." Hearing this, he wore a confused expression. "What the hell are you talking about?" Kingston's voice immediately turned serious. "To cultivate ki, you must respect your opponent as an individual. That will help you advance much faster." With a look of astonishment, Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "You've always thought that way while fighting." He calmly affirmed, "Of course. I've tried to understand my opponent's respect, what deserves respect, and ponder what they must have gone through to achieve such strength." He still stammered, trying to understand. At the same time, Kingston gave a slight wink. "Of course you're not required to understand them, but even so, at least try to." Back in the present, the fight between Seo Kang-yu and Gato was still ongoing. As he launched an attack forward, he raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, understand them. Meanwhile, she continuously dodged his attacks. Against the black sky, the bright moon shone brilliantly. Seo Kang-yu's thoughts surfaced at the same time. How the hell am I supposed to understand trash like this? With a disgusted look on his face, he clenched his teeth. No matter how he thought about it, they were all people who deserved to die. Just then, the dark aura on Seo Kang-yu's face spread once more. An image of two girls hugging each other with fearful expressions appeared before him. Seeing this scene, he was momentarily stunned. The image of two men standing opposite each other appeared, and the blonde-haired man in front of him was holding something in his hands. Seo Kang-yu glanced over, and on the television screen was a news anchor reporting that the villain Tomoki had received the highest sentence from the court death. Hap, with a worried look and sweating, said, "Take it." The blue-haired girl beside him spoke sadly. "When we were little, Lily would always rush over to me, worried as if she herself was hurt every time I fell. How did things turn out like this?" With an expressionless face, he glanced over only to see a vast but incredibly quiet place before him. In the center, a girl was giving a spirited speech about something, while several others listened intently. An undeniable confidence was written all over her face. Seo Kang-yu couldn't help but stare in amazement at the sight. Back in the present, red lightning crackled around his body while he remained standing perfectly still. At the same moment, Gato, in a crazed frenzy, gathered her strength and charged forward. Suddenly, her body turned deathly white, and purple circles appeared in several places. Seeing this, Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened in surprise. Gato now looked forward with an expression of utter disbelief, and a massive explosion erupted instantly. A loud bang echoed through the space, tearing up the earth and rock. When Gato saw that one side of her face had vanished, she couldn't help but stare in shock. Kingston watched this scene, unable to hide his impressed expression. At the same time, Gato's thoughts raced. A life just vanished. It should be regenerating already. But when she saw the current state of her body, her eyes widened in surprise. Looking to be in extreme pain, she exploded right in front of Seo Kang-yu, her face covered in red blood. Gato glared, wondering in her head, "Why won't I regenerate?" At that moment, he winked and clapped in praise. "Congratulations, Seo Kang-yu. You've taken a few more steps forward. And what's more, they were very long steps." From now on, red streams of energy swirled before his eyes, and Kingston looked at Seo Kang-yu's current state with happy satisfaction. "I have nothing left to teach you." With a cold face, Seo Kang-yu watched Gato scream in agony before him. She wore a bewildered expression, wondering to herself, "Why can't I regenerate? Why do I just keep dying over and over like this?" Gato, seeming to know she couldn't fight back, decided to charge forward to take him down with her. A blinding blue light appeared. Seo Kang-yu remained standing while she slammed her hands on the ground and relentlessly attacked. After a flurry of moves, Gato was exhausted and panting heavily. At the same time, she glared and thought, with just that last attack, he lost 3 lives. Now I only have 5 left. Seo Kang-yu stood before her like an unshakable fortress that couldn't be toppled. Gato. She felt a fear from Seo Kang-yu that was exactly like the fear she felt when facing Kingston. Gato gritted her teeth in anger, silently wondering, what the hell is this? What kind of trick did he pull? Suddenly, his low voice rang out. Kingston, let Canis go. That's enough. Hearing this, Kingston immediately jumped off Canis. I understand. Next, he commanded in a stern voice, good. You heard him. Get out of my sight. He trembled as he sat up, but his eyes filled with hatred remained fixed on his opponent. Just then, Seo Kang-yu spoke up. Before I kill you all, I have something to ask. Why would you sell your lives to follow that crazy woman to this extent? Hearing this, Gato yelled in fury. A crazy woman. Canis beside her was sweating as he tried to calm her down. Gato, calm down. Then he asked cautiously, why do you care? He answered coldly. Let's just say I'm trying to change my perspective on you. Hearing this, Canis frowned and clenched his jaw. They were born with powers but in the bodies of beastmen. Because of their appearance, they were cast out by their own kind. Later, they were captured by humans and had to endure countless biological experiments and brutal torture. And the one who saved them was Shinka. Seeing their frenzied state, she said softly, I see. So, there were other test subjects here besides me. She looked them over, then smiled and commented, you have such lively eyes. Noticing their guardedness, Shinka gently reassured them, don't be afraid. I'm not like those humans. Then she spread her arms and proudly declared, you are the fruits of evolution. You weren't born to be lab rats for that inferior species. And then she cheerfully made an offer, join me, and together, let's change this unjust world. Back then, hearing these words, Canis and Gato couldn't help but break out in a surprised sweat. Back in the present, he frowned and spoke. Thanks to Shinka, we were reborn that day. Seo Kang-yu, having understood everything, muttered, so that's how it was. Suddenly, Canis spoke up. We have a question for you too. He then asked, confused, with that kind of power, why didn't you join us? If this were the old Seo Kang-yu, he would have definitely flown into a rage at Canis's words. But the current Seo Kang-yu answered the question calmly. In a steady, low voice, he calmly explained. First, the appearance of abilities isn't hereditary. Shinkan, if you only leave behind ability users to survive it, doesn't mean all their children will be born with powers. There could still be powerless children. What will you do in that case? Will you call them mutants and eliminate them, just like how you were once discriminated against for being considered mutants? If you discriminate against others just because they don't have powers, then it's no different from the pain you yourselves once suffered. If you try to justify that discrimination, you're also making excuses for the very people who tormented you. It's a complete contradiction. And finally, because of what you did, someone very important to me lost their life. After hearing this, Canis's brow furrowed slightly. That was unavoidable. It was a necessary sacrifice to create a better world. But Seo Kang-yu immediately cut him off. If you think that way, then, as I said, what you endured could also be considered a sacrifice for someone else's benefit. The two of them fell silent at this. Watching from a distance, Kingston thought to himself, the kid's keeping his cool. Well now, that's right, that's how it should be. Seo Kang-yu, remember this. Anger is an emotion that disrupts the flow of ki. He narrowed his eyes, musing, but I'm still a little worried. I wonder if you can stay calm when you face that brat. An image of a man's back appeared in his thoughts, his facial expression exuding a chilling coldness. Then Seo Kang-yu asked in a low voice, have you resolved your doubts now? Canis raised an eyebrow in response. I admit there's a contradiction, but this world is already full of contradictions, so we will continue to follow Lord Shinka. Hearing his opponent's decision, he pulled his hood down. I see. And then Seo Kang-yu declared, in that case, I'll begin the execution. Canis immediately lowered his voice. Gato, find an opening and run. You must survive for Lord Shinka. But before Canis could do anything, he took a solid punch from Seo Kang-yu. A mouthful of fresh red blood immediately spewed from his mouth. But it seemed like he wasn't satisfied with just that one punch. Next, Seo Kang-yu delivered a barrage of punches to Canis. Seeing his comrade at a disadvantage, Gato rushed forward. Meanwhile, Canis was still struggling to endure his devastating blows. Kingston, who was watching, suddenly widened his eyes in admiration. Looking at the incredible scene before him, he marveled to himself. His power is truly amazing. Seo Kang-yu, if it's you, you might be able to make me feel that thrill of battle once again. Meanwhile, an image appeared of a dilapidated building standing silently in the night. On someone's wrist, a watch showed the time was just past 2 o'clock. Authority was experiencing a rather strange phenomenon. Maledicti was squatting before him, looking impatient. Hey, former association president, aren't you going to fight? You've been staring at your watch this whole time. What the hell are you doing? He kept staring at the watch and contemptuously suggested, wait a moment, you piece of trash, and call me the future association president. Hearing this, she looked confused. You're about to die here and you're talking about the future. Authority glanced at her and ordered, shut your mouth. At the same time, he said to himself, 30 times. How many times have I rewound now? This makes one more. Hearing his cold words, Maledicti puffed out her cheeks angrily. What's this? How can you act like that with someone standing right in front of you? Suddenly, Authority's eyes widened. He thought to himself, look at this. Isn't this getting interesting? She eagerly suggested former president. Oh no, future president, shall I attack first? He immediately replied, sure do, whatever you want. After all, your first attack is to create a curse, right? Hearing this, Maledicti suddenly froze. Then she glared at him and demanded, how did you know that? Authority tilted his head and smiled mysteriously. I knew it. That's why the position of future association president will be mine. The scene then showed Authority with his eyes glued to his wristwatch. Meanwhile, Maledicti frowned slightly, staring straight ahead. Maledicti, a special creation type, uses human lives as sacrifices to create summoned creatures and totems containing single-use spells, also known as the Kapakocha ritual. She calls herself the Prophet of the Sun God and gains power by sacrificing countless followers, but was later thrown into Lucillus Prison by Lao Sa. After Lao Sa became the president of the association, the pasts and abilities of all prisoners were analyzed by psychics, so she obviously knew her own powers had been figured out. In the present, she thought to herself, the fact that old man knows about my powers is one thing, but how could he know exactly how I was about to attack right now? Maledicti looked at the man before her and silently affirmed, this guy is dangerous. I'll go all out from the start. At the same time, an incredibly powerful energy radiated from her body. Create totem. The moment Maledicti finished speaking, a wooden bird instantly appeared. Immediately after, countless other things also rose from the ground. Witnessing this scene, he widened his eyes in surprise. And those bizarre things just kept appearing surrounding Maledicti, with all sorts of eerie-looking objects. Then she glared and began to chant a curse in a low voice. Incomprehensible sounds came from Maledicti's mouth. It sounded like some kind of incantation. Authority stood there watching, completely unfazed. She immediately commanded it into existence. A symbol of a radiant sun appeared before her. After absorbing that light, the strange objects near Maledicti began to glow. The sun god. The sun-shaped object emitted blinding rays of light. With one eye bleeding, Maledicti stared wide-eyed and uttered Inti. The light radiating from that shrunken sun grew stronger and stronger. Authority watched the unfolding scene so stunned he couldn't look away, seeing that the space around him, which had been dark, was instantly filled with brilliant light. The sunlight from the sun symbol powerfully illuminated the entire city, bringing with it an unstoppable destructive force. The ground around them seemed to have turned into lava. After using her power, Censura was panting from exhaustion. Sweating, she gritted her teeth and thought to herself, I've used all my strength. If this attack can't kill him, then the next move will be. Just then, she opened her eyes wide, only to see Authority collapse to the ground after that devastating attack. His body covered in wounds lay curled up on the scorching ground. Maledicti stared in disbelief at the incredible sight. Meanwhile, Medius, who was watching on a monitor, stammered in confusion, what is this? The maid beside her asked worriedly, Chairman Medius, is something wrong? She hesitated slightly. This. And then sweating, Medius announced, Authority is dead. Shinkarion gasped in astonishment upon hearing the shocking news. The boy in the hat next to her exclaimed in shock, what, for real, we've lost the signal. Medius stared anxiously at the screen of the device in her hand. What just happened? I should have already arranged every possible future. Did the future change? This has never happened before. A man sweating suggested, for now, let's just rewind time and figure it out later. Hearing this, she nodded. Understood. Then Medius closed her eyes tightly, as a stream of thoughts ran through her mind. What the hell is going on? A chain of events then appeared in her mind's eye. At that very moment, a surprised look appeared on someone's face. It was Authority looking up with a stunned expression. At the same time, Maledicti's voice called out, Hey, former association chairman, aren't you going to fight? You've just been staring at your watch. What kind of game are you playing? When he saw the person before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, so I was right after all. From a certain point on, Authority began to experience more and more fragments of déjà vu. Right before Authority's eyes, blue phantoms appeared rushing toward him. Seeing this, he thought to himself, could it be because I'm also a user of time manipulation? But they were only fragments. I couldn't see the whole picture. Shinkanso, the most intense moments were imprinted very clearly. Isn't there some way to take advantage of this? There has to be a way. And so Authority decided to experience death, the most intense moment for any human being. And upon returning to the original timeline, Authority thought smugly, so this is what it feels like to see the future. This is truly an overpowered ability. First off, Medius hasn't contacted me at all. She must be panicking. The timeline isn't unfolding according to the path she established. In the battle between Authority and Maledicti, which Medius had arranged beforehand, Authority was completely overwhelming her at first. But when Maledicti summoned the god Inti, it ended up taking Authority much longer than expected to win. However, she now spoke with a hint of restlessness. Former association chairman, I'll go on ahead. Hearing that, Authority's eyes widened in surprise. Next, she gently reached her hand out to begin her attack. But Authority, the man who could now see the future, At that same moment executed an 8 times acceleration technique, no longer wasting any time. Maledicti saw this and stared in utter disbelief. He glanced back and said, I know your every move. If I accelerate time in sync with my opponent's movements, every part of Maledicti's body felt like it was being hit by powerful punches, and blood immediately gushed from her nose. And then she was pulverized until there was nothing left, while Authority calmly thought to himself, the effect is multiplied exponentially. After defeating Maledicti, he exclaimed triumphantly, I'm starting to love this feeling. Authority spread his arms, welcoming the falling drops of fresh blood with a look of delight. How refreshing. It's as if my neurons are running a sprint. The future association, chairman's seat, no. With this power I can aim for something even greater. He began to carve his own path to the future he desired. Authority looked at the watch ticking on his wrist and thought to himself, let's see. I should be getting a call soon. In the timeline that bitch set up, the battle should have ended by now. Just then, a slightly worried voice came from the other end of the line. Authority, did anything unusual happen? Hearing that, he thought, just as I predicted. She changed the question. But that wasn't the original question. I'll just answer, and then she'll just rewind time again. Then Authority asked, unusual, what are you talking about? Medius, sweating, replied, it's nothing. I'm just seeing countless images. Next, she asked Medius. Authority, you aren't hurt, are you? Authority glanced at Censura's body on the ground and calmly replied, that woman had a rather troublesome trick hidden at the end, but I'm fine. Then he raised an eyebrow and probed, but I've wasted a considerable amount of time. Where should I go now? Medius immediately gave him his mission. I'll move a little forward in the timeline and send you to assist the heroes who need help. After listening, Authority nodded. Understood. I'll wait. She replied softly, thank you very much. After hanging up, Authority looked at the corpse on the ground and chuckled, asking if anything unusual happened. Oh, something unusual did happen, but did you really think I'd tell you, you arrogant bitch? And then he declared smugly, from now on, the future is on my side. I'll make very good use of your ability. Fresh drops of red blood fell onto the cold ground. Seo Kang-yu, using his ability, had successfully subdued both Canis and Gato. Then Seo Kang-yu spoke up. Hey you mutts, then he glared threateningly. Where is your master? Spit it out, and I'll let you go without any more pain. Canis, covered in blood, frowned. Pain, I'm all too familiar with pain. I endured more than enough of it back in that lab. Seo Kang-yu questioned him doubtfully. Is that so? Then he nonchalantly added, but it looks like your little accomplice here feels differently. Gato's face was streaked with tears, her expression one of absolute terror. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and called out her name. She immediately tried to reassure him. Don't worry, Canis. No matter how painful or agonizing it gets, I won't say a single word. You know that, don't you? Canis glared and gritted his teeth at the sight while Gato firmly asserted, I know how to keep my mouth shut. Flashing back to the past, a guy holding an electric baton glared at test subject number 26, demanding to know where the runaway number 27 was. A terrified Gato denied it. No, I don't know. He pressed the device against her, yelling, talk. Now. But Gato remained tight-lipped. I don't know. Watching this scene from above, Canis started to cry. Shinkan, while being tortured, she repeatedly denied it. I don't know anything. His face covered in tears and snot, Canis gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a grate fell from the ceiling, making the men all turn around. Just then, a loud voice shouted, We've found the runaway test subject. Subdue it now. Hearing this, Gato slowly closed her eyes. In the quiet room, her voice echoed, Canis. Gato looked at her friend, who was now tied up in front of her, and asked, Why did you come back? Lying on the ground, Canis immediately answered, I couldn't just leave you behind. With tears streaming down her face, she lowered her head. If only someone, anyone, could get us both out of this place. Whoever they are, I'd willingly serve them for the rest of my life. Hearing these words, his eyes widened in surprise. The scene showed the two of them staring in amazement at what was in front of them. With a smile on his lips, Shinka extended his hand toward the two abandoned children. After they stepped through the gate, their eyes widened in amazement as a brilliant golden sunset appeared before them. It was a sight neither of them had ever seen before. At that moment, Shinka spoke softly from behind them. From now on, I will be your master. Stay by my side for the rest of your lives and soothe this loneliness of mine. Back in the present, Canis glared and declared, Shinka is my first master, and a dog never betrays its master. Seo Kang-yu, looking impatient, glared and growled, then farewell. Suddenly, Canis let out a huge roar. Seo Kang-yu was momentarily stunned by the sight. Canis's bicep bulged grotesquely, and then he glared and screamed, Gato, run, hurry. Gato beside him couldn't hide her fear as energy began to radiate from her body. At the last second, Seo Kang-yu switched targets, and his powerful attack slammed straight into her stomach. Black Light Annihilation Fist. The moment the blow landed, Gato spat out a mouthful of blood. Shinkan Kang-yu himself was surprised by this. At the same time, an enraged Canis opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to eat Seo Kang-yu alive, but Seo Kang-yu reacted in time and kicked him hard in the face. With eyes full of fury, Canis clamped his jaws down on Seo Kang-yu's foot. Seeing this, Seo Kang-yu immediately thrust his hand forward and unleashed the skill Dark Soul Severance. The attack sent him flying backward. Seeing this, a horrified Gato screamed Canis. Although Canis was at his limit, he still spoke with a grave voice. Gato, don't come over here. If you disappear too, Master will be so lonely. Please, take care of him. Hearing these words, she fell silent. Gato seemed to summon all her courage, quickly turning to run. Seeing his prey getting away, Seo Kang-yu immediately moved to pursue her. But Canis, despite his battered body, still struggled to hold onto his leg. Seo Kang-yu looked down at him coldly. For someone who tries so hard to protect the one you cherish, how can you feel no guilt when you try to take away what's precious to someone else? You've really pissed me off. And then he glared down at the man at his feet. Die. After a massive explosion, only a desolate scene remained. Canis lay on the cold ground, his body riddled with holes. He was now completely lifeless. Seo Kang-yu continued to stare down at Canis's cold corpse. Just then, Kingston walked over with a satisfied expression and praised him. It seems one got away. Regardless, you did well. Then he gave a faint smile. Those types who are determined to protect others are always a special kind of pain to deal with. Kingston then placed a hand on his shoulder. You've done enough. We'll kill that cat next time. Alright, who's our next opponent? Have you chosen anyone yet? Hearing this, Seo Kang-yu slowly glanced over at his next opponent, only to see tears falling to the ground. It was Shinka, her face streaked with tears, gritting her teeth. Seeing this, one guy asked, "Why are you crying?" The guy next to him was just as curious. "Have you gone crazy from being cooped up so long?" But she just widened her eyes, looking behind her. Canis, just wait. The preparations are almost complete. I will create the world you always longed to see. At the same time, Lepus was extending her hand, casting a magic circle. On the other side, West was using a shield to block her attacks. Then he taunted her scornfully. "Hey, is that all you've got?" Becken thought to himself in fear, putting West aside for now. Her ability is just too troublesome. He trembled and stuttered. So scary. This is terrifying. As she attacked, Lepus wondered to herself, what the hell is Matey thinking? Why is she making me fight these brats? At the same time, Medius glanced down. In Authority's case, it seems the plan is still proceeding according to the future we predicted. The kid in the hat beside her, however, looked worried. But did Authority really die once? A man who managed to become the association president of his era. The person opposite her spoke. Maybe it was because he was just too old. Hearing this, she replied, "Something like this has never happened before. I'm not sure when the variable first appeared." He offered his own theory. Could it be that when an immense power is used, the future gets distorted a little? She partially agreed with this idea. Powerful abilities that can influence the timeline. That makes sense. Then Medius suggested, "In that case, we need to keep a close watch on Lepus." He turned to her in surprise. But isn't Lepus the type who would never kill anyone and always has her power under control? The other man was also confused. Wouldn't it be better to focus on Seo Kang-yu? As if understanding their worries, Medius explained. It looks like Seo Kang-yu is restraining his power even more tightly than he did in the prison battle. He's undoubtedly saving it for his clash with Hwang Seung-hwan. Then she stated in a low voice, "Right now, focus on the result of Lepus's fight. Things are about to get interesting." At that moment, Lepus glared, thinking to herself, "How can I safely subdue these two?" As he parried her attacks, West provoked her. "Keep trying, you stupid damn rabbit." Meanwhile, Becken mumbled with tears streaming down his cheeks. "I'm scared. So scared. I'm so scared." He seemed to have fallen into despair while Medius's voice dropped low. This will be the first time she kills someone. Lepus gently pressed her hand on the glowing magic circle, invoking a summoning spell. She chanted, calling forth her power, binding effigy. Immediately, a swarm of plush bunnies flew through the air surrounding the area as their voices echoed repeatedly. "I love you. I love you." On the other side, Hwang Seung-hwan focused his energy, erecting a solid protective shield to block the relentless attack from the bizarre bunny horde. Witnessing this, West couldn't contain his anger and roared furiously. "Hey, you rabbit woman, are you messing with me? Do you really think you can beat me with this stuff? Try attacking seriously for once." The reason Lepus's attacks aren't lethal is partly because she's on the side of peace. But more importantly, it's because of Pennell's ability. Special grade Pecan, the child who beckons death. If there was one thing that made the boy different from other kids, one boy seeing a smelly rat on the ground wrinkled his nose in disgust. "It's a disgusting dead rat." The kid next to him added, "Should we bury it?" The first boy shook his head. "Forget it, it's too dirty." Unlike them, only Pennell showed clear fear in his eyes. Seeing this, his friends asked worriedly, "Pennell, what's wrong?" Just as the boy finished speaking, Pennell couldn't hold it in and vomited all over the ground. The boy saw this and yelled, "Pennell's throwing up, so gross." He was a child with an obsessive fear of death. The catalyst that awakened Pennell's power was his grandmother's funeral. Pecan, along with his parents, witnessed her cremation. The man in charge of the cremation announced the final words. "The family has finished their viewing. We will now proceed with the cremation. Right after the coffin slid silently into the furnace, quickly swallowed by the roaring flames. A while later, her ashes were respectfully placed into a ceramic urn meticulously engraved with her name. Pakin stood there, his face filled with his usual unease and anxiety. He just kept staring at the urn as if he couldn't believe the reality before him. Pakin broke out in a cold sweat, biting his lip as if suppressing a deep discomfort. In the room, the ceiling fan whirred softly. Penel's parents were sitting on the sofa. Suddenly, his mother turned to his father and asked, "Honey, do you think Peniel is okay?" Hearing this, he replied in a low voice, "The boy had to face death at his age, and he's already in his 3rd year of junior high. He's not a kid anymore, right?" Contrary to what they thought, trembling sounds came from Penel's room. "I'm scared. I'm so scared. Grandma. She was always so kind to me." To think that his warm, loving grandmother was now pitifully contained in that tiny urn. He was in a trance, mumbling, Is that what's going to happen to me when I die?" Pakin cried out, trembling. "I'm so scared." His face was like a lifeless statue, with tragic tears streaming down his cheeks. So scared. And that night, in the late-night darkness of the living room, Penel called out, "Mom, Dad." His parents looked up, stunned and surprised by what was happening. At that moment, Penel was enveloped in an ominous dark green aura. He asked in confusion, What is this?" His mother, worried, rushed toward him without hesitation. "Pakin, what's wrong, sweetie?" However, as soon as they approached, the aura instantly enveloped them. Peniel's eyes widened in shock as he cried out, "Mom, Dad." On the floor lay Peniel's parents, completely lifeless. The thick smell of blood filled the air. Pakin trembled with fear. He just stood there frozen, not knowing how to react. The death of his parents caused his power to spiral even further out of control, and everyone in the city died because of Peniel's ability. Afterward, HP appeared and put an end to this horrific tragedy. An ability that releases a gas from the mouth when the user is touched while experiencing extreme fear. After being apprehended, Pakin received intensive psychological and mental treatment. Ending the flashback, Lipus was using her power while urging him, "Pakin, get out of there right now and hide behind me." Inside the protective shield, West wondered, "Kid, were you forced to join Alpha World? There's no way a coward like you would join such a terrifying plan on your own." Meanwhile, a panicked Penel clutched his head. He sobbed and admitted, "It's true. I followed them because I had nowhere else to go." Then Penel retorted bluntly, "SK West and everyone else have been very good to me. I can't betray them." On the other side, Lipus was still trying to persuade him. "Of course, they have to be nice to you. They can't let your ability activate. Hurry up and come over to our side." He trembled as he shared his fear. "But if I get caught, I'll just be executed in the end. I'm terrified of dying." Hearing this, she was about to say more on the subject. However, Penel cut her off. "And my mom told me not to follow strangers." "You're a weirdo." Lipus yelled irritably, "I am not a weirdo." West immediately chimed in, "You've got a lot of nerve saying that while wearing that outfit." She raised her hand to summon her power and announced, "I'm just someone who really loves rabbits." Witnessing the scene, West gritted his teeth. That woman. She's only using these useless spells. The ability West wanted to steal from Lipus was, of course, Meteor Summon. West can steal one type of summoning magic from each person. When he makes physical contact, he can steal the most recently used spell. When he kills an opponent, he has the right to choose and steal any spell he wants. Therefore, to get Lipus's meteor spell, he had to either force her into a corner where she had to use it, or he had to kill her. It seemed West had already figured this out, thinking to himself, "I see, so that's what it'll take." Then West made a firm decision. He said, "Penel, I'm sorry, but I'm going to need you to step up for a bit." Receiving the unexpected request, Penel was slightly stunned. The giant rabbit emerged, let out a huff, and then slammed its fist down decisively, trying to break West's protective shield. Lipus thoughtfully calculated, "How can I resolve this without agitating Pwyll and still break through those barriers?" But before she could act, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Pakin. He sat there clutching his head, letting the energy rampage through the area. A moment later, Peniel threw his head back, his eyes rolling back fiercely as a space-tearing scream erupted from him. Lipus was shocked by what was happening, a little worried. "Peniel, why did he suddenly go berserk like this?" From the other side, West's voice suddenly rang out. "I've stolen the magic from Maledicti up there, taking everything in at a glance." On one side, Maledicti was reaching out towards West, and he was doing the same. His face showed clear confidence with the ability to summon a hallucinogenic plant. Right now, what Peniel is seeing must be very different from what we see. Sweat poured down Penel's face, and reflected in his green pupils was the image of a deathly skull. The giant skull continuously radiated a dark energy, as if it wanted to dominate everything. Elsewhere, Lipus raised her hand, struggling to keep her balance against the intense force radiating outwards. She thought in a panic, what the hell did he do? The scale of this rage isn't just limited to the 3rd basement level. It's almost reaching the 4th or even 5th level. What should I do? How am I supposed to handle this? At a time like this, what would Master do? A memory flashed through her mind. Mago was sipping a cup of hot tea. He curiously asked the person across from him, "You said your daughter wants to learn summoning magic." She nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I tried to talk her out of it, but she insisted on meeting you." While Mago was laughing cheerfully, Lippis suddenly pointed right in his face and yelled, "Hey you bearded geezer, you're the one living off my family's donations. Teach me." Hearing this, Mago's face froze for a moment. Ignoring her mother's attempts to stop her, Lippis aggressively demanded, "This isn't a request, it's an order. Take me as your disciple right now." Lippis was the only daughter of the chairman of the Jabit Group, one of the top 100 corporations in the world. The company's original name was CR, but after one of Lippis's tantrums, the chairman who doted on his daughter changed the name to Jabit, a perfect example of a bratty heiress through and through. Seeing Mago remain silent, Lippis continued to shout, "Hey Beardy, why aren't you answering me?" He didn't get angry. Instead, he cheerfully asked, "Why does our young lady wish to become strong?" She didn't hesitate to answer. "I recently watched an anime, and the heroes in it looked super cool." Mago nodded. "I see. So, what do you plan on summoning?" Lippis clenched her fists confidently and replied, "I'll show you." However, her mother stopped her, pleading, "Please not here." Then she grabbed Lippis's wrist and urged, "Let's go somewhere else." Mago was confused by her mother's actions. A moment later, his face was a picture of bewilderment. Before Mago was a deep crater, blazing with explosive heat. He thought to himself in awe, a meteor. A child can summon a meteor. Ignoring the fact that the meteor is shaped like a carrot, this is definitely not something a child should be able to summon. Lippis seemed very confident in her power. She turned to him excitedly and asked, "So what do you think?" Mago silently remarked, "What a child with terrifying talent. If this child falls to the dark side, she'll bring about a great disaster. I wasn't planning on taking any more disciples." But then he turned and made his decision. "Very well. I will accept you as my disciple." Her request was granted. Lippis exclaimed with delight, "Awesome, my talent is the best." "Thanks, old man." Suddenly, Mago's tone became serious. "However, I cannot take you as my disciple if you don't know how to be polite." Contradicting her earlier brattiness, she puffed out her chest and declared, "Oh no, master, I know how to be polite." After that, Mago taught Lippis many different kinds of summoning magic, except for meteor magic. Lippis, frustrated, questioned him, "Hey master, when are you going to teach me meteor magic?" Mago clasped his hands behind his back, his expression still detached, and said, "Miss Lippis, I recall telling you to speak politely." She stomped her foot and whined, "Shinkan, if I'm polite, you still won't teach me meteor magic." Mago answered honestly, "It is not yet time." Hearing this, Lippis asked, "But why?" He calmly explained, "I will teach you meteor magic when you are an adult. Until then, you are absolutely forbidden from using it." He stared directly into Lippis's eyes and warned, "Absolutely forbidden." His gaze made her a little flustered. Lippis didn't fight back and immediately obeyed. "Absolutely forbidden. Okay." Shinkan, though she was an arrogant rich girl at heart, she was still a good kid. So she listened to Mago and didn't use meteor magic. And so, time flew by. Standing in the sunlight streaming through the window, Lippis put her hands on her hips and called out, "Master, I'm an adult now. Isn't it time I started learning meteor magic?" Mago, sitting on the sofa, exclaimed, "Oh my, has it been that long already? No wonder your father keeps asking for my opinion on your fashion sense." Lippis started to reason with him. "I can skillfully use almost any summoning magic now." Mago nodded and continued, "In that case, it's time for us to begin our preparations." Catching the key word in his sentence, she asked, "Preparations to use meteor magic," but he shook his head. "Something even more important. Preparations to become a hero. Become my sidekick, Miss Lippis." She repeated the word, not quite believing what she'd heard. "A sidekick?" Lippis leaned forward and flatly refused. "No way. I just want to cast meteor spells. A huge, epic meteor." As soon as she finished, Mago cut in. "If you become my sidekick, the association will officially make you a uniform." Lippis scoffed as if she didn't care. "So what? I can just buy one myself." He paused for a moment. "And even if you dress however you like, you can still call it a uniform and your parents won't be able to say a word about it." She seemed a bit surprised. Instead of retorting, Lippis just let out a small sound. Mago took Lippis on as his sidekick, and they carried out many missions together. And during these missions, Lippis started to get curious. How is he so strong? He never uses any offensive magic, only defensive spells. Right now, Lippis was biting her lip, thinking to herself, "I want to summon a meteor." A meteor. And as a little more time passed amidst the thick dust and smoke, an expressionless West stared straight ahead. All around, brilliant golden magic circles appeared. Lippis was stunned by the sight. This was, looking at the deeply gouged earth burning with fiery power, she asked in disbelief. "My meteor magic," Mago calmly explained from beside her. "All the lessons you learned with me were the basic foundations of summoning magic. Because you have such a solid foundation combined with your natural talent, you were able to create something on this terrifying scale. Miss Lippis, in the field of offensive magic, your talent has far surpassed my own. You possess a truly frightening gift. In the future, you will become much, much stronger than this. But remember, this with great power comes great responsibility. Congratulations on your graduation, Miss Lippis. I hope you will become a great hero. Elsewhere, authority sat at his desk and offered a serious congratulations. Congratulations on becoming a hero, Lippis. Normally you'd have to start at rank 5 and gradually work your way up, but since you are Mago's direct disciple, you'll be starting as a 3rd-rank hero right away. However, some of the heroes on the inside are unhappy about this, so take this mission and get some results to shut down their complaints. Your role will be to support another hero. Since you were Mago's support, you must be familiar with that kind of work, right? Lippis, standing opposite him, asked, "Who will I be supporting?" He placed both hands on the desk and answered in a low voice, "The one you'll be supporting is..." Before he could finish, a robotic voice suddenly spoke up, drawing her attention. "Pleased to meet you. You must be Mago's disciple Lippis." The man held out his hand to introduce himself. "My name is Hiro." Hiro didn't forget to carefully instruct her. "I hear this is your first mission. Don't be nervous, I'll lead you well." She moved closer to him and nodded. "Ah yes." Lippis thought to herself, he's certainly full of energy. Then Hiro asked curiously, "Hey Lippis, why did you want to become a hero?" Lippis lowered her head slightly, and slowly shared. "At first I just thought that if I became a hero, I could summon as many meteors as I wanted. I started with a simple thought like that. But after meeting my master Mago, I wanted to be like him. To become a hero who can heal the world's pain." Hearing this, he suddenly laughed. "You have a great master. He really is someone worthy of being invited into the equality group. You've been on many missions with Mago, but this is your first official one, right?" Lippis nodded in confirmation. "That's right. My master doesn't take on missions, he just acts freely." He didn't hesitate to share. "Well, then I'll have to show you how a proper official mission is handled. I'll work hard so I don't bring shame to the equality group." She felt a bit helpless, her face scrunching up as she replied. "Yes." Lippis sighed internally. "He's so intense." And so, on her first mission, within a dark space, a voice called out her name. There, Lippis saw something she never had before, because she had always been sheltered by Mago. Hiro held out his fist and reminded her, a hero isn't allowed to just lie around like that. He stood before her and yelled, "A hero always stands firm. Get up right now and look at me." Surprised, Lippis just sat there, staring blankly at Hiro. When he saw she wasn't moving, he urged her again. "Hurry up." For the first time, she was seeing the hidden side of a hero. Yeah.